Ah, well, the same vice exists in the École of Rome as in the Conservatoire. If there is a changeable art, it is that of painting. Each artist sees a color which is not that of his neighbor. One calls it green, another yellow, another blue, another red. One inclines towards the Flemish school, another to the Spanish, and yet another to the German. You would think they would send each student, according as his bent might be, to study Rubens at Anvers, Murillo at Madrid, Cornelius at Munich. Nothing of the sort. They all go to Rome to study Raphael or Michelangelo. Not a painter, not a single original sculptor of our time was a pupil at Rome. Neither Delacroix, nor Rousseau, Diaz, Dupin, Cabot, Boulanger, Muller, Isaby, Brascassat, Giraud, Barret, Clesinger, Gavarni, Rosa Benhur. Nor, upon my word, I was tempted to say, nor anybody, but as the institution is absurd, it will still continue to exist. With half the money to spend they could turn out twice as many actors, painters, and sculptors. Only, they would turn them out capable instead of incapable. We have traveled a long way from Trouville. What would you have me do? Fancy has the wings of Icarus, the horses of Hippolytus. She goes as far as she dare towards the sun, as near as she dare without dashing herself against the rocks. Let us return to Charles Roman 7, the first cause of all this digression. Whatever may have been the cause, when I returned to Mother Osria's inn at 9 o'clock on the evening of 7 July, I wrote the first lines of that scene. By the following morning, the first 100 lines of the drama were done, and among them were the 36 or 38 relating Jacob's lion hunt. They should rank among the few really good lines I have written. On the other hand, in order that an exact idea may be formed of the value I put upon my own poetry, I may be allowed to transcribe here a letter which I wrote 15 or 16 years ago to my son, who asked my advice on the poetry he ought to read, and on the ancient and modern poets he ought to study. My dear boy, your letter gave me great pleasure, as every letter from you does which shows you are doing what is right. You ask me the use of the Latin verses, which you are forced to compose. They are not very important. Nevertheless, you learn meter by so doing, and that enables you to scan properly and to understand the music of Virgil's poetry and the freedom and ease of Horace. Again, this habit of scanning will come in useful if you ever have to talk Latin in Hungary, where every peasant speaks it. Learn Greek steadily and thoroughly, so as to be able to read Homer, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, and Aristophanes in the original, and you will then be able to learn modern Greek in 3 months. Practice yourself well in the pronunciation of German. Later you will learn English and Italian. Then, when you know all these, we will decide together what career you shall follow. At the same time, do not neglect drawing. Tell Charlot to give you not only Shakespeare but Dante and Schiller as well. Do not place much reliance on the verses they make you read. At school, professors' verses are not worth a sun. Study the Bible as a religious book, a history and a poem. Sayce's translation, although very poor, is the best. Look for the magnificent poetry contained beneath all those ambiguous veilings and obscurities in Saul and Joseph, and especially in Job, a poem which is one long human wail. Read Corneille, learn portions of him by heart. Corneille is not always poetical, he is at times pettifogging, but he always uses fine, picturesque, and concise language. Tell Charpentier from me to give you André Chenier. He is the poet of solitude and the night, akin to the nightingales. Charpentier lives in the Rue de Seine. You can get his address from Bulaz. Tell Colin to give you, through Hachette, 4 volumes entitled Rome au siècle d'Auguste. It is a dry but learned work on ancient times. Read all Hugo, read Lamartine, but only the meditations and the harmonies. Then write an essay on the passages you think beautiful and those you think bad, and show it to me on my return. Finally, always keep yourself occupied and rest yourself by the variety of your occupations. Take care of your health and be wise. Goodbye, my dear lad. I told 500 to give you 20 francs for a New Year's gift. Alexandre Dumas. P.S. Tell Colin that, as soon as my piece is received, I will write to Bulaz to arrange the business of his introduction to the Theatre Franchise. Go to Tresse, at the Palais Royal, get from him at my expense the poems of Hugo and his dramas and Molière of the Pantheon. The Lamartine I will give you on my return. Read Molière often, much, always. With Saint-Simon and Madame Sévigné he is the supreme type of the language of the time of Louis Roman XIV. Learn by heart certain passages of Tartuffe, the Femmes Savantes, and the Misanthrope. There have been, and there will be other masterpieces of style, but nothing will ever exceed these in beauty. Learn by heart the monologue of Charles Quint from Hernani, Old Marion Delorme, the monologue of Saint Vallier and that of Triboulet in Le Roi et sa Muse, the speech of Angelo on Venice. In conclusion, although I have few things to mention in comparison with the works I have just pointed out to you, learn the recital of Stella in my Caligula, Jacob's lion hunt, as well as the whole scene between the Count, the King and Agnes Sorel in the third act of Charles Roman VII. Read de Vigny's Othello and Romeo, read de Musset without being carried away by his great facility and his inaccuracy, which in him might almost be reckoned a virtue, but which, in another, would be a serious fault. These are the ancient and modern writers I advise you to study. Later you shall pass on from these to a wider range. Adieu, you see I am treating you as though you were a grown-up youth and reasoning with you. You will soon be 15, and what I have said is quite easy to understand. Your health before all things. Health is the foundation of everything in your future, and especially of talent. A.D. I hope the sincerity and impartiality of my opinion upon others will be believed, when it is seen with what sincerity and impartiality I speak of myself. From that day our life began to assume the uniformity and monotony of the life of the waters. I bethought me that I ought to introduce myself to the mayor, M. Gettier, a brave and excellent man, who I believe played a somewhat active part in 1848 in the embarking of King Louis Philippe. He gave me free leave to hunt over the communal marshes, which leave I took advantage of from that very day. The rising sun shot through the window of my room, and although the curtains were drawn, it woke me in my bed. I opened my eyes, stretched out my hand for my pencil, and set to work. At 10 o'clock, Mother Osrea came and told us breakfast was ready. At 11, I took my gun and shot 3 or 4 snipe. At 2, I began work again until 4. At 4, I went for a swim till 5, and at 5:30 dinner was ready for us. From 7 until 9 o'clock, we went for a walk on the shore. At 9 o'clock, work was begun again and continued until 11 o'clock or midnight. Charles Roman VII advanced at the rate of 100 lines per day. Undiscovered though Trouville was, nevertheless a few Normandy, Vendean or Breton bathers came there. Among these was a charming woman, accompanied by her husband and her son. I remember nothing more about her than her name and face. She was gracious and prepossessing in expression, with a slightly aristocratic air. Her name was Madame de la Garenne. From the day of her arrival, directly she knew I was living at the hotel, she began the preliminaries of making an acquaintanceship by boldly lending me her album. I had just finished the great scene in the third act between the Comte de Sévésy and Charles Roman VII, and I copied it out for her, newly born from my brain. A good sort of young fellow had come with them, who concealed some degree of knowledge and great determination under the retiring air of a country gentleman. He was a sportsman, which similarity of tastes rapidly made us congenial companions, if not exactly friends. He was the unfortunate Bonichose, who was hung during the Vendean insurrection of 1832. Whilst we were walking and hunting in the marshlands round Trouville, Madame la Duchesse de Berry obtained permission from King Charles X to make an attempt on France, under the title of regent. She left Edinburgh, went through Holland, stayed a day or 2 at Mayence, and the same at Frankfurt, crossed the frontier of Switzerland, and entered Piedmont. Then, finally, under the name of the Comtesse de Sagana, she stopped at Sestri, a small town a dozen leagues from Genoa, in the provinces of King Charles Albert. Thus, all unsuspected by Bonichose, death was postponed for 1 year. Meantime, the report began to spread in Paris that a new seaport had been discovered between Honfleur and La Delivrande. The result was that from time to time, a venturesome bather would arrive who would ask timidly, "Is there a village called Trouville about here, and is that it with the belfry tower?" And I would reply yes, to my great regret, for I foresaw the time when Trouville would become another Dieppe or Boulogne or Ostend. I was not mistaken. Alas, Trouville has now 10 inns, and land which could be bought at 100 francs the arpent today fetches 5 francs per foot. One day among these venturesome bathers, these wandering tourists, these navigators without compass, there arrived a man of 28 to 30 years of age, who gave out that his name was Budin and that he was a banker. On the very evening of his arrival, I was bathing a long distance off in the sea, when about 10 yards from me, on the crest of a wave, I perceived a fish, which realized the dream of Mercat in the hours et la pacha. That is to say, it was a huge, enormous fish, such as one scarcely ever sees, the like of which many never have seen. Had I possessed a little more vanity, I might have taken it for a dolphin and imagined it had taken me for another Aryan, but I simply took it for a fish of gigantic proportions, and I confess, its proximity disturbed me. I set to work to swim to the shore as hard as I could. I was a good swimmer in those days, but my neighbor, the fish, could swim still better. Accordingly, without any apparent effort, it followed me, always keeping an equal distance from me. 2 or 3 times, feeling fatigued, mostly from want of breath, I thought of taking to my feet, but I was afraid of becoming nervous if I found too great a depth of water beneath me. I therefore continued to swim until my knees plowed into the sand. The other swimmers were looking at me in astonishment. My fish was following me as though I held it in leash. When I got to the point of touching the sand with my knees, I stood up. My fish made somersault after somersault and seemed overjoyed with satisfaction. I turned round and looked at it more closely and calmly. I saw it was a porpoise. Instantly, I ran to Mother Osria's house. I ran through the village just as I was, in my bathing drawers. Although Mother Osria was not very impressionable, she was not accustomed to receive travelers in so light a costume, and she uttered a cry. "Don't mind me, Mother Osria," I said to her. "I have come to get my gun." "Good Lord," she said, "are you going to hunt in the happy hunting fields?" Had I been in less of a hurry, I would have stopped and complimented her on her wit, but I only thought of the porpoise. Upon the stairs, I met Madame de la Garenne. The staircase was very narrow, and I drew aside to let her pass. I thought of asking how her husband and son were, but I reflected that the moment for holding a conversation was ill-chosen. Madame de la Garenne passed by, and I flew into my room and seized hold of my carbine. The chambermaid was making my bed. "Ah, monsieur, instead of taking your gun, hadn't you better take some clothes?" It seemed as though my costume inspired wit in all who saw me. I ran full tilt down the road to the sea. My porpoise was still turning somersaults. I went up to my waist in the water until I was about 50 feet from him. I was afraid I might frighten him if I went any nearer. Besides, I was just at the right range. I took aim and fired. I heard the dull sound of the ball penetrating the flesh. The porpoise dived and disappeared. Next day, the fishermen found it dead among the mussel-covered rocks. The bullet had entered a little below the eye and gone through the head. Chapter 15. Why M. Budin came to Trouville, how I knew him under another name, prologue of a drama, what remained to be done, division into 3 parts. I finished Charles Roman 7. Departing from Trouville, in what manner I learn of the first performance of Marion Delorme. The night of that adventure, the fresh bather came up to me and complimented me on my skill. It was an excuse for beginning a conversation. We sat out on the beach and chatted. After a few remarks had been exchanged, he said to me, "Well, there is one thing you have no idea of." "What is that?" I asked. "That I have come here almost on your account." "How so?" "You do not recognize me under my name of Budin." "I confess I do not. But you may, perhaps, recognize me under that of Dinox." "What, Victor Ducange's collaborator?" "Exactly. The same who wrote Trent and Zola vi Dunjaur with him." "That was I, or rather us." "Why us?" "There were 2 of us, Gaubox and myself." "Ah, I knew Gaubox. He is a man of boundless merit." "Thanks." "Pardon, one cannot be skillful both with gun and in conversation. With the gun, now, I should not have missed you." "You have not missed me as it is. In the first shot, you brought me down by saying that Gaubox was a clever man and that I was an idiot. Confess that you never thought I meant anything of the kind." "Upon my word, no," and we burst out laughing. "Well," I resumed, "as you probably did not hunt me out to receive the compliment I have just given you, tell me why you did." "To talk to you about a play which Gaubox and I did not feel equal to bringing to a satisfactory conclusion, but which, in your hands, would become, plus the style, equal to the Jaur." I bowed my thanks. No, upon my word of honor, I am certain the idea will take your fancy, continued Buden. Have you any part done, or is it still in a nebulous state? We have done the prologue, which is in quite a tangible shape, but as for the rest, you must help us to do it. Have you the prologue with you? No, nothing is written down yet, but I can relate it to you. I am listening. The scene is laid in Northumberland, about 1775. An old physician whom, if you will, we will call Dr. Gray, and his wife separate, the wife to go to bed, the husband to work part of the night. Scarcely has the wife closed the door of her room, before a carriage stops under the doctor's windows, and a man inquires for a doctor. Dr. Gray reveals his profession. The travelers asks hospitality for someone who cannot go any further. The doctor opens his door, and a masked man, carrying a woman in his arms, enters upon the scene, telling the postilion to unharness the horses and hide both them and the carriage. Bravo, the beginning is excellent. We can picture the masked man and the sick woman. The woman is near her confinement. Her lover is carrying her away, and they are on their way to embark at Shields when the pangs of childbirth come upon the fugitive. It is important to conceal all trace of her. Her father, who is the all-powerful ambassador of Spain in London, is in pursuit of her. The doctor attends to them with all haste. He points out a room to the masked man, who carries the patient into it. Then he rouses his wife to help him to attend to the sick woman. At this moment, they hear the sound of a carriage passing at full gallop. The cries of the woman call the doctor to her side. The masked man comes back on the stage, not having the courage to witness his mistress's sufferings. After a short time, the doctor rushes to find his guest. The unknown woman has just given birth to a boy, and mother and child are both doing well. The narrator interrupted himself. Do you think, he asked me, that this scene would be possible on the stage? Why not? It was possible in Terence's day. In what way? Thus, Pamphilo. Miseram me differa doloribus, Juno lucina fer opum, serva me obsecro. Reggio. Num ilia caso parcerit, hem. Pamphilo. O unhappy wretch, my pains overcome me. Juno lucina, come to my aid, save me, I entreat thee. Reggio. Hullo, I say, is she about to be confined? Is that in Terence? Certainly. Then we are saved. I quite believe it. It is as purely classical as Amphitryon and Elaver. I will proceed then. And I will listen. Just as the masked man is rushing into the chamber of the sick woman, there is a violent knocking at Dr. Gray's door. Who is there? Open in the name of the law. It is the father, a constable, and 2 police officers. The doctor is obliged to admit that he has given shelter to the 2 fugitives. The father declares that he will carry his daughter away instantly. The doctor opposes in the name of humanity and his wife. The father insists. The doctor then informs him of the condition of the sick woman, and both beg him to be merciful to her. Fury of the father, who completely ignores the situation. At that moment, the masked man comes joyfully out of the sick room and is aghast to see the father of the woman he has carried off. The father leaps at his throat and demands his arrest. The noise of the struggle reaches the Akauchi, who comes out half fainting and falls at her father's feet. She vows she will follow her lover everywhere, even to prison, that he is her husband in the eyes of men. The father again and more energetically calls into requisition the assistance of the constable and takes his daughter in his arms to carry her away. The doctor and his wife implore in vain. The masked man comes forward in his turn, and the act finishes there. Stay, I have outlined the last scene. Let us suppose that the masked man has assumed the name of Robertson, that the father is called Da Silva and the young lady Caroline. Robertson, putting his hand on Da Silva's shoulder, leave her alone. Caroline, oh father, my Robertson. Da Silva, thy Robertson indeed. Look, all of you, and I will show you who thy Robertson is. Off with that mask. He snatches it from Robertson's face. Look, he is. Robertson, silence, in the name of and for the sake of your daughter. You understand, Buden went on. He quickly puts his mask on again, so quickly that nobody, except the audience whom he is facing, has time to see his countenance. Well, after that. After. You are right, says Da Silva. She alone shall know who you are, this man. Well, asks Caroline anxiously. This man, says Da Silva, leaning close to his daughter's ear, this man is the executioner. Caroline shrieks and falls. That is the end of the prologue. Wait a bit, I said. Surely I know something similar to that. Yes. No, yes, in the Chronicles of the Canongate. Yes, it was, in fact, Walter Scott's novel, which gave us the idea for our play. Well, but what then? There is no drama in the remainder of the novel. So we depart completely from it here. Good, and when we leave it, what follows? There is an interval of 26 years. The stage represents the same room, only everything has grown older in 26 years, personages, furniture, and hangings. The man whose face the audience saw, and whom Da Silva denounced in a whisper to his daughter, as the executioner, is playing chess with Dr. Gray. Mrs. Gray is sewing. Richard, the child of the prologue, is standing up writing. Jenny, the doctor's daughter, watches him as he writes. Stay, that idea of everybody 26 years older is capital. And then... Ah, plague take it, that is all there is, said Buden. What, you stop there? Yes, the deuce. You know well enough that if the play were concluded, we should not want your assistance. Quite so, but still, you must have some idea concerning the rest of the play. Yes, Richard has grown up under his father's care. Richard is ambitious and wants to become a member of the House of Commons. Dr. Gray's influence can help him. He pretends to be in love with his daughter. We will have the spectacle of an English election, which will be out of the common. And then... Well then, you must invent the rest. But come, that means that there is nearly the whole thing to finish. Yes, very nearly, but that won't trouble you. That's all very well, but at this moment, I am busy on my drama, Charles Roman 7, and I cannot give my mind to anything else. Oh, there is no desperate hurry for it. Meantime, Galbox will work away at it, whilst I will do likewise. You like the idea? Yes. All right, when you return to Paris, we will have a meeting at your house, or at mine, or at Galbox's, and we will fix our plans. Granted, but on one condition. What? That it shall be under your names, and I shall remain behind the curtain. Why so? Because, in the first place, the idea is not mine, and secondly, because I have decided never to let my name be associated with any other name. Then we will withhold our names. No, indeed, that is out of the question. Very well, as you will, we will settle the point when we have come to it. You will take half share. Why half when there are 3 of us? Because we are leaving you the trouble of working out the plot. I will compose the play if you wish, but I will only take 1/3 of the profits. We will discuss all that in Paris. Precisely so, but do not forget that I make my reservations. Then, this 24 July, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it is agreed that you, Galbox, and I shall write Richard Darlington between us. Today, 24 July, my birthday, it is agreed, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that Galbox, you and I shall write Richard Darlington. Is today your birthday? I was 29 at 4 o'clock this morning. Bravo, that will bring us good luck. I hope so. When shall you be in Paris? About 15 August. That will suit perfectly. Now jot down the plan of the prologue for me on a slip of paper. Why now? Because I shall come to the rendezvous with the prologue completed. The more there is done, the less will there be to do. Capital, you shall have the outline tomorrow. Oh, it will do if I have it just before I leave. If I have it tomorrow, I shall finish it the day after tomorrow, and that will cause trouble in the matter of the drama. I am writing. Very well, I will keep it ready for you. Ah, one more favor. Which is? Do not let us speak of Richard Darlington again. I shall think of it quite enough, you need not fear, without talking about it. We will not mention it again. And as a matter of fact, from that moment, there was no reference made between us to Richard Darlington. I will not say as though it had never existed, but as though it never were to exist. On the other hand, Charles Roman 7 went on its way. On 10 August, I wrote the 4 last lines. Vous qui n'est sur la terre. Portes comme des chaînes, la chaîne héréditaire. Demeures en hurlant prise du sépulcre ouvert. Pour Jacob, il est libre, et retourne au désert. When the work was finished, I read it over. It was, as I have said, more in the nature of a pastiche than a true drama, but there was an immense advance in style between Christine and Charles Roman 7. True, Christine is far superior to Charles Roman 7, in imagination and in dramatic feeling. Nothing further kept me at Trouville. Boudin had preceded me to Paris several days before. We took leave of M. and Madame de la Guerenne. We settled our accounts with Madame Osrier, and we started for Paris. Bonichose accompanied us as far as Honfleur. He did not know how to part with us, poor fellow. He might have guessed that we were never to see each other again. The same night we took diligence from Rouen. Next day, at dawn, the travelers got down to climb a hillside. I thought I recognized, among our fellow passengers, one of the editors of the Journal des Debats. I went up to him as he was coming towards me, and we got into conversation. Well, he said, you have heard. What? Marion Delorme has been performed. Ah, really? And here am I hurrying to be present at the first performance. You will not see it, and you will not have lost much. It was a matter of course that the editor of a journal so devoted an admirer of Hugo, as was the Journal des Debats, should speak thus of the great poet. Why do I not miss much? Has the play not succeeded? Oh yes, indeed, but coldly, 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 and no money in it. My companion said this with the intense gratification of the critic taking his revenge upon the author, of the eunuch with his foot on the Sultan's neck. Cold, no money, I repeated. And besides, badly played. Badly played by Bocage and Dorval, come now. If the author had had any common sense, he would have withdrawn the play, or he would have had it performed after the July Revolution, while things were warm after the rejection of de Polignac and de la Bourdonnais. But as to poetry, weak, much poorer than Hernani. Ah, say you so? I burst forth, a drama weak in poetry that contains such lines as these. Le Roy. J'sais l'affaire, assez que vous a médaille. Le Marquis de Nangis. Disquil est, bien temps, que vous y songis, sire. Que le cardinal du, a décember's projets. Et quil boit, le malheur du sang, de vos sujets. Votre Pierre Henry, de Memoirs Réals. En ut point ainsi liver, sa noblesse loyale. Chapter 49. Ni la frappate point sans, y fort regarder. Et bien garde par elle, il savait la garder. Chapter 49. Savait quan put faire, avec des gens d'épis. Quelques chose de mia, que des titres coupes. Quils sont bons à la guerre, il n'y l'ignorate point. Lui don't plus d'une balle, a trou le pourpoint. Si temps et le bon, j'en fus, et gl honor. Un peu de seigneurie, y palpitate encore. Jamais a des seigneurs, un portrait en ut touche. On en avait point alors de titre, a bon marqué. Sire en des jours mauvais, commencez au nous sommes. Croyez en via, gardez un peu de gentil charmes. Vous en aurez besoin peut-être à votre tour. Hélas, vous jamais peut-être quelques jours. Que la place de grève est si fatiguée. Et tant de seigneurs, de valeur indomptée. Vers qui se tourneront vas, regrets envia. Soyant morts depuis longtemps, qui ne serient pas via. Car nous sommes tout choses de la guerre civile. Et le toxin de hire, grand encore dans la ville. Soyez plus manager des pains du bureau. 100 est, lui qui doit garder son stock au foro. Non pas nous, 500 échafauds montres vous économe. Craines de voir, un jour, a pleurer tel brave homme. Tel valent de grand cœur don't, a el hura quil est. Le squelette blanchet, ox chains dun gibbet. Sire le sang en est, par un bon rosy. Nul moisen ni vint sur la grive arrosi. Et le pupil des rois evite le balcon. Quand ox depends du Louvre, ils puplant Montfaucon. Murant les courtesans, est il faut que leur voir ale. Vous amuse, pendant que le bureau travail. Cette voix des flatteurs qui dit que tout est bon. Quapre tout, on est fils de Henry IV et Bourbon. Si haut quel soit, ni couvre pas sans pain. Le brute soured quen tombant fate, un tit humain. Gi vous en don avis, ni joues pas si jou. Roy qui seras, un jour, face à face avec Dieu. Donc gi vous dis, avant querin ni es accomplice. Qua tout prender, il vaut mieux un combat qu'un supplice. Quasi en est, par la joie et l'honneur des edits. Devoir plus, de bisogno bureau quoique soldats. Quasi en est, un pasteur de pour la France au vous eats. Quan portrait quasi, pay un dime de titres. Et quasi ti hom, illustre entre les inhumains. Qui touche a votre sceptre, a du sang a ses mains. Why, you know it by heart then. I hope so, indeed. Why the deuce did you learn it? I know nearly the whole of Marion Delorme by heart. And I quoted almost the whole of the scene between Didier and Marion Delorme in the island. Ah, that is indeed odd, he said. No, there is nothing odd about it. I simply think Marion Delorme one of the most beautiful things in the world. I had the manuscript at my disposal and have read and reread it. The lines I have just recited have remained in my memory, and I repeated them to you in support of my opinion. Then, too, continued my critic, the plot is taken from de Vigny's novel. Good, that is exactly where Hugo shows his wisdom. I would willingly have been his John the Forerunner in this instance. Do you mean to say that Savigny and Didier are not copied from Cinq-Mars and de Thou? As man is copied from man, and no further. And Didier is your Antony. Rather say that Antony is taken from Didier, seeing that Marion Delorme was made a year before I dreamt of Antony. Ah, well, one good thing has come out of it. What is that? Your defense of Victor Hugo. Why not? I like him and admire him. A colleague, said the critic in a tone of profound pity and shrugging his shoulders. Take your seats, gentlemen, shouted the conductor. We remounted, the editor of the Journal des Debats inside, I in the coupe, and the diligence resumed a monotonous trot to meditation. Chapter 16. Marion Delorme. I fell into meditation. What was the reason? The public was not of my way of thinking about Marion Delorme. I had remarked to Taylor on the night of the reading at de Viria's. If Hugo makes as much dramatic progress as is usual in ordinary dramatic development, we shall all be done for. The first act of Marion, in style and argument, is one of the cleverest and most fascinating ever seen on the stage. All the characters take part in it, Marion, Didier, and Savigny. The last 6 lines forecast the whole play, even including the conversion of the courtesan. Marion remains in a reverie for a while, then she calls out, "Marion! Dame Rose!" Montrant la fenêtre. Fermes. Dame Rose, apart. On durate quel pleur. Haute. Chapter 49. Est temps de dormir, madame. Marians. Oui, c'est votre heure. A vous otters. Defacent says, chevieux. Venez et m'accommode. Dame Rose, la disablant. A bien. Madame, le monsieur de ce soir, est-il bien? Reg. Marians. Nons. Dame Rose. Galante. Marians. Non Rose, il n'y aima pas même. Baise la main. Dame Rose. Alors, quen faites-vous? Marian, pensive. G.L.M. The second act scintillates with wit and poetry. The very original character of Langley, which is unfolded in the fourth act, is inserted as neatly as possible. As regards poetry, I know none in any other language constructed like this. Monsieur vint de Paris, dit en quelques nouvelles. Point Corneille Taugers met en l'air les cervelles. Gitcha l'order, ast est duc, puis des reines of Foyson. De Trent, Huguenots, on a fate pendaison. Taugers nombre de duels, le trois, siete augens. Canter arquien, pout avoir port du point de jeans. Lavardin avec pons, est, rencontre le dix. Pour avoir pris, a pons la femme de sourdies. Sourdies avec daily, pour une du theatre. De Mondori, le neuf, nogent avec la chatte. Pour avoir mal écrit toi, vers a qualité. Gord avec Margulin, pour el huraquil edate. 500 humières avec Gandhi, pour le pas à l'église. Et puis tous, les brissac contre tous les soubis. A propos du Paris, d'un cheval contre un chien. Enfin, causade avec la tournelle, pour rien. Pour le plaisir, causade de tout la tournelle. Oui. Refise nous donc la liste. De tous cas duels, quen dit le roi. Le cardinal. Est furia, et vu un prompt remède au mal. Point de courrier, du camp. J'y crois que, par surprise. Nous avons pris figuière, au bien quan nous est la prise. 100 est, a nous quan est la prise. Et quoi dit, de si coup? Le roi. Le cardinal en est, pas content du tout. Que fait la cour, le roi s'y porte bien sans doubt. Non pas, le cardinal a la fever et la gout. Et n'y va quen litière. Étrange, original. Quand nous te parlons roi, tu réponds cardinal. Ah, c'est la mode. In order to understand the value of the second act, we must quote line after line. The whole play, in fact, has but one defect. Its dazzling poetry blinds the actors. Players of the first order are necessary for the acting of the very smallest parts. There is a M. de Bouchevans who says 4 lines, I think, the first 2 upon Corneille. Famille de Robins, de petits avocats. Qui sont faits, des sous en rognant des ducats. And the other 2, upon Richelieu. Mura le Richelieu, qui decaira et qui flat. 50 ham à la main sanglante, à la robe écarlate. If you can get those 4 lines said properly by a supernumerary, you will indeed be a great teacher. Or if you can get them said by an artiste, you will indeed be a clever manager. Then all the discussion upon Corneille and Gamia, which I imitated in Christine, is excellently appropriate. It had, in fact, come to open fighting from the moment they accused us of offending against good taste the theme supported by M. Etienne, M. Viennet, and M. Once I'm Leroy, and of placing before the public the opinion held about Corneille, when Cardinal Richelieu influenced the Academy to censure the Cid in the same way that we in our turn had censured it. When I say the same way, I mean the same as regards sequence of time and not of affiliation. Academicians do not reproduce. As is well known, it is only with difficulty that they even manage to produce. In conclusion, the second act is admirably summed up in this line of Langely. Car qui durate quisi, c'est moi qui suis le fou. Then comes the third act, full of imagination, in which Laffemas, Richelieu's black servant, affords contrast to the grey figure of his eminence, where Didier and Marion come to ask hospitality from the Marquis de Nangis, lost in the midst of a troop of mountebanks. When Didier learns from Savigny that Marie and Marion are one and the same woman, and where, his heart broken by one of the greatest sorrows that can wring man's soul, he gives himself up to the guilty lieutenant. The fourth act is a masterpiece. It has been objected that this act no more belongs to the play than a drawer does to a chest of drawers. Granted, but in that drawer the author has enclosed the very gem of the whole play, the character of Louis Roman XIII, the wearied, melancholy, ill, weak, cruel, and superstitious king, who has nobody but a clown to distract his thoughts, and who only talks with him of scaffolds and of beheadings and of tombs, not daring to complain to anyone else of the state of dependence in which the terrible cardinal holds him. Listen to this. Langely, votre majeste donc souffre bien. Le roi G. Emmanuel. Moi le premier de France, en etre le dernier. G. changerais mon, sort au sort d'un braconnier. O chasseur tout, le jour en vos allures franches. En avoir rien qui vous gêne, et dormir sous les branches. Rire des gens du roi, chanter pendant l'éclair. Et vivre libre boys, comme Eloiseau dans l'air. Le manant est, du moins, maître et roi dans son bauge. Mais taugers sous, les yeux avoir cet homme rouge. Taugers la, grave et de, mi descente toisier. Sire, il faut que cesse, soit votre bon plaisir. Derision, cet homme pupil me dérobe. Comme en fait d'un enfant, il me met dans sa robe. Et lorsqu'on passant dit, qu'est-ce donc que j'y vois? Dessous le cardinal, en répond, 100 est le roi. Puis si sont, tous les jours, quelques nouvelles lists. Hire des Huguenots, aujourd'hui des duellistes. Dont il lui faut la tête, un duel, le grand forfait. Mais des têtes, taugers, qu'est-ce donc qu'il en fait? In a moment of spite, you hear him say to Langely, Crois-tu si j'y voulais, que j'y serais le maître? And Langely, ever faithful, replies by this line, which has passed into a proverb. Montaigne dit, que sais-je, et rable peut-être. At last he breaks his chain for a second, picks up a pen, and when on the point of signing a pardon for Didier and Savigny to his jester, who says to him, Tout grace est, un poids quan roi du cœur est s'enlève. He replies, Tu dis vrai, j'ai taugers souffert les jours de grève. Nangis avait raison, un mort jamais ni cert. Et Montfaucon pupil rend, le Louvre désert. 100 est, une trahison que devenir, en face. Au fils du roi, Henry near son droit de grâce. Que fais-je ainsi, de tu de trône de somme? Comme dans un sepulchre, en si homme infirme. Sa robe est mon linceul, et mes pupils me pleurent. Non, non, je n'y veux pas que si est du enfants mourant. Vivre est, un don du ciel trop visible et trop beau. Dieu qui sait où elle en va, peut ouvrir un tombeau. Un roi non, je les rends tous du à leur famille. Us vivront, si via et set junefil. Mi benignant, 100 est dit. Il scene. J'ai seen, moi le roi. Le cardinal sera furia, mais ma foi. Tant pis, c'est la fera placera belligard. And Langely says half aloud. On pute bien, une fois etre roi par megard. What a masterpiece is that act. And then one remembers that because M. Crosnier was closely pressed and had to change his spectacle, he suppressed that act, which, in the words of the critic, faisait longueur. Ah well. In the fifth act, the pardon is revoked. The young people must die. They are led out into the courtyard of the prison for a few minutes' fresh air. Didier converses with the spectre of death visible only to himself. Saverny sleeps his last sleep. By prostituting herself to Laffemas, Marion has secured from the judge the life of her lover, and as she enters, bruised still from the judge's mauling, she says, "Sa lever est un feu rouge, et ma tout marquis." Suppose Mademoiselle Mars, who did not want to say, "Vous êtes mon lion, superbiet généreux," had had such a line as that to say, think what a struggle there would have been between her and the author. But Dorval found it easy enough, and she said the line with admirable expression. As for Bocage, the hatred, pride, and scorn which he displayed were truly superb. When not able to contain himself longer, he lets the secret escape, which until then had been gnawing his entrails as the fox the young Spartans, he exclaimed, "Marie, O Marion! Didier, soyez clément. Madame, on n'enter pas assez facilement. Les Bastilles d'etat sont nuit et jour gardes. Les portes sont de feu, les murs ont 20 caudis. Pourquoi devant vas par la porte s'ouvre ainsi? À qui vous êtes-vous prostitué? Didier, qui vous a dit? Personne, G divine. Didier, j'n jure ici par la bonté divine. 108 pour vous sauver, vous arracher d'ici. Pour fléchir les barreaux, pour vous sauver. Merci. Ah, quand soit jusque-là sans pudeur et sans aim. 100 est véritablement une honte, madame. O donc est, le marchand d'opprobre et de mépris. Qui si fait acte, martit à de tels prix. O donc est le geolier le juge, o donc est elham. Quegi le broi ici, quegi elecres, comme. Zazai. Il brise le portrait de Marion. Le juge, allez, messieurs, fates des lois. Et juges, que m'importe à moi, que le faux poids. Qui fate tauges, pencher votre balance infâme. Soit la tête d'un homme, o Eleanor d'une femme. I challenge anyone to find a more powerful or affecting passage in any language that has been written since the day when the lips of man uttered a first cry, a first complaint. Finally, Didier forgives Marion for being Marion, and for a moment, the redeemed courtesan again becomes the lover. It is then that she speaks these two charming lines, which were suppressed at the performance, and even, I believe, in the printed play. De l'autre Marion reine, en moi en est resté. Ton amour aima, refait une virginite. Then the executioner enters, the two young people walk to the scaffold, the wall falls, Richelieu passes through the breach in his litter, and Marion Delorme, laid on the ground, half fainting, recognizes Didier's executioner, rises, exclaiming with a gesture of menace and of despair. Regardez tous, voici l'homme rouge qui passe. It is 22 years ago since I meditated thus in the coupe of my diligence, going over in memory the whole play of Marion Delorme. After 22 years, I have just reread it in order to write this chapter. My appreciation of it has not changed. If anything, I think the drama even more beautiful now than I did then. Now, what was the reason that it was less successful than Hernani or than Lucrece Borgia? This is one of those mysteries which neither the Sibyl of Cumae nor the Pythoness of Delphi will ever explain, nor the soul of the earth, which speaks to M. Hennequin. Will I say it boldly, there is one thing of which I am as happy now as I was then. In reading that beautiful drama again, for each act of which I would give a year of my life, were it possible, I have felt a greater admiration for my dear Victor, a more fervent friendship towards him, and not one atom of envy. Only, I repeat at my desk in Brussels what I said in the Rouen diligence. Ah, if only I could write such lines as these, since I know so well how to construct a play. I reached Paris without having thought of anything else but Marion Delorme. I had completely forgotten Charles Roman 7. I went to pay my greetings to Bocage and Dorval the very evening of my arrival. They promised to act for me, and I took my place in the theatre. Exactly what I expected had happened to spoil the play, except for Bocage, who played Didier, Dorval, Marion, and Cherie Saverny. The rest of the play was ruined. The result, of course, was that all the marvelous poetry was extinguished, as a breath extinguishes the clearness of a mirror. I left the theatre with a heavy heart. Chapter 17. Collaboration. I had to let a few days go by before I had the courage to return to my own verses after having heard and reread those of Hugo. I felt inclined to do to Charles Roman 7 what Hale had asked me to do to Christine, to put it into prose. Finally, I gathered together some friends at my house and read them my new drama, but whether I read badly or whether they came to me with biased minds, the reading did not have the effect upon them that I expected. This want of success discouraged me. 2 days later, I had to read to Hale, who had already sent me my premium of 1,000 francs, and also to Georges, to whom the part of Berenger was allotted. I wrote to Hale not to count on the play, and I sent him back his 1,000 francs. I decided not to have my drama played. Hale believed neither in my abnegation nor in my honesty. He came rushing to me in alarm. I laid my reasons before him, taking as many pains to depreciate my work as another would have done to exalt his. But to everything I said Hale took exception, repeating, "It is not that, it is not that, it is not that." "What then is it?" I exclaimed. "The Theatre Franchise had offered you 5,000 francs premium." "Me." "I know it." "Me 5,000 francs premium." "I tell you I know it, and in proof." He drew 5 1,000-franc notes from his pocket. "The proof lies here in the 5,000 francs I bring you," and he held out the 5 notes to me. I took one of them. "All right," I said, "there is nothing to change in the program. I will read it the day after tomorrow. Only, tell Lacre to be at the reading." "Well, what about the remaining 4,000 francs?" "They do not belong to me, my dear fellow, therefore you must take them back." Harold scratched his ear and looked at me sideways. It was evident he did not understand. Poor Harold, how sharp he was. 2 days later, before Hale, Georges, Janin, and Lacre, I read the play with immense success. It was at once put in rehearsal and was to appear soon after a drama of Mirabeau, which was being studied. I would fain say what the drama of Mirabeau was like, but I cannot now remember. All I know is that the principal part was for Frederick, and that they thought a great deal of the work. Charles Roman 7 was distributed as follows: Savaisie, Ligier, Berenger, Georges, Jacob, Lacre, Charles Roman 7, de Lafosse, Agnes Sorel, Noblet. This business of the distribution done, I immediately turned to Richard. Its wholly modern coloring, political theme, vivid and rather coarse treatment was more in accord with my own age and special tastes than studies of the 15th and 16th centuries. Let me hasten to say that I was then not anything like as familiar with those periods as I am now. I wrote to Galbox that I was at his disposition if it pleased him to come, either next day to breakfast at my house, or at his own if he preferred. We had become neighbors. I had left my lodgings in the Rue de l'Université and had taken a 3rd floor in the Square d'Orléans, a very fine house just built in the Rue Saint-Lazare, 42, where several of my friends already lived: Zimmerman, Etienne Arago, Robert Fleury, and I believe Zimmerman and Robert Fleury still live there. He is dead, and Etienne Arago is in exile. Galbox, who lived at number 19 Rue Blanche, fixed a rendezvous there for 6 in the evening. We were to dine first and talk of Richard Darlington afterwards. I say talk because, at the time of reading, it was found that hardly anything had been written. However, Galbox had found several guideposts to serve as beacons for our 3 acts. There were preeminently traits of character to suit ambitious actors. One of the principal was where Dr. Gray recalls to Richard and Mowbray, when Richard is about to marry Jenny, the circumstances of the famous night which formed the subject of the prologue, relating how a carriage stopped at the door. "Had that carriage a coat of arms?" asked Richard. Another item, still more remarkable, was given me to make what I liked of it. The daughter of de Silva, Caroline, Richard's mother, has married a Lord Wilmer. It is his daughter who is to marry Richard, led away by the king determined to divorce Jenny. Only Caroline, who sees no more in Richard than an influential member of Parliament, one day destined to become a minister, demands an interview with Richard to reveal a great secret to him. The secret is the existence of a boy who was lost in the little village of Darlington, and who, being her son, has the right to her fortune. Richard listens with growing attention. Then, at one particular passage, Wilmer's recital coincides so remarkably with that of Mowbray as to leave no room for doubt in his mind. But instead of revealing himself, instead of flinging himself into the arms of the woman who confesses her shame and weeps, asking for her child back again, he gently disengages himself from her in order to say to himself in a whisper, "She is my mother," and to ask himself, still in a whisper, "Who can my father be?" Finally, Richard accepts the king's proposals. He must get rid of his wife, no matter at what price, even were it that of a crime. This is about as far as the work had progressed at our first talk with Galbox. I kept my word and brought the prologue entirely finished. I had done it exactly as Galbox had imagined it should be written. I had, therefore, but to take courage and to continue. While Galbox talked, my mind was gathering up all the threads he held, and like an active weaver, in less than an hour, I had almost entirely sketched out the plan on my canvas. I shared my mental travail with him, all unformed as it was. The divorce scene between Richard and his wife, in especial, delighted me immensely. A scene of Schiller had returned to my memory, a scene of marvelous beauty and vigor. I saw how I could apply the scene between Philip Roman II and Elizabeth to Richard and Jenny. I will give the two scenes in due course. All this preparatory work was settled between us. In addition to this, it was decided that Galbox and Budin should write the election scene together, for which I had not the necessary data, while Budin had been present at scenes of this nature in London. Then Galbox looked at me. "Only one thing troubles me now," he said. "Only one." "Yes, I see all the rest of the play, which cannot fail to turn out all right in your hands." "Then what is the thing that troubles you?" "The denouement." "Why the denouement? We have got that already." Mowbray comes forward as witness and says to Richard, who is about to sign, "You are my son, and I am the executioner." Richard falls to the ground, and a fit of apoplexy sends him to the devil, which is the right place for him. "No, that is not it at all," said Galbox, shaking his head. "What is it then?" "It is the way in which he gets rid of his wife." "Ah," I said, "and you have no idea how that is to be done." I had indeed some idea of making him put poison in her tea. It was now my turn to shake my head. The death of Jenny must be caused by something in the situation, an act of frenzy, not by premeditation. "Oh yes, I am well aware of that, but think of a dagger thrust. Richard is not an Antony, he does not carry daggers about in his coat pockets." "Then," said I, "he shall not stab her." "But if he does not poison her or stab her, what shall he do?" "Chuck her out of the window." "What?" I repeated my phrase. "I must have misunderstood you," said Galbox. "No." "But my dear friend, you must be out of your mind." "Leave it to me." "But it is impossible." I see the scene. Just when Richard thinks Jenny has been carried off by Thompson, he finds her hidden in the cupboard of the very room where they are going to sign the contract. At the same moment, he hears the steps of de Silva and his daughter on the staircase. In order not to be surprised with Jenny, there is but one way out of the difficulty, to throw her out of the window. So he throws her out of the window. I must confess you frighten me with your methods of procedure. In the second act, he breaks Jenny's head against the furniture. In the third act, he flings her out of the window. Oh, come, come. Listen, let me finish the thing as I like. Then, if it is absurd, we will alter it. Will you listen to reason? I set your mind at rest. When I am convinced, I will, if necessary, reconstruct the whole play from beginning to end. When will the first act be ready? What day of the week is this? Monday. Come and dine with me on Thursday, it will be done. But your rehearsals at the Odeon. The parts are being collated today. For a fortnight, they will read round a table or rehearse with the parts in their hands. By the end of the fortnight, Richard will be finished. Amen. Adieu. Are you going already? I must get to work. At what? Why, at Richard, of course. Do you think I have too much time? Our first act is not an easy one to begin. Don't forget the part of Thompson. You needn't be anxious, I have it. When we come to the scene where Mowbray kills him, we will give him a Shakespearean death. Mowbray kills him then? Yes, did I not tell you that? No. The deuce, does it displease you then that Mowbray kills Thompson? I not the slightest. You will leave it to me, Thompson. Certainly. Then he is a dead man, adieu. I ran off and got into bed. At that time I still maintained the habit of writing my dramas in bed. Whilst I wrote the first scene of the first act, Galbox and Buden did the election scene, a lively, animated scene full of character. When Galbox came to dine with me on the following Thursday, everything was ready and the two scenes could be fitted together. I then began on the second act, that is to say, upon the vital part of the drama. Richard's talent has caused him to reach the front rank of the opposition, and he refuses all offers made him by the ministers. But he is cleverly brought in contact with an unknown benefactor, who makes him such offers and promises that Richard sells his conscience to become the son-in-law of Lord Wilmer and to be a minister. It is in the second scene of that act that the divorce incident takes place between Richard and Jenny, which was imitated from Schiller. On the Tuesday following, we had a fresh meeting. All went swimmingly, except the scene between the king and Richard. I had completely failed in this, and so Galbox undertook to remold it, and he made it what it is, that is to say, one of the best and cleverest in the work. Here is the scene imitated from Schiller. Acti Roman 4, Scene Roman 9. Leroy, Genie me canise plus moi-même. Genie respect plus aucune voix, aucune loi de la nature, aucun droit des nations. La réunie, combien G plains votre majeste. Leroy me plainde, la pitié d'une impudique. L'infante, si jetant tout, effraie dans les bras de sa mère. Leroy est en colère, et ma mère chérie pleure. Leroy arrache l'infante des bras de sa mère. La réunie avec douceur et dignité mise une voix tremblante. G dois portant garantir cet infant des mauvais traitements, vins avec moi ma fille, elle la prend dans ses bras. Si le roi n'y veut pas y reconnaître, je ferai venir de l'autre côté des Pyrénées des producteurs pour défendre notre cause. Elle veut sortir. Le roi trouble, madame. La réunie, je n'y puis plus supporter, 100 es trop. Elle avance vers la porte, mais est évanouie et tombe avec l'infante. Le roi courant à elle avec effroi, Dieu, qu'est-ce donc? L'infante, avec des cris de frayeur, Hélas, ma mère saigne, elle s'enfuit en pleurant. Le roi avec anxiété, quel terrible accident, du sang, et je mérite que vous me punissez si cruellement, levez-vous, remettez-vous, on vient, levez-vous, on vous surprendra, levez-vous, faut-il que tout ma cœur si repaisse de si spectacle, faut-il donc vous prier de vous lever? Now to Richard. Richard wants to force Jenny to sign the act of divorce, and she refuses. Jenny, mais que voulez-vous donc, alors? Expliquez-vous clairement, car tantot je comprends trop, et tantot paraissez. Richard, pour vous et pour moi, me avoue un consentement mutual. Jenny, vous aimez donc cru bien lâche, que moi j'aille devant un juge, sans ouais être traîné par les cheveux, déclare de ma voix, signer de ma main que je n'y sois pas digne d'être à l'épouse de Sir Richard. Vous ne me connaissez donc pas, vous qui croyez que je n'y sois bon quoique soins d'un ménage de déni, que me croyez anéanti par l'absence, qui pensez que je pleurerai parce que vous appuierez le poing sur ma tête. dans le temps de mon bonheur, oui, cela aurait pu être, mais mes larmes ont retrempé mon cœur, mes nuits d'insomnie ont affermi mon courage, le malheur enfin est ma fate une volante. Si que j'y sois, je vous le dois, Richard, c'est votre faute, ni vous en prenez donc quoi vous, maintenant, voyons, à qui aura le plus de courage, du faible ou du fort. Sir Richard, je n'y veux pas. Richard, madame, jusqu'ici, je n'ai fait entendre que des paroles de conciliation. Jenny, essayez de voir recurs à daughters. Richard, marchant à elle, Jenny. Jenny, froidement, Richard. Richard, malheureux, savez-vous si dont j'y sois capable. Jenny, je le divine. Richard, et vous n'y tremblez pas. Jenny, voyez. Richard lui prenant les mains, femme. Jenny tombant à genoux de la secos, ah. Richard à genoux. Jenny les mains au ciel, mon Dieu ayez pitié de lui, elle s'y relève. Richard, ah c'est de vous qu'il a pitié, car j'aime vise. Adieu Jenny, demandez au ciel que si soit pour tauges. Jenny courant à lui, et lui jettant les bras auto adieu. Richard, Richard, n'y tien va pas. Richard, laissez-moi partir. Jenny, si tu savais comme je t'aime. Richard, prouvez-le-moi. Jenny, ma mère. Richard, voulez-vous? Jenny, tu me l'avais bien dit. Richard, un dernier mot. Jenny, ne le dis pas. Richard, consens-tu? Jenny, écoute-moi. Richard, consens-tu? Jenny, citate. 100 est bien, mais plus de messages plus de letters, que rien ne vous rappelle à moi, que je ne sache même pas que vous existez. Je vous laisse une jeune sans époux, une vieille sans enfant. Jenny, pas d'imprecations, pas d'imprecations. Richard, adieu. Jenny, vous n'y partez pas. Richard, damnation. Jenny, vous me tuerez plus tard. Richard, ah laissez-moi. Jenny, repoussée, va tomber la tête sur l'angle d'un meuble. Jenny, ah, elle s'y relève tout ensanglantie. Ah, Richard, elle chancelle en étendant les bras de son coat et retombe. Il faut que je vous aime bien, elle évanouit. Richard évanoui, blessé, du sang, malédiction, Jenny, il la porte sur un fauteuil, et si sang qui n'y s'arrête pas, il l'étanche avec son mouchoir. Je n'y puis cependant pas rester éternellement ice. Il s'y rapproche d'elle, Jenny finissons, je me retire, tu n'y veux pas répondre, adieu donc. There remained the last act. It was composed of 3 scenes. The first takes place in Richard's house in London, the second in a forest, the third in Jenny's chamber. My reader knows the engagement I had undertaken to have Jenny thrown out of the window. Very well, I boldly prepared myself to keep it, and I wrote the scene in my bed, as usual. This is the situation. Mowbray has killed Thompson, who carried Jenny off, and has brought her into the room where in the second act the scene between her and her husband took place. This room has only 2 doors, one leading to the stairs, the other into a cupboard, and one window, the view from which looks deep down into a precipice. Scarcely is Jenny left alone with her terror, for she has no doubt that it is her husband who has had her carried off, than she hears and recognizes Richard's step. Not able to flee, she takes refuge in the cabinet. Richard enters. Richard, arrive attempts, à peine si dois voir sur le marquis et sa famille une demi-heure d'avance. James, apportez des flambeaux, et tenez-vous à la porte pour conduire ici les personnes qui arriveront dans un instant, bien, à l'aise, Terence sans monte. Hewitt heureux, Thompson doit être maintenant à Douvres, et demain matin, il sera calé, Dieu le conduise. Voyons si rien en indique que cet appartement a été habité par une femme. Et percevant le chapeau et le châle que Jenny vient de déposer sur une chaise. La précaution en était pas inutile. Que faire de cela, j'en ai par la clef des armoires. Les jeter par la fenêtre, on les retrouvera demain, des lumières sur la haute de la Montagne, 100 est sans doubt le marquis, il est exact, mais audible mettre si chiffons, si cabinet, Jn retirerai la clef, il ouvre le cabinet. Jenny, ah. Richard la saisissant par le bras, qui est là. Jenny, moi, Richard, ni me fates point de mal. Richard elaterant sur le theatre. Jenny, mais c'est donc un démon qui me la jette à la face touts les fois que j'y crois itre de barras d'elle, que fates vous ice, qui vous y ramin, parles vite. Jenny, Maubrey. Richard, Maubrey, Taugers Maubrey, o iestil, que j'y m'avenge en fin sur un ham. Jenny, il est loin, bien loin, reparti pour Landers, grace pour lui. Richard, a bien. Jenny, il, a rit la voiture. Richard, après, ni voyez-vous pas que j'y brûle. Jenny, et moi, que j'y. Richard, après, vous dis-je. Jenny, ils s'y sont battus. Richard, et. Jenny, et Maubrey à tout Thompson. Richard, en feu, alors, il vous a ramené. Jenny, oui, pardon. Richard, Jenny, écoutez. Jenny, 100 est, le roulement d'une voiture. Richard, cette voiture. Jenny, a bien. Richard, elle amène ma femme et sa famille. Jenny, votre femme et sa famille, et moi, que suis-je donc? Richard, vous, Jenny, vous êtes mon mauvaise génie, vous êtes l'abîme au vent et singloutir toutes mes espérances, vous êtes le démon qui me pousse à l'échafaud, car j'y ferai un crime. Jenny, oh, mon Dieu. Richard, 100 est quil ni a plus, a reculer, voyez-vous. Vous n'avez pas voulu signer le divorce, vous n'avez pas voulu quitter l'Angleterre. Jenny, oh, maintenant, j'ai vu tout ce que vous voudrez. Richard, et maintenant, il est trop tard. Jenny, qu'allez-vous donc faire alors? Richard, Jenny sighs, mais prise Dieu. Jenny, Richard. Richard lui mettant la main sur la bouche. Silence, ni les entendez-vous pas, ils montent, ils vont trouver une femme ici. Here I stopped short. I had gone as far as I could go, but there was the question of keeping my promise to Gaubox. I leapt out of my bed. It is impossible, I cried out to myself, and Gaubox said, well, Richard is to be forced to take his wife and drag her towards the window. She will defend herself. The public will not bear the sight of that struggle, and it will be perfectly right. Besides, when he lifts her up over the balcony, Richard will give the spectators a view of his wife's legs. The spectators will laugh, which is much worse than if they hissed. Decidedly, I am a fool. There must be some way out of the difficulty, but it was not easy to find means. I racked my brains for a fortnight all in vain. Gaubox had no notion of the time it took me to compose the third act. He wrote me letter after letter. I did not wish to tell him the real cause of my delay. I made all sorts of excuses. I was busy with my rehearsals. I had gone to see my daughter at her nurse's house. I had a shooting party and all sorts of other things. All pretexts nearly as valid as those which Pierre Schlemihl gave in excuse for not having a shadow. Finally, one fine night, I woke up with a start, crying like Archimedes epsilon rho eta kappa alpha, and in the same costume as he, I ran, not through the streets of Syracuse, but into the corners and recesses of my bedroom to find a tinderbox. When the candles were lit, I got back into bed and took hold of my pencil and manuscript, shrugging my shoulders in disgust at myself. Good heavens, said I, it is as simple as Christopher Columbus's egg, only one must break the end off. The end was broken, there was no more difficulty, Jenny no longer would have to risk showing her ankles, and Richard would still throw his wife out of the window. Behold the mechanism thereof. After the words, Ils vont trouver une femme ici. Richard ran to the door, closed it, and double-locked it. Meanwhile, Jenny ran to the window and cried from the balcony, help, help. Richard followed her precipitately. Jenny fell on her knees. A noise was heard on the stairs. Richard closed the two shutters of the window on himself, shutting himself out with Jenny on the balcony. A cry was heard. Richard, pale and wiping his brow, reopened the two shutters with a blow of his fist. He was alone on the balcony. Jenny had disappeared. The trick was taken. By 8 o'clock next morning, I was writing the last line of the third act of Richard, and by 9 I was with Gaubox. By 10, he had acknowledged that the window was, indeed, Jenny's only way of exit. Book 4. Chapter 1. The feudal edifice and the industrial, the workmen of Lyon, M. Bouvier Dumollard, General Roget, discussion and signing of the tariff regulating the price of the workmanship of fabrics. The makers refused to submit to it, artificial prices for silk workers, insurrection of Lyon, 18 millions on the civil list, Timmins calculations, an unlucky saying of M. de Montalivet. During this time, 3 political events of the gravest importance took place. Lyon broke into insurrection. The civil list was debated. The chamber passed the law abolishing the heredity of the peerage. We will pass these 3 events in review as rapidly as possible, but we owe it to the scheme of these memoirs to make a note of the principal details. It must be clear that every time the country has been in trouble, we have listened to its cry. Let us begin with Lyon. Everybody knows Lyon, a poor, dirty town with a canopy of smoke and a jumble of wealth and misery, where people dare not drive through the streets in carriages, not for fear of running over the passengers, but for fear of being insulted, where for 40,000 unfortunate human beings, the 24 hours of the day contain 18 hours of work, noise, and agony. You remember Hugo's beautiful comparison in the 4th act of Hernani. Un edifice avec du hams au sommet. Du chefs, elus auxquels tout roigny si saumet. Un tresse qui commence. Seul débout au plus haut de la spirale immense. 501 foul, d'états et l'un sur l'autre étages. Etre la clef de voûte, et voir sous soi ranges. Les rois, et sur leurs fronts escarcés sandals. Voir au-dessous des rois, les maçons fidèles. Margraves, cardinaux, doges, ducs à fleurons. Puis évêques, abbes, chefs de clans, hauts barons. Puis clercs et soldats, puis loin du fait aux nous sommes. Dans l'ombre, tout au fond de l'abîme les hommes. Well, in comparison with this aristocratic pyramid, crowned by those 2 halves of God, the Pope and the Emperor, resplendent with gold and diamonds on every one of its stages, put the popular pyramid, by the aid of which we are going to try to make you understand what Lyon is like. And you will have, not an exact pendant to it, but on the contrary, a terrible contrast. So imagine a spiral composed of 3 stages. At the top, 800 manufacturers. In the middle, 10,000 foremen. At the base, supporting this immense weight which rests entirely on them, 40,000 workmen. Then buzzing, gleaning, picking about this spiral like hornets round a hive, are the commissionaires, the parasites of the manufacturers, and those who supply raw materials to the trade. Now, the commercial mechanism of this immense machine is easy to understand. These commissionaires live on the manufacturers live on the foremen live on the workpeople. Add to this the lionized industry, the only one by which these 50 to 60,000 souls live, attacked at all points by competition, England producing and striking a double blow at Lyon, first because she has ceased to supply herself from there, and secondly because she is producing on her own account, Zurich, Bâle, Cologne and Bern, all setting up looms and becoming rivals of the second town of France. 40 years ago, when the continental system of 1810 compelled the whole of France to supply itself from Lyon, the workman earned from 4 to 6 francs a day. Then he could easily provide for his wife and the numerous family which nearly always results from the improvidence of the working man. But since the fall of the empire, for the past 17 years wages have been on the decline, from 4 francs to 40 sous, then to 35, then to 30, then to 25. Finally, at the time we have now reached, the ordinary weaving operative only earns 18 sous per day for 18 hours' work. 1 son per hour, it is a starvation wage. The unfortunate workmen struggled in silence for a long time, trying, as each quarter came round, to move into smaller rooms, to more noxious quarters, trying, day by day, to economize something in the shape of their meals and those of their children. But at last, when they came face to face with the deadening effect of bad air and of starvation for want of bread, there went up from the Croix-Rousse appropriate names are they not? That is to say, from the working portion of the city, a great sob, like that which Dante heard when he was passing through the first circle of the Inferno. It was the cry of 100,000 sufferers. 2 men were in command at Lyon, one representing the civil power, the other the military, a prefect and a general. The prefect was called Bouvier Dumoulard. The general's name was Roget. The first, in his administrative capacity, came in contact with all classes of society and was able to study that dark and profound misery, a misery all the more terrible because no remedy could be found for it, and because it went on increasing every day. As for the general, since he knew his soldiers had 5 sous per day, and that each of them had a ration sufficiently ample for a connat, silkweaver, to feed his wife and children upon, he never troubled his head about anything else. The cry of misery of the poor famished creatures therefore affected the general and the prefect very differently. They made their separate inquiries as to the cause of this cry of misery. The workpeople demanded a tariff. General Roget called a business meeting and demanded repressive measures. M. Bouvier Dumoulard, on the contrary, seeing the tradespeople in council, asked them for an increase of salary. On 11 October, this council issued the following minute. As it is a matter of public notoriety that many of the manufacturers actually pay for their fabrics at too low a rate, it is advisable that a minimum tariff be fixed for the price of fabrics. Consequently, a meeting was held at the Hôtel de la Préfecture on 15 October. The tariff was discussed on both sides by 22 workmen appointed by their comrades and 22 manufacturers who were appointed by the Chamber of Commerce. That measure, presuming that it needed a precedent before it could be legalized, had been authorized in 1789 by the Constituent Assembly, in 1793 by the Convention, and finally in 1811 by the Empire. Nothing was settled at the first meeting. On 21 October, a new assembly was convoked at the same place and with the same object. The manufacturers were less pressing than the workmen. That is conceivable enough. They have to give and the workmen to receive. They have to lose and the workmen to gain. The manufacturers said that having been officially appointed, they could not bind their confreres. A third meeting was arranged to give them time to obtain a power of attorney. Meanwhile, workpeople died of hunger. This meeting was fixed for 25 October. The life or death of 40,000 operatives, that of their fathers and mothers, their wives and their children, the very existence of over 100,000 persons was to be discussed at that sitting. So the unusual, lamentable, and fearful spectacle was to be seen, at 10 in the morning, of this unfortunate people waiting outside in the Place de la Préfecture to hear their sentence. But there was not a single weapon to be seen among those thousands of supplicants. A weapon would have prevented them from joining their hands together, and they only wanted to pray. The prefect, terrified by that multitude, terrified of its very silence, came forward. Amongst all that 60 to 80,000 persons of all ages and of both sexes, there were nearly 30,000 men. "My good people," said the prefect to them, "I beg you to withdraw. It will be to your own interests to do so. If you stay there, the tariff will seem to have been imposed by your presence. Now, in order to be valid, the deliberations must be doubly free, free in reality and free in appearance." All these famished voices, with labored breathings, summoned strength to shout, "Vive le Préfet!" Then they humbly retired without complaint or comment. The tariff was signed. The result was an increase of 25%, not quite 5 sous per day. But 5 sous per day meant the lives of 2 children. So there was great joy throughout that poor multitude. The workmen illuminated their windows and sang and danced far into the night. Their joy was very innocent, but the manufacturers thought the songs were songs of triumph, and the Carmagnole dances meant a second 93, and they were made the means of refusing the tariff. A week had not gone before there were 10 or a dozen refusals to carry it out. The Trades Council censured those who refused. The manufacturers met and decided that instead of a partial refusal, they would all protest. And so 104 manufacturers protested, declaring that they did not think themselves compelled to come to the assistance of men who were bolstered up by artificial prices, des besoins factices. Artificial prices at 18 sous per day, what sybarites? The Prophet, who was a good-hearted fellow but vacillating, drew back before that protest. The Trades Council in turn drew back when they saw that the Prophet had given way. Both Trades Council and Prophet declared that the tariff was not at all obligatory, and that those of the manufacturers who wished to avoid the increase of wage imposed had the right to do it. 600 to 700 out of the 800 manufacturers took advantage of the permission. The unfortunate weavers then decided to go on strike for a week, during which time they walked the town as unarmed suppliants, making no demonstration beyond affectionate and grateful salutations to those of the manufacturers who were more humane than the others and had observed the tariff. This humble attitude only hardened the hearts of the manufacturers. One of them received a deputation of workmen with pistols on his table. Another, when the wretched men said to him, "For 2 days we have not had a morsel of bread in our stomachs," replied, "Well then, we must thrust bayonets into them." General Roget, also, who was ill and consequently in a bad temper, placarded the riot act. The Prophet realized all the evils that would accrue from putting such a measure into force and went to General Roget to try to get him to withdraw it. General Roget declined to receive him. There are strange cases of blindness, and military leaders are especially liable to such fits. 30,000 workpeople, unarmed, it is true, but one knows how rapidly 30,000 men can arm themselves, were moving about the streets of Lyon. General Roget had under his command only the 66th Regiment of the Line, 3 squadrons of dragoons, 1 battalion of the 13th and some companies of engineers, barely 3,000 soldiers in all. He persisted in his policy of provocation. It was 19 November. The general, under the pretext of a reception for General Ordemont, commanded a review on the Place Bellica to be held on the following day. It was difficult not to see an underlying menace in that order. Unfortunately, those threatened had begun to come to the end of their patience. What one of their number had said was no poetic metaphor. Many had not tasted food for 48 hours. 2 or 3 more days of patience on the part of the military authority, and they need have had no more fear. The people would be dead. On 21 November, it was a Monday, 400 silkworkers gathered at the Croix-Rousse. They proceeded to march, headed by their syndics, and with no other arms but sticks. They realized things had come to a crisis, and they resolved to go from workshop to workshop, and to persuade their comrades to come out on strike with them until the tariff should be adopted in a serious and definitive manner. Suddenly, as they turned the corner of a street, they found themselves face to face with 60 or so of the National Guard on patrol. An officer, carried away by a warlike impulse, shouted when he saw them, "Lads, let us sweep away all that canaille." And drawing his sword, he sprang upon the workmen, the 60 National Guards following him with fixed bayonets. 25 of the 60 National Guards were disarmed in a trice. The rest took to flight. Then, satisfied with their first victory, without changing the wholly peaceful nature of their demonstration, the workmen took each other's arms again and, marching 4 abreast, began to descend what is known as La Grande Côte. But the fugitives had given the alarm. A column of the National Guard of the 1st Legion, entirely composed of manufacturers, took up arms in hot haste and advanced resolutely to encounter the workmen. These were 2 clouds, charged with electricity, hurled against each other by contrary currents, and the collision meant lightning. The column of the National Guard fired, 8 workmen fell. After that, it was a species of extermination. Blood had flowed. At Paris in 1830, the people had fought for an idea, and they had fought well. At Lyon in 1831, they were going to fight for bread, and they would fight better still. A terrible, formidable, great cry went up throughout the whole of the labor quarter of the city. "To arms, they are murdering our brothers." Then anger set that vast hive buzzing which hunger had turned dumb. Each household turned into the streets every man that it contained old enough to fight. All had arms of one sort or another. One had a stick, another a fork, some had guns. In the twinkling of an eye, barricades were constructed by the women and children. A group of insurgents, amidst loud cheers, carried off 2 pieces of cannon belonging to the National Guard of the Croix-Rousse. The National Guard not only let the cannon be taken, but actually offered them. If it did not pursue the operatives into their entrenchments, it would remain neutral. but if the barricades were attacked, it would defend them with guns and cartridge. Next evening, 40,000 men were armed ready, hugging the banners which bore these words, the most ominous, probably, ever traced by the bloody hand of civil war. Vivre en travaillant. Oh, mourir en combattant. They killed each other through the whole of the night of the 21st and the whole day of the 22nd. Oh, how fiercely do compatriots, fellow citizens and brothers kill one another. 50 years hence civil war will be the only warfare possible. By 7 o'clock at night all was over, and the troops beat a retreat before the people, vanquished at every point. At midnight General Roget, lifted up bodily on horseback, where he shook with fever, left the town, which he found impossible to hold any longer. He withdrew by way of the Faubourg Saint-Clair, under a canopy of fire, through a hail of bullets. The smell of powder revived the strength of the old soldier. He sat up on his horse and rose in his stirrups. "Ah," he said, "now I can breathe once more. I feel better here than in the Hôtel de Ville drawing-rooms." Meantime, the people were knocking at the doors of that same Hôtel de Ville, which the Prefet and members of the municipality had abandoned. When at the Hôtel de Ville, that palace of the people felt they were the masters. But they scarcely realized this before they were afraid of their power. This power was deputed to 8 persons: La Chapelle, Frédéric, Charpentier, Perronin, Rosset, Garnier, Dervier, and Filial. The 3 first were workmen whose only thought was to maintain the tariff. The 5 others were republicans who thought of political questions and not merely of pecuniary. The next day after that, on which the 8 delegates of the people had established a provisional administration, the provisional administrators were at the point of killing one another. Some wanted boldly to follow the path of insurrection, others wanted to join the party of civil authority. The latter carried the day, and M. Bouvier Dumoulin was reinstalled. On 3 December, at noon, the Prince Royal and Marechal Soult took possession once more of the second capital of the kingdom, and re-entered with drums beating and torches lit. The workpeople were disarmed and fell back to confront their necessities and the besoins factices they had created, at 18 sous per diem. The National Guard was disbanded, and the town placed in a state of siege. M. Bouvier Dumoulin was dismissed. What was the king doing during this time? His ministers, at his dictation, were preparing a minute in which he asked the chamber for 18 million francs for the civil list, 1,500,000 francs per month, 50,000 francs per day, without reckoning his private income of 5 millions and 2 or 3 millions in dividends from special investments. M. Laffitte had already, a year before, submitted to the Committee of the Budget a minute proposing to fix the king's civil list at 18 million francs. The committee had read the minute, and this degree of justice should be given to it. It had been afraid to bring it forward. Even that minute had left a very bad impression, so disturbing that it had been agreed between the minister and the king that the king should write a confidential letter to the minister, saying he had never thought of so high a sum as 18 millions, and that the demand should be attributed to 2 hasty courtiers, whose devotion compromised the royal power they thought to serve. That confidential letter had been shown in confidence and had produced an excellent effect. But when it was learnt at court that the revolt at Lyon was not political, and that the Connaughts were only rising because they could not live on 18 sous per 24 hours, it was deemed that the right moment had come to give the king his 50,000 francs per day. They asked for one single man that which, 120 leagues away, was sufficient to keep 54,000 men. It was 37 times more than Bonaparte had asked as first consul, and 148 times more than the President of the United States handled. The time was all the more ill-chosen in that, on 1 January 1832, we are anticipating events by 3 months. The Board of Charity of the 12th Arrondissement published the following circular. 24,000 persons are inscribed on the registers of the 12th Arrondissement of Paris as in need of food and clothing. Many are asking for a few trusses of straw on which to sleep. True, the request for 18 millions of civil list was stated to be for royal necessities. People's necessities differ. Thus, whilst 5,000 or 6,000 wretched people of the 12th Arrondissement were asking for a few trusses of straw on which to sleep, the king was in need of 48,000 francs for the medicaments necessary to his health. The king was in need of 3,773,500 francs for his personal service. The king was in need of 1,200,000 francs to provide fuel for the kitchen fires of the royal household. It must be admitted that these were a fair number of remedies for a king whose health had become proverbial, and who knew enough about medicine to pass a doctor's degree in his ordinary indispositions. It was a great luxury for a king who had suppressed the offices of chief equerry, master of the hounds, master of ceremonies, and all the great state expenses, and who had set forth the program, new to France, of a small court half bourgeois and half military. Also, it was a good deal of wood, and coal too. Allow a king who possessed the finest forests in the state, either by right of inheritance or as appanage. True, it was calculated that the sale of wood annually made by the king, which would be sufficient to warm a tenth part of France, was not sufficient to warm the underground kitchen fires of the Palais Royal. People calculated differently. It was the time of calculations. There was, at that period, a great calculator since dead, called Timon the misanthrope. Ah, if only he was still alive. He reckoned that 18 millions of civil list amounted to the 50th part of the budget of France. The contribution of 3 of our most densely populated departments, Seine, Seine-Inférieure and Nord, the land tax paid to the state by 18 other departments, 4 times more than flowed into the state coffers from Calais, Boulonnais, Artois, and their 640,000 inhabitants, by way of contributions of every kind in a year, 3 times more than the salt tax brought in, twice more than the government winnings from its lottery, half what the monopoly of the sale of tobacco produced, half what is annually granted for the upkeep of our bridges, roads, harbors, and canals, an expenditure which gives work to over 15,000 persons, 9 times more than the whole budget for public education, including its support, subsidies, national scholarships, double. The cost of the Foreign Office, which pays 30 ambassadors and ministers plenipotentiary, 50 secretaries to the embassies and legations, 150 consuls general, consuls, vice-consuls, dragomans, and consular agents, 90 head clerks and office clerks, underclerks, employees, copyists, translators, and servants, the pay of an army of 55,000 men, officers of all ranks, non-commissioned officers, corporals, and soldiers, a third more than the cost of the whole staff of the administration of justice. Note that in saying that justice is paid for, we do not mean to say that it ought to be given up. In short, a sum sufficient to provide work for a whole year to 61,643 workmen belonging to the country. Although the bourgeoisie were so enthusiastic over their king, this calculation none the less made them reflect. Then, as if it seemed that every misfortune were to be piled up, because of that fatal civil list of 1832, M. de Montalivet must needs take upon himself to find good reasons for making the contributors support the budget, by saying in the open chamber, "If luxury is banished from the king's palace, it will soon be banished from the homes of his subjects." At these words, there was a prompt and loud explosion, as though the powder magazine at Grenelle had been set on fire. "Men who make kings are not the subjects of the kings they create," exclaims M. Marchal. "There are no more subjects in France." "There is a king, nevertheless," insinuates M. Dupin, who held a salary direct from that king. "There are no more subjects," repeats M. Leclerc-Clazel. "Order, order, order." "I do not understand the importance of the interruption," replies M. de Montalivet. "It is an insult to the chamber," cries M. Laboissière. "Order, order, order." The president rings his bell. "Order, order, order." The president puts his hat on. "Order, order, order." The president breaks up the sitting. The deputies go out, crying, "Order, order, order." The whole thing was more serious than one would have supposed at the first glance. It was a slur on the bourgeois reputation which had made Louis-Philippe King of France. On the same day, under the presidency of Odelin Barrett, 167 members of the chamber signed a protest against the word subject. The civil list was reduced to 14 millions. A settlement was made on the Queen in case of the decease of the king. An annual allowance of 1,000,000 francs was granted to M. le Duc d'Orléans. This was a triumph, but a humiliating triumph. The debates of the chamber upon the word subject, M. de Cour's letters, heavens, what were we going to do? We were confusing Timon the misanthrope with M. de Cormenin, the letters of Timon, Dupont de Elura's condemnation, the jests of the Republican papers, all these had in an important degree taken the place of the voice of the slave of old who cried behind the triumphant emperors, Caesar, remember that thou art mortal. At the same time a voice cried, Peerage, remember that thou art mortal. It was the voice of the monitor proclaiming the abolition of heredity in the peerage. Chapter 2. Death of Mirabeau, the accessories of Charles Roman VII. A shooting party, Montereau, a temptation I cannot resist, critical position in which my shooting companions and I find ourselves. We introduce ourselves into an empty house by breaking into it at night. Inspection of the premises, improvised supper. As one makes one's bed, so one lies on it. I go to see the dawn rise, fowl and duck shooting, preparations for breakfast, mother gallop. It will be seen, the times were not at all encouraging for literature, but there was through that highly strung period such a vital turgescence that enough force remained in the youth of the day, who had just been making a political disturbance on the Boulevard Saint-Denis or the Place Vendôme, to create a literary disturbance at the theatre, Porte Saint-Martin or the Odeon. I think I have said that Mirabeau had been played and had passed like a shadow without even being able, when dying, to bequeath the name of its author to the public. The company of the Odeon, therefore, was entirely at the disposal of Charles Roman VII. Whether Hale had returned to my opinion that the play would not make money, or whether he had a fit of niggardliness, a rare happening, I must confess, when Mademoiselle Georges was taking part in a play, he would not risk any expense, not even to the extent of the stag that kills Raymond in the first act, not even for the armor which clothes Charles Roman VII in the fourth. The result was that I was obliged to go to Raincy myself to kill a stag, and to get it stuffed at my own expense. Then I had to go and borrow a complete set of armor from the Artillery Museum, which they obligingly lent me in remembrance of the service that I had rendered their establishment on 29 July 1830, by saving a portion of the armor of Francis I. However, the rehearsals proceeded with such energy that, on 5 September, the opening day of the shooting season having arrived, I had no hesitation about leaving Charles Roman VII. To the strength of the impetus that I had given it, and as M. Etienne would say, I went to woo Diana at the expense of the muses. True, our muses, if the illustrious academician is to be believed, were but sorry ones. I had decided to undertake this synergetic jollification because of an unlimited permission from Bixio. That permission had been given to us by our common friend Dupont Delport, who, by virtue of our discretionary powers, we had just made sub-lieutenant in the army, together with a delightful lad called Vaillant, who, with Louis Desnoyers, managed a paper called the Journal Rose, and also the son of Mademoiselle Duchess Noir, who, I believe, died bravely in Algeria. As to Vaillant, I know not what became of him, or whether he followed up his military career. But if he be still living, no matter where he may be, I offer him greeting, although a quarter of a century has rolled by. Now this permission was indeed calculated to tempt a sportsman. Dupont Delport introduced us to his father and begged him to place his chateau and estates at our disposition. The chateau was situated 3/4 of a league from Montigny, a little village which itself was 3 leagues from Montereau. We left by diligence at 6 o'clock on the morning of 4 September, and we reached Montereau about 4 in the afternoon. I was not yet acquainted with Montereau, doubly interesting, historically, by reason of the assassination of the Duke of Burgundy Jean Sanspour, and from the victory which, in the desperate struggle of 1814, Napoleon won there over the Austrians and the Württembergers. Our caravan was made up of Viardot, author of the Histoire des Arabes en Espagne, and later, husband of that adorable and all-round actress called Pauline Garcia, of Bessès-Lamgy, then deputy mayor of the 10th arrondissement, of Bixio and of Louis Boulanger. Whilst Bixio, who knew the town, went in search of a carriage to take us to Montigny, Boulanger, Bessès-Lamgy, Viardot, and I set to work to turn over the 2 important pages of history embedded in the little town, written 4 centuries ago. The position of the bridge perfectly explained the scene of the assassination of the Duke of Burgundy. Boulanger drew for me on the spot a rough sketch, which served me later in my romance of Isabeau de Bavière and in my legend of the Sire de Giac. Then we went to see the sword of the terrible Duke, which hung in the crypt of the church. If one formed an idea of the man, by the sword one would be greatly deceived. Imagine the ball swords of Francis Roman II or of Henry Roman III. When we had visited the church, we had finished with the memories of 1417, and we passed on to those of 1814. We rapidly climbed the ascent of Seville and found ourselves on the plateau where Napoleon, once more an artilleryman, thundered, with pieces of cannon directed by himself, against the Württembergers fighting in the town. It was there that, in getting off his horse and whipping his boot with his horsewhip, he uttered this remarkable sentence, an appeal from imperial doubt to republican genius. Come, Bonaparte, let us save Napoleon. Napoleon was victor, but was not saved. The modern Sisyphus had the rock of the whole of Europe incessantly falling back upon him. It was 5 o'clock. We had 3 long leagues of country to cover, 3 leagues of country, no matter in what department, were it even in that of Seine-et-Marne, always means 5 leagues of posting. Now, 5 leagues of posting in a country stage wagon is at least a 4 hours' journey. We should only arrive at M. Dupont-Delport's house, whom not one of us knew, at 9 or 9:30 at night. Was he a loving enough father to forgive us such an invasion, planting ourselves on him at unawares? Bixio replied that, with the son's letter, we were sure to be made welcome by the father, no matter at what hour of the day or night we knocked at his door. We started in that belief, ourselves and our dogs all heaped together in the famous stage wagon in question, which very soon gave us a sample of its powers by taking an hour and a quarter to drive the first league. We were just entering upon the second when, in passing by a field of lucerne, I was seized with the temptation to go into it with the dog of one of my fellow sportsmen. I do not know by what misfortune I had not my own. My companions sang out to me that shooting had not yet begun, but my sole reply was that that was but one reason more for finding game there. And I added that, if I succeeded in killing a brace of partridges or a hare, it would add some sauce to the supper which M. Dupont-Delport would be obliged to give us. This argument won over my companions. The wagon was stopped. I took Viardot's dog and entered the field of lucerne. If any sort of gamekeeper appeared, the wagon was to proceed on its way, and I undertook to outdistance the above-mentioned gamekeeper. Those who knew my style of walking had no uneasiness on this score. The journey I made there and back from Crepy to Paris, shooting by the way with my friend Palet, will be recalled to mind. Scarcely had I taken 20 steps in the field of lucerne before a great leveret, 3/4 face, started under the dog's nose. It goes without saying that that leveret was killed. As no gamekeeper had appeared on the scene at the noise of my firing, I took my leveret by its hind legs and quietly remounted the stage wagon. What a fine thing is success! Everybody congratulated me, even the most timorous. 3/4 of a league farther on was a second field of lucerne, a fresh temptation, fresh argument, and fresh yielding. At the very entrance into the field, the dog came across game and stopped, pointing. A covey of a dozen or so of partridges started up. I fired my first shot into the very middle of the covey, 2 fell, and a 3rd fell down at my second shot. This would make us a roast which, if not quite sufficient, would at least be presentable. Again, I climbed into the coach in the midst of the cheering of the travelers. You will see directly that these details, trivial as they may appear at the first glance, are not without their importance. I had a good mind to continue a hunt which seemed like becoming the parallel to the miraculous draught of fishes, but night was falling, and compelled me to content myself with my leveret and 3 partridges. We drove on for another couple of hours, until we found ourselves opposite a perfectly black mass. This was the chateau of M. Dupont-Delport. "Ah," said the driver, "here we are." "What, have we arrived?" "Yes. Is this the Chateau d'Escligny?" "That is the Chateau d'Escligny." We looked at one another. "But everybody is asleep," said Bessers. "We will create a revolution," added Viardot. "Messieurs," suggested Boulanger, "I think we should do well to sleep in the carriage, and only present ourselves tomorrow morning." "Why, M. Dupont-Delport would never forgive us," said Bixio, and jumping down from the carriage, he resolutely advanced towards the door and rang. Meanwhile the driver, who was paid in advance, and who had shuddered at Boulanger's suggestion of using his stage wagon for a tent, quietly turned his horse's head towards Montigny and suddenly departed at a trot, which proved that his horse felt much relieved at getting rid of his load. For a moment we thought of stopping him, but before the debate that began upon this question was ended, driver, horse and vehicle had disappeared in the darkness. Our boats were burned behind us. The situation became all the more precarious in that Bixio had rung, knocked, flung stones at the door, all in vain, for nobody answered. A terrifying idea began to pass through our minds. The chateau, instead of containing sleeping people, seemed to contain nobody at all. This was a melancholy prospect for travelers, not one of whom knew the country, and all of whom had the appetites of shipwrecked men. Bixio ceased ringing, ceased knocking, ceased throwing stones. The assault had lasted a quarter of an hour and had not produced any effect. It was evident that the chateau was deserted. We put our heads together in council, and each advanced his own view. Bixio persisted in his of entering, even if it meant scaling the walls. He answered for M. Dupont Delport's approval of everything he did. "Look here," I said to him, "will you take the responsibility on yourself?" "Entirely." "Will you guarantee us, if not judicial impunity, at all events civil absolution?" "Yes." "Very well, will somebody light a bit of paper to give me light?" A smoker, alas, from about that period there were smokers to be found everywhere, drew a match-box from his pocket, twisted up half a newspaper, and lighted me with his improvised beacon. In a trice I had pulled off the lock, by the help of my screwdriver. The door opened by itself when the lock was off. We found ourselves inside the park. Before going farther, we thought we ought to put back the lock in its place. Then, feeling our way through the tortuous walks, we attained the main entrance. By chance the emigrants, probably counting on the first door to be a sufficient obstacle, had not shut that of the chateau. So we entered the chateau and wandered about among the salons, bedrooms, and kitchens. Everywhere we found traces of a hasty departure, and that it had been incomplete owing to the haste with which it had been undertaken. In the kitchen, the turnspit was in position, and there were 2 or 3 saucepans and a stove. In the dining room were a dozen chairs and a table. 18 mattresses were in the linen room, and in the cupboard of one room 30 pots of jam. Each fresh discovery led to shouts of joy equal to those uttered by Robinson Crusoe on his various visits to the wrecked vessel. We had the wherewithal to cook a meal, to sit down and to sleep. Furthermore, there were 30 pots of jam for our dessert. It is true we had nothing for our supper, but at that moment I drew my hare and the partridges from my pocket, announcing that I was prepared to skin the hare if the others would pluck the partridges. When hare and partridges were skinned and plucked, I undertook to put them all in the spit. We only wanted bread. Here Boulanger came on the scene with a shout of joy. In order to draw the view of the bridge of Montereau, or rather, in order to rub out the incorrect lines in his sketch, he had sent an urchin to fetch some crumbly bread. The lad had brought him a 2-pound loaf. The loaf had been stuffed into someone or other's game bag. We searched all the game bags, and the loaf of bread was found in Besseslamge's bag. At this sight, we all echoed Boulanger's shout of joy. The 2 pounds of bread were placed under an honorable embargo, but for greater security, Bixio put in his pocket the key of the sideboard in which the bread was enclosed. After this, I began to skin my hare, and my scullion knaves began to pluck the partridges. Besseslamge, who had announced that he had no culinary proclivities, was sent with a lantern to find any available kind of fuel. He brought back 2 logs, stating that the wood-house was abundantly stocked, and that consequently we need not be afraid of making a good fire. The hearthplace flamed with joy after this assurance. In a kitchen table drawer we found a few old iron forks. We were not so particular as to insist upon silver ones. The table was laid as daintily as possible. We each had our knife, and what was more, a flask full of wine or brandy or kirsch. I, who drink but little wine, and am not fond of either brandy or kirsch, had gooseberry syrup. I was therefore the only one who could not contribute to the general stock of beverages, but they forgave me in virtue of the talents I showed as cook. They saw clearly that I was a man of resource, and they praised my adroitness in killing the game and my skill in roasting it. It was nearly 1 in the morning when we lay down in our clothes on the mattresses. The Spartans took only 1 mattress, the Sybarites took 2. I was the first to wake when it was scarcely daylight. In the few moments that elapsed between the extinction of the light and the coming of sleep, I had reflected about the future and promised myself as soon as I waked to look about for a village or hamlet where we could supply ourselves with provisions. Therefore, like Lady Malbrook, I climbed up as high as I could get, not, however, to a tower, but to the attics. A belfry tower was just visible in the distance, through the trees, probably belonging to the village of Montigny. The distance at which it was situated inspired me with extremely sad reflections, but just then, dropping my eyes melancholy-wise towards the earth, I saw a fowl picking about in a pathway. Then, in another path, another fowl, then a duck dabbling in a kind of pond. It was evident that this was the rearguard of a poultry yard which had escaped death by some intelligent subterfuge. I went downstairs into the kitchen, got my gun, put 2 charges of cartridges in my pocket, and ran out into the garden. 3 shots gave me possession of the duck and fowls, and we had food for breakfast. Furthermore, we would dispatch 2 of our party to a village for eggs and bread, wine and butter. At the sound of my 3 shots, the windows opened, and I saw a row of heads appear which looked like so many notes of interrogation. I showed my 2 fowls in one hand and my duck in the other. The result was immediate. At the sight of my simple gesture, shouts of admiration rose from the spectators. At supper the night before, we had roast meats. At breakfast, we were going to have both roast and stew. I thought I would stew the duck with turnips, as it seemed of a ripe age. Enthusiasm produces great devotion. When I suggested drawing lots as to who should go to the village of Montigny to find butter, eggs, bread, and wine, 2 men of goodwill volunteered from the ranks. These were Boulanger and Bixio, who, not being either shooters or cooks, desired to make themselves useful to society according to their limited means. Their services were accepted. An old basket was discovered, the bottom of which was made strong with twine. Bixio set the example of humility by taking the empty basket. Boulanger undertook to carry back the full basket. I set the rest of my people to work to pluck the fowls and the duck, and I undertook a voyage of discovery. It was impossible that a chateau so well provisioned, even in the absence of its owners, should not include among its appurtenances an orchard and a kitchen garden. It was necessary to discover both. I was without a compass, but by the aid of the rising sun, I could make out the south from the north. Therefore, the orchard and the kitchen garden would, naturally, be situated to the south of the park. When I had gone about 100 yards, I was walking about among quantities of fruit and vegetables. I had but to make my choice. Carrots and turnips and salads for vegetables, pears, apples, currants for fruit. I returned loaded with a double harvest. Besses Lamegi, who saw me coming from afar, took me for Vertumnus, the god of gardens. 10 minutes later, the god of gardens had made room for the god of cooking. An apron found by Viardot round my body, a paper cap constructed by Besses on my head, I looked like Cornus or Vatel. I possessed a great advantage over the latter in that, not expecting any fish, I did not inflict on myself the punishment of severing my carotid artery because the fishmonger was late. To conclude, my scullion lads had not lost any time. The fowls and the duck were plucked, and a brazier of Homeric proportions blazed in the fireplace. Suddenly, just at the moment when I was spitting my 2 fowls, loud cries were heard in the courtyard, then in the antechamber, then on the stairs, and a furious old woman, bonnetless and thoroughly scared, ran into the kitchen. It was Mother Gallop. Chapter 3. Who Mother Gallop was, why M. Dupont Delport was absent, how I quarrelled with Viardot, Rabelais' quarter of an hour, Providence No. 1, the punishment of Tantalus, a waiter who had not read Socrates, Providence No. 2, a breakfast for 4, return to Paris. Mother Gallop was M. Dupont Delport's kitchen maid. She was specially employed to go errands between the chateau and the village, and they called her Mother Gallop because of the proverbial rapidity with which she accomplished this kind of commission. I never knew her other name, and never had the curiosity to inquire what it was. Mother Gallop had seen a column of smoke coming out of the chimney, in comparison with which the column that led the children of Israel in the desert was but as a vapor, and she had come at a run, never doubting that her master's chateau was invaded by a band of incendiaries. Great was her astonishment when she saw a cook and 2 or 3 kitchen lads spitting and plucking chickens. She naturally asked us who we were and what we were doing in her kitchen. We replied that M. Dupont Delport's son, being on the eve of marrying and intending to celebrate his nuptials at the chateau, had sent us on in advance to take possession of the culinary departments. She could believe what she liked of the story. My opinion is that she did not believe very much of it, but what did that matter to us? She was not able to prevent us. We could, indeed, have shown her Dupont Delport's letter, but two reasons prevented us from doing so. In the first place, because Bixio had it in his pocket and had carried it off to the market. Secondly, because Mother Gallop did not know how to read. We in our turn interrogated Mother Gallop, with all the tact of which we were capable, concerning the absence of all the family and the desertion of the chateau. M. Dupont Delport Sr. had been appointed Prefect of Seine Inférieure, and he had moved house rapidly a week ago, leaving his chateau and what remained therein under the surveillance of Mother Gallop. As has been seen, Mother Gallop fulfilled her orders scrupulously. The arrival of Mother Gallop had its good side as well as its bad. It was a censorship, but at the same time, it meant a housekeeper for us. The upshot of it was that, in consideration of a 5-franc piece, which was generously granted her by myself, we had both plates and serviettes at our déjeuner. Bixio and Boulanger arrived as the fowls were accomplishing their final turn on the spit, and as Mother Gallop was serving up the stewed duck. An omelette of 24 eggs completed the meal. Then, admirably fortified, we set off on our shooting expedition. We had not fired 4 shots before we saw the gamekeeper running up in hot haste. This was just what we hoped would happen. He could read. He accepted our sub-lieutenant's letter as bona fide, undertook to take us all over the estate, and to reassure Mother Gallop, whom our metamorphoses from cooks to sportsmen had inspired with various fresh fears in addition to those which had troubled her at first and which had never been entirely allayed. A sportsman minus a dog, it will be recollected that this was my social position, is a very disagreeable being, seeing that, if he wants to kill anything, he must be a Pollux or a Pylades or a Pythias to some shooter who has a dog. I began by giving the dubious advantage of my proximity to Besses Lamegi, the shooting companion with whom I was the most intimately connected. Unluckily, Besses had a new dog which was making its first debut, and which was in its first season. Generally, dogs, ordinary ones at least, hunt with their noses down and their tails in the air. Besses's dog had adopted the opposite system. The result was that he looked as though he had come from between the legs of a riding master and not from the hands of a keeper, to such an extent that, at the end of an hour's time, I advised Besses to saddle his dog or harness him, but not to shoot with him any more. Viardot, on the other hand, had a delightful little bitch who pointed under the muzzle of the gun, standing like a stock and returning at the first call of the whistle. I abandoned Besses and began to play with Viardot, whom I knew least, the scene between Don Juan and M. Dimanche. In the very middle of the scene, a covey of partridges started up. Viardot fired 2 shots after them and killed 1. I did the same, only I killed 2. We continued to shoot and to kill in this proportion, but soon I made a mistake. A hare started in front of Viardot's dog. I ought to have given him time to fire his 2 shots and not to have fired until he had missed. I drew first, and the hare rolled over before Viardot had had time to put his gun to his shoulder. Viardot looked askance at me, and with good reason. We entered a field of clover. I fired my 2 shots at a couple of partridges, both of which fell disabled. The services of a dog were absolutely necessary. I called Viardot's, but Viardot also called her, and Diane, like a well-trained animal, followed her master and took no notice of me and my 2 partridges. No one is so ready to risk his soul being sent to perdition as a sportsman who loses a head of game, with still greater reason when he loses 2. I called the dog belonging to Besses Lamegi, and Romeo came. That was his name, and no doubt it was given him because he held his head up, searching for his Juliet on every balcony. Romeo then came, pawed, pranced about and jumped, but did not deign for an instant to trouble himself about my 2 partridges. I swore by all the saints of paradise, my 2 partridges were lost, and I had fallen out with Viardot. Viardot indeed left us next day, pretending he had an appointment to keep in Paris which he had forgotten. I have never had the chance of making it up with him since that day, and 20 years have now passed by. Therefore, as he is a charming person with whom I do not wish any longer to remain estranged, I here tender him my very humble apologies and my very sincere regards. Next day it was Bessers who left us. He had no need to search for an excuse. His dog provided him with a most plausible one. I again advised him to have Romeo trained for the next steeplechase and to bet on him at Croix de Berny, but to renounce working him as a shooting dog. I do not know if he took my advice. I remained the only shooter, and consequently the only purveyor to the party, which did me the justice to say that, if they ran any risk of dying of hunger, it would not be at the Chateau d'Escligny. But it was at Montereau that this misfortune nearly happened to us all. We had settled up our accounts with Mother Gallop. We had liquidated our debt with the gamekeeper. We had paid the peasants the 1,001 contributions which they levy on the innocent sportsman for a dog having crossed a potato field or for a hare which has spoiled a patch of beetroot. We had returned to Montereau. Here we had supped abundantly. Finally, we had slept soundly in excellent beds, when next day, in making up our accounts, we perceived that we were 15 francs short, even if the waiter was not tipped, to be even with our host. Great was our consternation when this deficit was realized. Not one of us had a watch, or possessed the smallest pin, or could lay hands on the most ordinary bit of jewelry. We gazed at one another dumbfounded. Each of us knew well that he had come to the end of his own resources, but he had reckoned upon his neighbor. The waiter came to bring us the bill and wandered about the room expecting his money. We withdrew to the balcony as though to take the air. We were stopping at the Grand Monarch. A magnificent signboard represented a huge red head surmounted by a turban. We had not even the chance, seized by Gerard at Montmorency, of proposing to our host to paint a sign for him. I was on the point of frankly confessing our embarrassment to the hotel-keeper and of offering him my rifle as a deposit, when Bixio, whose eyes were mechanically scanning the opposite house, uttered a cry. He had just read these words, above 3 hoops from which dangled wooden candles. Car dealer in groceries. In desperate situations, everything may be of importance. We crowded round Bixio, asking him what was the matter with him. Listen, he said, I do not wish to raise false hopes, but I was at school with a car who came from Montereau. If, by good fortune, the car of that sign happens to be the same as my car, I shall not hesitate to ask him to lend me the 15 francs we need. Whilst you are about it, I said to Bixio, ask him for 30. Why 30? I presume you have not reckoned that we must go on foot. Ah, good gracious, that is true. Here goes for 30 then. Gentlemen, pray that he may be my car, I will go and see. Bixio went downstairs, and we stayed behind upon the balcony, full of anxiety, the waiter still hanging round. Bixio went out of the hotel, passed 2 or 3 times up and down in front of the shop unostentatiously, then suddenly he rushed into it, and through the transparent window panes we saw him clasp a fat youth in his arms, who wore a round jacket and an otter-skin cap. The sight was so touching that tears came into our eyes. Then we saw no more. The 2 old schoolfellows disappeared into the back of the shop. 10 minutes later both came out of the shop, crossed the street, and entered the hotel. It was evident that Bixio had succeeded in his borrowing. Otherwise, had he been refused, we presumed that the Rothschild of Montereau would not have had the face to show himself. We were not mistaken. Gentlemen, said Bixio, entering, let me introduce to you M. Carr, my school friend, who not only is so kind as to get us out of our difficulty by lending us 30 francs, but also invites us to take a glass of cognac or of curacao at his house, according to your several tastes. The school friend was greeted enthusiastically. Boulanger, whom we had elected our banker, who for half an hour enjoyed a sinecure, settled accounts with the waiter, generously giving him 50 centimes for himself, and put 14 francs 10 sous into his pocket in reserve for the boat. Then we hurried down the steps, extremely happy at having extricated ourselves even more cleverly than M. Alexandre Duval's Henry V. The service which we had just received from our friend Carr, he had asked for our friendship, and we had hastened to respond, did not prevent us from doing justice to his cognac, his blackcurrant cordial, and his curacao. They were excellent. In fact, we took 2 glasses of each liqueur to make sure that it was of good quality. Then, as time was pressing, we said to our new friend, in the phrase made famous by King Dagobert, the best of friends must part, and we expressed our desire to go to the boat. Carr wished to do us the honors of his natal town to the last and offered to accompany us. We accepted. It was a good thing we did. We had been misinformed about the fares of places in the boat. We wanted 9 francs more to complete the necessary sum for going by water. Carr drew 10 francs from his pocket with a lordly air and gave them to Bixio. Our debt had attained the maximum of 40 francs. There remained then 20 sous for our meals on board the boat. It was a modest sum, but still, with 20 sous between 4 people, we should not die of hunger. Besides, was not Providence still over us? Might not one of us also come across his car? Expectant of this fresh manifestation of Providence, we each pressed Bixio's friend in our arms, and we passed from the quay to the boat. It was just time. The bell was ringing for departure, and the boat was beginning to move. Our adieus lasted as long as we could see each other. Carr flourished his otter-skin cap, while we waved our handkerchiefs. There is nothing like a new friendship for tenderness. At length the moment came when, prominent objects though Carr and his cap had been, both disappeared on the horizon. We then began our examination of the boat, but after taking stock of each passenger, we were obliged to recognize, for the time being at any rate, that Providence had failed us. That certainty led to all the greater sadness among us, as each stomach, roused by the exhilarating morning air, began to clamor for food. We heard all round us, as though in mockery of our wretchedness, a score of voices shouting, "Waiter, 2 cutlets, waiter, a beefsteak, waiter, on the complete." The waiters ran about bringing the desired comestibles and calling out in their turn as they passed by us, "Do not you gentlemen require anything? No lunch? You are the only gentlemen who have not asked for something." At last I replied impatiently, "No, we are waiting for someone who should join us at the landing stage of Fontainebleau." Then, turning to my companions in hunger, I said to them, "Upon my word, gentlemen, he who sleeps dines. Now the greater includes the less, so I am going to take my lunch sleeping." I settled myself in a corner. I had even then the faculty which I have since largely perfected. I can sleep pretty nearly when I like. Hardly was I resting on my elbow before I was asleep. I do not know how long I had been given up to the deceptive illusion of sleep before a waiter came up to me and repeated 3 times in an ascending scale, "Monsieur, monsieur, monsieur." I woke up. "What is it?" I said to him. Monsieur said that he and his friends would breakfast with a person he expected at the landing place at Fontainebleau. Did I say that? Monsieur said so. You are sure? Yes. Well. Well then, it is time. Monsieur ordered his lunch, seeing that we are approaching Fontainebleau. Already? Ah, Monsieur has slept a long time. You might have left me to sleep still longer. But Monsieur's friend. Monsieur's friend would have found him if he came. But is not Monsieur sure, then, of meeting his friend? Waiter, when you have read Socrates, you will know how rare a friend is, and consequently, how little certainty there is of meeting one. But Monsieur can still order lunch for 3. If Monsieur's friend comes, another cover can be added. You say we are nearing Fontainebleau, I replied, eluding the question. In 5 minutes, we shall be opposite the landing stage. Then I will go and see if my friend is coming. I went up on the deck and mechanically glanced towards the landing stage. We were still too far off to distinguish anything, but assisted by tide and steam, the boat rapidly advanced. Gradually, individuals grouped on the bank could be separately distinguished. Then outlines could be more clearly seen, then the color of their clothes, and finally, their features. My gaze was fastened, almost in spite of myself, upon an individual who was waiting in the middle of 10 other persons, and whom I believed I recognized. But it was most unlikely. However, it was very like him. If it were he, what luck! No, it seemed impossible. Nevertheless, it was, indeed, his shape and figure and physiognomy. The boat approached nearer still. The individual who was the object of my attention got into the boat to come on board the steamer, which stopped to take up passengers. When halfway to the steamer, the individual recognized me and waved his hand to me. "Is that you?" I shouted. Yes, it is I, he replied. I had found my car, only his name was Felix de Verlaine, and instead of being just an ordinary schoolfellow, he was my cousin. I ran to the ladder and flung myself into his arms with as much effusion as Bixio had into cars. Are you alone? He asked me. No, I am with Bixio and Boulanger. Have you lunched? No. Well, shall I have lunch with you? Say rather, may we have lunch with you? It is the same thing. Nothing of the kind. I explained the difference between his lunching with us and we with him. He understood perfectly. The waiter stood by, serviette in hand. The amusing fellow had followed me as a shark follows a starving ship. Lunch for 4, I said, and provided that it includes 2 bottles of Burgundy, 8 cutlets, a fowl and a salad, you can then add what you like in the way of hors d'oeuvre and entremet. Lunch lasted until we reached Melun. At 4 that afternoon we landed at the quay of the Hotel de Ville, and next day I resumed my rehearsals of Charles Roman 7. Chapter 4. Le Masque de Feu, George's Suppers, The Garden of the Luxembourg by Moonlight, M. Scribe, and the Clerc de la Bassanche, M. Depegny, and Le Clerc, et le Théologien, Classical Performances at the Theatre Francais, Les Guelphs, by M. Arnault, parenthesis, dedicatory epistle to the prompter. In those days nothing had yet tarnished the spirit of that juvenile love of the capital, which had induced me to overcome many obstacles in order to transport myself thither. 3 or 4 days, spent away from the literary and political whirlpool of Paris, seemed to me a long absence. During the month I had stayed at Trouville, I felt as though the world had stood still. I took but the time to fly home to change my shooting dress. As regards the game, my traveling companions had seen to that, to make inquiries about things that might have happened affecting myself, and then I went to the Odeon. It took me a good half-hour's fast walking and an hour in a fly to go from my Rue Saint-Lazare to the Odeon Theatre. Railways were not in existence then, or I might have followed the method pursued by a friend of mine who had an uncle living at the Barrière du Maine. When he went to see his uncle, and this happened twice a week, Thursdays and Sundays, he took the railway on the right bank and arrived by the railway on the left bank. He only had Versailles to cross through, and there he was at his uncle's house. They had rehearsed conscientiously, but the rehearsals had not been hurried at all. The last piece to be performed was the Masque de Feu by Arnault and Fournier. Lacroix had been magnificent in it, and although the play was acted without Georges, it brought in money. I say although it was played without Georges, because it was a superstition at the Odeon, a superstition accredited by Herel, that no piece paid if Georges was not acting in it. Ligia, a most conscientious actor, though almost always compelled to struggle against the drawback of being too small in figure and having too coarse a voice, had been a genuine success in his part, greater than I can remember any actor to have had in a role created by himself. What a capital company the Odeon was at that period. Count up on your fingers those I am about to name, and you will find 6 or 8 players of the first rank: Frederick Lemaître, Ligia, Lacroix, Duperrey, Stocklate, Vicentini, Mademoiselle Georges, Madame Moreau-Sainty, who was privileged always to remain beautiful, and M. Noblet, who unfortunately was not equally privileged to remain forever virtuous. M. Noblet, poor woman, who had just played Paula for me, and who was about to play Jenny. M. Noblet, whose great dark eyes and beautiful voice and melancholy face gave birth to hopes which now are so utterly quenched at the Theatre Francais that, although she is still young, people have not known for the past 10 years whether she, who was so full of promise, is still alive or dead. Why were these eclipses of talent so frequent at the Theatre of Richelieu? This is a question which we will examine on the first suitable opportunity that presents itself. Let Besant, who has played the Prince of Wales admirably for me in Kean during the past 15 or 16 years, look to his laurels and cling tight to his new repertory, or probably he will be lost sight of like the others. I stayed behind to supper with Georges. I have already said how very charming her supper parties were, very unlike those of Emile. Mars, although often both were attended by the same people, but in this case, the guests in general took their cue from the mistress of the house. Mademoiselle Mars was always a little stiff and somewhat formal, and she seemed as though she were putting her hand over the mouths of even her most intimate friends, not letting them give vent to their wit beyond a certain point. While George's, a thoroughly good sort beneath her imperial airs, allowed every kind of wit and laughed unrestrainedly, Mars, on the other hand, for the greater part of the time, only smiled half-heartedly. Then how scatter-brained, extravagant, abandoned we were at George's suppers. How evident it was seen that all the convivial spirits, Harold, Janin, Lacre, did not know how to contain themselves. When Becket, who was a leading light at Mars, adventured into our midst at George's, he passed into the condition of a mere looker-on. And the type of mind was entirely different. Harold's, caustic and retaliating, Janin's, good-natured and merry, Lacre's, refined and aristocratic. Poor Becket, one was obliged to wake him up, to prick him and to spur him. He reminded one of a respectable drunkard asleep in the midst of fireworks. Then, after these suppers, which lasted till 1 or 2 in the morning, we went into the garden. The garden had a door in it leading out on the Luxembourg and the Chamber of Peers, the key of which Cambyses lent Harold on the strength of his having once been his secretary. The result was that we had a royal park for the discussion of our dessert. Gardens of classical architecture, like Versailles, the Tuileries and the Luxembourg, are very fine seen by night and by the light of the moon. Each statue looks like a phantom, each fountain of water a cascade of diamonds. Oh, those nights of 1829 and Anne, were they really as glorious as I think them? Or was it because I was only 27 or 28 years of age that made them seem so fragrant, so peaceful, and so full of stars? But to return, the Theatre Franchise, to our great joy, continued, by its failures, to afford a melancholy contrast to the success of its confreres of the boulevards and thou Tresaine. They had just played a 5-act piece entitled The Clerk et le Theologian, which had simply taken as its subject the death of Henry Roman III, a subject treated with much talent by Beset in his Scenes Historiques. Those who have forgotten the Etats de Blois and the Mort de Henry Roman III can reread the two works that have had a great influence on the literary renaissance of 1830, which, according to the amiable M.P., has yet to produce its fruit. M.P. is a gentleman whom I propose to take by the collar and give a thorough good shaking, when I happen to have eau de cologne on my handkerchief and gloves on my hands. A strange incident preceded the performance of The Clerk et le Theologian. The play, written in collaboration by Scribe and Depagny and accepted by the Odeon Theatre, had been stopped by the censor of 1830. Good old censorship. It is the same in all ages. There indeed come moments when it cuts its fingers with its own scissors, but censors are a race of polypi. Their fingers merely grow again. The censor had then stopped Scribe and Depagny's drama, the vessel which bore their twofold banner, upon which the Minister of the Interior had put his embargo by the medium of his custom officers, was at anchor in the docks of the Rue de Grenelle. The Revolution of 1830 set it afloat again. We have said that Hale received the work in 1829. Becoming possessed of his own work again by the events of the Revolution of July, Scribe thought no more of Hale and took his play to the Theatre Franchise. But Scribe, who usually reckoned carefully, had this time reckoned without Hale. Hale had far too good a memory to forget Scribe. He pursued author and play, writ in hand, and a sheriff's officer behind him. It need hardly be said that the officer stopped both the play and the author just when they were turning the corner of the Rue de Richelieu. Sheriff's officers are very fast runners. A lawsuit ensued, and Hale lost. But the trial inspired Scribe's imagination. In that twofold insistence of the Theatre Franchise and the Theatre Odeon, he saw a means of killing two birds with one stone and of making one play into two. In this way Scribe would have his drama, Depagny his drama, the Theatre Franchise its drama, and the Odeon its drama. The play, consequently, was reduplicated like a photograph. The Theatre Franchise, which was down on its luck, came in for The Clerk et le Theologian by Depagny. Hale drew Scribe aside by his coat-tails just as the Clerk de la Bassache and he were entering a reculons on the second French stage. It is to be understood that I use this rather ambitious locution, the seconde scene francaise, to avoid putting Odeon so close to reculons. Both the dramas were failures, or pretty nearly so. I did not see either of them, and I shall therefore take good care to refrain from expressing my opinion upon them. But our true fete days, I hope I may be forgiven for this harmless digression, but when it was the turn of one of the gentlemen from the Institute, Lemercier, Viennet, or Arnault, to produce a work, then there was general hilarity. We would all arrange to meet in the orchestra of the Theatre Francais to be present at the spectacle of a work falling flat, sometimes with very little assistance, at others gently aided in its fall by a bitter blast of hisses. A spectacle sad enough for the author's friends, but very exhilarating to his enemies, and the gentleman above mentioned had treated us as enemies. M. Arnault was the cleverest of the three authors I have just named, a man, as I have said elsewhere, of immense worth and eminent intellect. But everyone has his own hobby horse, as Tristram Shandy says, and M. Arnault's hobby horse was tragedy. But his hobby was roaring, broken-winded, foundered, to such an extent that, in spite of its legs being fired by the Constitutional, it could rarely get to the last line of a fifth act. We asked that these gentlemen's pieces should be played with as much fervor as they employed in stating that ours should not. They, on their side, clamored loudly to be played, and as they had the government to back them up, especially since the July Revolution, their turn to be represented arrived, in spite of the timid opposition of the Theatre Francais, in spite, too, of sighs from members of the staff and the groans of the cashier. True, the torture did not last long. It was generally restricted to the 3 customary performances, even if it attained to 3. Often the first performance was not ended, witness Pertinax and Arbogast. It was very strange, in this case, to see the excuses which these gentlemen made up for their failure. Those made by M. Arnault were delightful, since nobody could possibly have a readier wit than he. For instance, he had made the Theatre Francais take up again an old piece of his, played, I believe, under the Empire the Prescrit, or Les Guelphs et les Gibelins. The piece fell flat. Who did the furious academician blame for it? Firmin. Why Firmin? Firmin, delightful, enthusiastic, and conscientious player, who enjoyed much lasting favor from the public, although his memory began to fail him. Firmin played the part of Tebaldo, head of the Ghibellines and brother of Huberty, head of the Guelphs, in the play. The other parts were played by Ligia Joanni and Duchess Noir. So we see M. Arnault had nothing to grumble at. The Comédie Francaise had lent him of its best. Perhaps it had a conviction it would not be for long. Very well, M. Arnault made Firmin's memory, or rather, want of memory, the excuse for this failure, and he dedicated his play to the prompter. We have this curious dedication before us, and are going to quote it. It will, we hope, have for our readers at least the attraction of a hitherto unpublished fragment. This time we are not afraid of being mistaken in the name of the author du factum, as not long since happened to us concerning an article in the Constitutional reproduced by us, which, by a copyist's error, we ascribed to M. Etienne, whilst it was only by M.J. And by the way, as a relation of M. Etienne, a son-in-law, or rather, I think it was a nephew, protested in the papers, let me be allowed a word of explanation, which will completely re-establish my good faith. I live part of my life in Brussels, part in Paris. The rest of the time I live in the railway between Brussels and Paris, or Paris and Brussels. Besides, I have already said that I am writing my memoirs without notes. The consequence is that, when I am in Paris, I have my information close at hand, but when I am in Brussels, I am obliged to have it sent from Paris. Now, I needed the article that had been published against Antony the very morning of the day it was to have been played at the Theatre Francais. I wrote to Vielat, my secretary, a delightful fellow who never thought of spreading the report that he was any collaborator, to unearth the Constitutional from the catacombs of 1834, to copy out for me the above-mentioned article, and to send it me. Vielat went to the Bibliothèque, that great common grave where journals of all sorts of parties and colors and times are entered. He borrowed the file from the rag merchant of Payet who was taking it away, and who, when he learnt what was wanted, would not let it off his hook for love or money until he was told that it was in order to do me a service. Then he lent it, and Vielat picked off from its curved point the Constitutional for 28 April. Then he returned home and copied out the article. Only, in copying it, I do not know what hallucination he was possessed with, whether the style flew to his head, or the wit got into his brain, or the form upset his senses. Anyhow, he imagined that the article was by M. Etienne, and signed it with the name of the author of Bruys et Palaprat, and of the due genders. I, seeing the copy of the article, believed, I was at a distance of 70 leagues from the scene of action, as they say poetically in politics, the signature to be as authentic as the rest. I therefore fell upon the unfortunate article and rent it in pieces. I was going to say tooth and nail, but no. I am too cautious for that. With might and main, both article and signature. My error, though involuntary, was none the less an error on that account, and deserved that I should acknowledge it publicly. Thereupon, reparation be made to M. Etienne, and homage paid to M.J., honor to whom honor is due. Let us return to M. Arnault and his dedication, which, I remember, at the time made my poor Firmin so unhappy that he wept over it like a child. Dedicatory Epistle. To the Prompter of the Theatre Franchise. Monsieur, authors are by no means all ungrateful beings. I know some who have paid homage for their success to the player to whom they were particularly indebted. I imitate this noble example. I dedicate the Guelphs to you. Mademoiselle Duchess Noir, M. Joanny, M. Ligier have, without doubt, contributed to the success of that work by a zeal as great as their talent. But whatever they may have done for me, have they done as much as you, monsieur? To prompt is not to play, M. Firmin will say, who is even stronger at the game of drafts than at the game of acting. To that I reply with escanerel, yes and no. When the prompter merely gives the word to the actor, when he only jogs the memory of the player, no, certainly, to prompt is not to play. But when the player takes everything from the prompter, everything from the first to the last line of his part, when your voice covers his, when it is yours alone which is heard whilst he gesticulates, certainly this is playing through the prompter. Is it not this, monsieur, which has happened, not only at the first, but even at every performance of the Guelphs? Is it not you who really played M. Firmin's part? His memory, he says, is of the worst. It is conceivable, according to the system which places the seat of memory in the head, but under the circumstances, does not M. Firmin blame his memory for the infirmity of his will? And why, you will say to me, is M. Firmin wanting in kindly feeling towards you, who feel kindly disposed to everybody, towards you, who, from your age, perhaps also from your misfortunes, if not on account of past successes, had a right at least to that consideration which is not refused to the scholar who makes his first appearance. Such are indeed the rights which I knew M. Firmin's good nature would accord you, rights which I thought to strengthen in him by offering one of the most important parts in my tragedy, the part that you have prompted or that you have played. It is a case of 6 of one and a half dozen of another. I was, indeed, far from suspecting that the honor done to M. Firmin's talent was an insult to his expectations, yet that is what has happened. The succession to Talma was open for competition. When the empire of the world came to be vacant, all who laid claim to the empire of Alexander were not heroes. I ought to have remembered this. But does one always profit by the lessons of history? I did not imagine that the heir to the dramatic Alexander would be the one among his survivors who least resembled him. Nature had shown great prodigality towards Talma. His physical gifts corresponded with his moral endowments. A glowing soul dwelt in his graceful body. A vast intellect animated that noble head. His powerful voice, with its pathetic and solemn intonation, served as the medium for his inexhaustible sensitiveness, for his indefatigable energy. Talma possesses everything nature could bestow, besides all that art could acquire. Although M. Firmin has eminent gifts, does he combine in himself all perfections? His somewhat slender personal appearance does not ill become all youthful parts, but does it accord with the dignity required by parts of leading importance? His voice is not devoid of charm in the expression of sentiments of affection, but has it the strength requisite for serious moods and violent emotions. His intellect is not wanting in breadth, but do his methods of execution expand to that breadth when he wants to exceed the limits with which nature has circumscribed him? The pride of the eagle may be found in the heart of a pigeon, and the courage of a lion in that of a poodle. But by whatever sentiment it is animated, the rock pigeon can only coo, the cur can but howl. Now, these accents have not at all the same authority as the cry of the king of the air or the roar of the king of the forests. After these sage reflections, distributing the part of my tragedy to the actors who have abilities that are the most in keeping with the characters of those parts, I gave that of Uberty to M. Ligier, an actor gifted with an imposing figure and voice, and I reserved the part of the tender, impassioned Tebaldo for M. Firmin. What the deuce possessed me? Just as every Englishman says whenever he comes across salt water, this belongs to us, so does M. Firmin say whenever he comes across a part made for the physiognomy of Talma, this belongs to me. The part of Uberty was intended for Talma, and I did not offer it to M. Firmin. The part of Uberty was claimed by M. Firmin, and I did not take it from M. Ligia. A twofold crime of lese majeste. Alas, how the majesty of M. Firmin has punished me for it. He accepted the role that I offered him. Knowing the secrets of the comedy, you know, monsieur, what has been the result of that act of complacency. Put into study in April, Les Guelphs might have been produced in May under the propitious influence of spring. It was only performed in July during the heat of the dog days. Thus had M. Firmin decided. Oh, the power of the force of inertia. When several ships sail in company, the common pace is regulated by that of the poorest sailor. The common pace in this case was regulated by the memory of M. Firmin, which unfortunately was regulated by his good will. Now, this good will thought fit to compromise the interests of my reputation, but everything has to be paid for. At what point, monsieur, did it not serve the interests of your fame? All the newspapers kept faithful to it. Did it not exhume you from the pit, where hitherto you had buried your capacities, and reveal them to the public? Did it not, when raising you to the level of the actors behind whom you had hitherto been hidden, give them a mouthpiece in you? Declaiming, whilst M. Firmin gesticulated, you have, it is true, transferred from the boulevards to the Theatre Francais an imitation of that singular combination of a declamatory orator who does not let himself be seen, and a gesticulator who does not let himself be heard, cooperate in the execution of the same part. People of scrupulous taste are, it is true, offended by it, but what matters that to you? It is not you, monsieur, who in these scenes play the buffoon, and what does it matter to me, since, acting thus, you have saved my play? Moreover, is it the first borrowing, and the least honorable borrowing, that your noble theatre has made from those of the boulevards? Thanks to that admirable agreement, the Guelphs has had several representations. But why has not the run, suspended by a journey taken by Mademoiselle Duchess Noir, been resumed upon her return, as that great actress requested it should be, and as the playbills announced? M. Firmin refused to proceed. The part of Tebaldo, he says, has slipped out of his memory. For that matter, it might as well never have entered it. But after all, what is it to you or to me whether he knows his part or not? Can he not make the same shift in the future as he has in the past? Need his memory fail him so long as you do not fail him? Is his memory not at the tip of your tongue, which, one knows, is by no means paralyzed? But do not these difficulties, monsieur, that are said to come from M. Firmin come from yourself? Accustomed to working underground, was it not you who stirred them up in secret? You have not the entire part like M. Firmin, paid for prompting when you take the part of an actor and of a principal actor. Did you not get tired at the last of becoming out of breath for glory alone? And did you not behind the scenes oppose the revival of a play during the performance of which you had not time to breathe? Justice, monsieur, justice. No doubt M. Firmin owes you an indemnity. Claim it, but do not compromise the interests of the Theatre Francais by impeding his services in preventing him from doing justice to an author's rights. That may lead to consequences, remember. The number of authors dissatisfied with him on just grounds is already but too great. Be careful not to increase it. The second Theatre Francais, although people are doing their best to kill it, is not yet dead. Would it be impossible to put it on its feet again? Will not the players who have been drawn off to block the first theatre, which pays them less for playing at it than for not playing any part at all, grow tired in the end of a state of things, which reduces them from the status of parish priests to that of curates, or rather, from being the bishops, they would degrades them to the rank of millers? In conclusion, is there not a nucleus of a tragedy-playing company still left at the Odeon? And are there no pupils at the School of Oratory who could swell the number? Think of it, monsieur, the tragedy which they seem to wish to stifle in the Rue de Richelieu might find a home in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, which was its cradle, and that also of the Theatre Francais. You would not do badly to drop a hint of this to the members of the committee. Further, happen what may, remember, monsieur, the obligations that I owe you will never be erased from my memory, which is not as ungrateful as that of M. Firmin. If only I could express my gratitude to you by some homage more worthy your acceptance. Dedicate a tragedy to you, a tragedy in verse, written at top speed, but each must pay in his own coin. Monsieur, do not refuse to take mine. Remember, monsieur, that Benedict Roman XIV did not scorn the dedication of Mahomet. I am not a Voltaire, I know, but neither are you a pope. All things considered, perhaps the relation between us is equivalent to that which existed between those two personages. Meanwhile, take this until something better turns up. Classic by principle and by habit, I have not hitherto believed myself possessed of sufficient genius to dispense with both rhyme and reason. But who knows? Perhaps someday I shall be in a condition to try my hand at the romantic guerra. If I put myself at a distance from the age when people rave extravagantly, I shall draw nearer to that of dotage. Patience then. I am, with all the consideration which is due to you, monsieur, your very humble and very obedient servant. Arnold. Verse and rhyme are not natural, say lovers of nature. Clothes, gentlemen, are not natural, and yet you wear them to distinguish yourself from the savage. Furthermore, you wear clothes of fine materials to distinguish yourselves from the rabble, and when you are rich enough to enable you to do so, you adorn them with trimmings to distinguish yourself even from well-to-do people. That which one does for the body permit us to do for the intellect. Allow us to do for the mind that which you do for matter. Chapter 5. M. Arnold's Pertinax, Pizarre, by M. Fulcherin. M. Fulcherin as a politician, M. Fulcherin as magic poet. A word about M. Viennet, my opposite neighbor at the performance of Pertinax. Splendid failure of the play, quarrel with my vis-a-vis. The newspapers take it up. My reply in the Journal de Paris. Advice of M. Pillet. Alas, there are two things for which I have searched in vain, and verily, God knows how thoroughly I search when I begin. These are Firmin's answer to M. Arnold and the tragedy of Pertinax. Neither answer nor tragedy exist any longer. Why Pertinax? What is Pertinax? And what is the successor to Commodus doing here? Rather ask what the unfortunate being was doing at the Theatre Francais. He fell there beneath the hissings of the pit, as he fell beneath the swords of the Praetorians. Here is the history of his second death, his second fall. After a lapse of 17 years, I cannot say much about the first, but after an interval of 24 years, I can relate the second, at which I was present. After those unlucky Guelphs had obstinately remained on the bills for 9 months, they finally disappeared. M. Arnold demanded compensation for Firmin's defective memory. The committee decided that, although Pertinax had only been received 11 years ago, it should be put in rehearsal. 11 years ago, you repeat, and you think I am mistaken, do you not? But it is you who are mistaken. Arbogast by M. Viennet, received in 1825, was only played in 1841. Pizarre by M. Fulcherin, received in 1803, has not yet been played. Let me put in a parenthesis in favor of poor Pizarre and the unfortunate M. Fulcherin. M. Fulcherin, you know him well? Yes. Well then, he had had a tragedy, Pizarre, received at the Comédie Francaise in the month of August 1803. Ah, really? And what has the Comédie Francaise been doing the last 50 years? It has not played M. Fulcherin's tragedy. And what did this same M. Fulcherin do during those 50 years? He asked to have his piece played. Come, 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 what more could you expect? Hope supported him. They had promised it when they accepted it, that it would have its Those are the actual words. Look at the registers of the Comédie Francaise if you don't believe me. True, the police of the consulate suspended the work, but the censorship of the empire was better informed as to the tragedy and returned it to its author. Hence it arose that, contrary to the opinion of many people who preferred the first consul to the emperor, M. Fulcherin preferred the emperor to the first consul. During the whole of the empire, that is to say, fro to 1814, during the whole of the Restoration, that is to say, fro to 1830, M. Fulcherin wrote, begged, prayed with, it must be admitted, that gentleness which is indissolubly bound up with his real character. In 1830, M. Fulcherin became a politician. Then he had an excuse to offer. To his friends, M. Fulcherin actually took those people for his friends. Think of it. Who asked him? Why then, dear Monsieur Fulcherin, did you not get your Pizarre played when so many good things had been said about it for a long time? He replied, because I am a politician, and one cannot be both a politician and a man of letters at the same time. Bah, look at M. Guizot, M. Villemain, M. Thiers. M. Guizot, M. Villemain, and M. Thiers have their own ideas on the subject. I have mine. Oh, influence in high quarters then. M. Fulcheron blushed and smiled. Then, with that air which M. Viennet puts on, when talking of Louis Philippe, he said, Mon illustre ami. Well, yes, replied M. Fulcheron, the king took hold of the button of my coat, which is a habit of his, as you know. No, I did not know. Ah, that is because you are not one of the frequenters of the chateau. There are people who lay great stress on being intimates of a chateau, you understand. When he took me by my coat button, continued M. Fulcheron, the king said to me, My dear Fulcheron, in spite of the beauties it contains, do not have your tragedy played. But why not? How can one make a man a minister who has written a tragedy? Sire, the Emperor Napoleon said, if Corneille had lived in my day, I should have made him a prince. I am not the Emperor Napoleon, and you are not Corneille. Nevertheless, sire, when one has had a tragedy calling from the deeps for the last 30 years, you shall read it to me, M. Fulcheron. Ah, sire, your majesty's desires are commands. When would your majesty like me to read Pizarre? Some day, when all these devils of republicans leave me a bit of respite. The republicans never left Louis Philippe, who, you will agree, was an intelligent man, any respite. That is why M. Fulcheron hated republicans so much. What, was that the reason? Yes, you thought that M. Fulcheron hated republicans because they tended to usurp power, to disturb order, to put, as Danton expressed it in his curt description of the Republic, a matter disuse si qui est disuse. You are mistaken, M. Fulcheron hated republicans because by means of all their riots, their 5 June, 14 April, etc., 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 upon my word, I forget all the dates, they prevented him from reading his play to Louis Philippe. So, on 24 February 1848, however devoted he seemed to be to the established government, M. Fulcheron allowed Louis Philippe to fall. See on what slender threads hang great events. If Louis Philippe had heard the reading of Pizarre, M. Fulcheron would have supported the government of July, and perhaps Louis Philippe might still be on the throne. So, after the fall of Louis Philippe, M. Fulcheron was as happy as the Prince of Monaco when they took away his principality from him. My political career is a failure, says M. Fulcheron, and you see me once more a literary man. I shall not be a minister, but I will be an academician. Indeed, say you, then why is not M. Fulcheron an academician? Because Pizarre has not been played. Good, was not M. Dupaty received into the Academy on condition that his tragedy Isabelle should not be played? Oh, really? They were already sufficiently troubled by the fact that his Seconde Botanique had been played. That youthful indiscretion delayed his entry for 10 years, but 10 years are not 50. So M. Fulcheron began to be impatient, that is, as he can be. From time to time he appears at the Theatre Francais, and with that smile which, it seems to me, should prevent anyone from refusing him anything, he says, about my Pizarre, it must be high time they were putting it in hand. Monsieur, says Virtual to him, the secretary of the Comédie Francaise, a clever fellow whom we have already had occasion to mention, through whose hands many plays pass, but who does not compose any himself. Monsieur, they are even now busy with it. Ah, very good. And M. Fulcheron's smile becomes still more winning. Yes, and as soon as M. Viennet's Achille, now under rehearsal, has been played, Pizarre will occupy the stage. But if I remember rightly, M. Viennet's Achille was only accepted in 1809, and consequently, I have the priority. Doubtless, but M. Viennet had 2 tours de faveur, and you only 1. Then I was wrong to complain. And M. Fulcheron goes away always smiling, takes his visiting card in person to M. Viennet, and writes in pencil on it these few words, Dear colleague, hasten your rehearsals of Achille. Thus he leaves his card with M. Viennet's porter, the same porter who informed the said M. Viennet that he was a peer of France, and M. Viennet, who is horribly spiteful, has not bowed to M. Fulcheron since the second card. He treats the 7 penciled words of M. Fulcheron as an epigram, and says to everybody, "Fulcaran may perhaps be a marshal, but I swear he is not an Aeschylus." And M. Fulcaran, his arms hung down, continues to walk abroad and through life, as Hamlet says, never doubting that if he is no Aeschylus, it is all owing to M. Viennet. I will close my parenthesis about M. Fulcaran and return to M. Arnault and Pertinax, which the ungrateful prompter, in spite of the dedicatory epistle to the Guelphs, has never called anything but Peer Tignus, Daddy Tignus. Pertinax, then, was played as some compensation for the disappearance of the Guelphs. Oh, what a pity it is that Pertinax has not been printed. How I would like to have given you specimens of it, and then you would understand the merriment of the pit. All I recollect is that at the decisive moment the Emperor Commodus called for his secretary. I had in front of me a tall man whose broad shoulders and thick locks hid the actor from me every time he happened to be in the line of sight. Unluckily, I did not possess the scissors of Saint Foy. By his frantic applause, I gathered that this gentleman understood many things which I did not. The upshot of it was that, when the Emperor Commodus called his secretary, the play upon words seemed to me to require an explanation, and I leant over towards the gentleman in front, and with all the politeness I could command, I said to him, "Pardon me, monsieur, but it seems to me that this is a piece à tiroirs, comedy made up of unconnected episodes." He jumped up in his stall, uttered a sort of roar, but controlled himself. True, the curtain was on the point of falling, and before it had actually fallen our enthusiast was shouting with all his might, "Author!" Unfortunately, everybody was by no means as eager to know the author as was my neighbor in front. Something like 3/4 of the house, and perhaps among these were M. Arnault's own friends, did not at all wish him to be named. Placed in the orchestra between M. de Jowey and Victor Hugo, feeling on my left the elbows of Romanticism, and on my right those of Classicism, if I may be allowed to coin a word, I waited patiently and courageously until they stopped hissing, just as M. Arnault had acted towards me in turning the cold shoulder towards me after Henry Roman III, leaving me the privilege of neutrality. But man proposes and God disposes. God, or rather the devil, inspired the neighbor to whom I had perhaps put an indiscreet, although very innocent question, to point me out to his friends, and consequently to M. Arnault, as the Aeolus at whose signal all the winds had been let loose which blew from the 4 cardinal points of the theatre in such different ways. A quarrel ensued between me and the tall man, a quarrel which instantly made a diversion in the strife that was going on. Next day all the journals gave an account of this quarrel, with their usual impartiality, generosity, and accuracy towards me. It was imperative that I should reply. I chose the journal de Paris in which to publish my reply. It was edited at that period by the father of Leon Pillet, a friend of mine. Therefore, the following day, the journal de Paris published my letter, preceded and followed by a few bitter and sweet lines. This is the exordium. After my letter will come the peroration. In reporting the failure which the tragedy of Pertinax met with at the hands of the critics, we mentioned that a dispute took place in the center of the orchestra. M. Alexandre Dumas, one of the actors in this little drama, which was more exciting than the one that had preceded it, has addressed a letter to us on this subject. We hasten to publish it without wishing to constitute ourselves judges of the accompanying accusations which the author of Henry Roman III brings against the newspapers. Friday, 29 May 1829. In spite of the fixed resolution I had taken and have adhered to until today of never replying to what the papers say of me, I think it my duty to ask you to insert this letter in your next issue. It is a reply to the short article which forms the complement of the account in your issue of yesterday, in which you give an account of Pertinax. Your article is couched in these terms. As we were leaving the house, a lively contest arose in the orchestra between an old white-haired man and a very youthful author, in other words, doubtless, between a classic and a romantic. Let us hope that that altercation will not lead to unpleasant consequences. It is I, monsieur, who have the misfortune to be the very youthful author, to whom it is of great importance, from the very fact of his being young and an author, that he should lay down the facts exactly as they happened. I was in the orchestra of the Franchise, between M. de Jowey and M. Victor Hugo, during the whole of the performance of Pertinax. Obliged, in a manner, as a student of art, and as a student of all that which makes masters to listen, I had listened attentively and in silence to the 5 acts which had just concluded, when, in the middle of the lively dispute that was going on between some spectators who wished M. Arnault to be called and others who did not, I was impudently apostrophized, while sitting quite silent, by a friend of M. Arnault, who stood up and pointed at me with his finger. I will repeat what he said word for word. It is not surprising that they are hissing in the orchestra when M. Dumas is there. Are you not ashamed, monsieur, to make yourself the ringleader of a cabal? And when I replied that I had not said one word, he added, "That does not matter, it is you who direct the whole leg." As some persons may believe this stupid accusation, I have appealed to the testimony of M. de Jouy and Victor Hugo. This testimony is, as it was inevitable that it would be, unanimous. That is enough, I think, to exonerate myself, but whilst I have the pen in my hand, monsieur, as it is probably the first, and perhaps the last time that I write to a newspaper, I desire to add a few words relative to the absurd attacks my drama of Henry Roman III has brought down on me. Such a favorable occasion as this one may, perhaps, never present itself again. Allow me, therefore, to take advantage of it. I think I understand, and I honestly believe that I accept true literary criticism as well as anyone. But seriously, monsieur, are the facts I have just quoted really literary criticism? The day after the reception of my drama Henry Roman III, at the Comédie Française, the Courrier des Theatres, which did not know the work, denounced it to the censorship, in the hope, so it was said, that the censor would not suffer the scandal of such a performance. That seems to me rather a matter for the police than for literature. Is it not so, monsieur? I will not speak of a petition which was presented to the king during my rehearsals, pleading that the Théâtre Français should return to the road of the really beautiful. It is stated that the august personage to whom it was addressed replied simply, "What can I do in a question of this nature? I only have a place in the pit, like all other Frenchmen. I have not really the courage to be angered against the signatories of a denunciation which has brought us such a reply." Besides, several of us would have blushed since, for what they had done, and have said that they thought they were signing quite a different thing. Then came the day of the representation. It will be granted that, on that day alone, the newspapers had the right to speak of the work. They made great use of their privileges, but several of them, as they themselves confessed, were not choice in their style of criticism. The Constitutional and the Corsair said much kinder things the first day than the play deserved. A week later, the Constitutional compared the play with the Pi Volus, and accused the author of having danced a round dance in the green room of the Comédie Française with some wild fanatics, about the bust of Racine, which stands with its back against the wall, shouting, "Racine is done for." This was merely ridicule, and people shrugged their shoulders. The next day, the Corsair said that the work was a monstrosity, and that the author was a Jesuit and a pensioner. This, it must be admitted, was an excellent joke, addressed to the son of a Republican general whose mother never received the pension which, it seems, was due to her, whether from the government of the empire or from the king's government. This was more than ridicule, it was contemptible. As for the Gazette de France, I will do it the justice of saying that it has not varied for an instant from the opinion that M. de Martinville expressed in it on the first day. This journal made out that there was a flagrant conspiracy in the play against the throne and the altar, while the journalist expressed the liveliest regret that he had not seen the author appear when he was called for. People declare, he said, that his face has a typically romantic air about it. Now, as romanticism is M. de Martinville's bête noire, I can believe, without being too punctilious, that he had no intention of paying me a compliment. It is not merely impolite on M. de Martinville's part, but worse still, it is indelicate. M. de Martinville is very well aware that one can make one's reputation, but that one cannot make one's own physiognomy. His own physiognomy is extremely respectable. I could go on explaining the causes of these alterations and insults, and make known various sufficiently curious anecdotes concerning certain individuals. Still more could I. But the 12 columns of your newspaper would not suffice. I will therefore conclude my letter, monsieur, by asking advice of you, since you have great experience. What ought an author to do in order to spare himself the quarrels arising out of first performances? I have had 3 of this nature during the last 3 months. 3 quarrels, that is to say, had it been 3 representations, I should not have survived. One concerning Isabelle de Bavière, with an admirer of M. de Lamoth-Langon, who made out that I had hissed. One at the elections, with an enemy of M. de Laville, who contended that I had applauded. Lastly, one at Pertinax with a friend of M. Arnault, because I neither clapped nor hissed. I await your kind advice, monsieur, and I give you my word that I will follow it, if it be any way possible for me to do so. I have the honor, etc. After the last line of the above, the Journal de Paris attempted a sort of reply. As to the advice which M. Alexandre Dumas is kind enough to ask us to give because of our experience concerning the line of conduct he should take to avoid disputes at first-night performances, we will reply to him that a young author, happy in the enjoyment of a real success, and who knows how to conceal his joyous pride beneath suitable modesty, a student of art who, like M. Dumas, gives himself up to the study of the works of masters, including, therein, the author of Pertinax, does not need to fear insulting provocations. If, in spite of these dispositions, natural, no doubt, to the character of M. Dumas, people persist on picking these Teuton or classic quarrels with him, I should advise him to treat them with contempt. The quarrels, I mean, not the Teutons or the classics. Or, indeed, there is another expedient left him, namely, to abstain from going to first performances. The advice, it will be admitted, was difficult, if not impossible, to follow. I was too young, and my heart was too near my head. I had, as is vulgarly said, la tête trop prise du bonnet, i.e., I was too hot-headed to treat quarrels with contempt, whether with Teutons or classics, and I was too inquisitive not to attend first nights regularly. I have since been cured of this latter disease, but it has been for want of time. And yet, it is not so much lack of time which has cured me, it is the first performances themselves. Note: I have an apology to make concerning M. Fulcaran. It seems I was in error, not about the date of the reception of Pizarre, not upon the turn of favor which led to the performance of that piece in 1803, not, finally, upon the darkness of the spaces of limbo in which it balanced with eyes half shut between death and life, but about the cause which prevented it from being played in 1803. First of all, let me say that no one claimed again in respect of M. Fulcaran, not even he himself. If he had claimed again, my pleasantries would have pained him, and then, I confess, I should have been as sad as, and even sadder than he, to have given occasion for a protest on the part of so honorable a man, and above all, so unexacting an author. This is what happened. One day recently, when entering the green room at the Theatre Francais, where I was having a little comedy called Romulus Rehearsed, which, in spite of its title, had nothing to do with the founder of Rome, I was accosted by Regnier, who plays the principal part in the work. "Ah," he said, "is that you? I am delighted to see you." "And I to see you. Have you some good advice to give me about my play?" I should tell you that, in theatrical matters, Regnier gives the wisest advice I know. "Not about your play," he replied, "but about yourself." "Oh, come, my dear fellow, I would have shaken hands with you for advice about my play, but for personal advice, I will embrace you. You lay great stress on being impartial. Why, you might as well ask me if I am keen on living. And when you have been unjust, you are very anxious to repair your injustice." "Indeed, I am." "Then, my dear friend, you have been unfair to M. Fulcaran. Repair your injustice." What, was his tragedy by chance received in 1804, instead of 1803, as I thought? No. Will it be played without my knowing anything about it, as was M. Vienet's Arbogast? No, but M. Fulcaran has given his turn of favor to a young briefless barrister, who wrote a tragedy in his spare moments. M. Rainward was the barrister, Les Templiers was the tragedy. Are you telling me the truth? I am going to give you proof of it. How will you do that? Come upstairs with me to the archives. Show me the way. Regnier walked in front, and I followed him, as Dante's Barbaricia followed Scarmiglione, but without making so much noise as he. 5 minutes later, we were among the archives, and Regnier asked M. Loggia, the keeper of the records of the Theatre Francais, for the file of autograph letters from M. Fulcheron. M. Loggia gave them to him. I was going to carry them off, and I stretched out my hand with that intention, when Regnier snatched them back from me, as one snatches a bit of pie crust from a clever dog who does not yet know how to count 9 properly. "Well," I asked him. "Wait." He pressed the palm of his hand on M. Fulcheron's letters, which were encased in their yellow boards. Please note carefully that the epithet is not a reproach. I know people who, after 50 years of age, are yellow in a quite different sense from that of M. Fulcheron's letterbook backs. "You must know, first of all, my dear friend," continued Regnier, "that formerly, particularly under the Empire, as soon as they produced a new tragedy, the receipts decreased. I conjecture so, but I am very glad to know it officially. The result is that the committee of the Comédie Francaise had great difficulty in deciding to play fresh pieces. I can imagine so. A turn was therefore a precious possession. A thing which had no price, as said Lagengiol. Very well, now read that letter of M. Fulcheron's." I took the paper from Regnier's hands and read as follows. "To the members of the Administrative Committee of the Comédie Francaise. Gentlemen, I have just learnt that the prefect has given his permission to the Templiars. Desiring to do full justice and to pay all respect to that work and to its author, which they deserve, I hasten to tell you that I give up my turn to the tragedy. But at the same time, I ask that mine shall be taken up immediately after, so that the second tragedy which shall be played, reckoning from this present time, shall be one of mine. If you will have the kindness to give me an actual promise of this in writing, it will confirm my definite abandonment of my turn. I remain, gentlemen, respectfully yours. Fulcheron, Fils." "Ah, but," said I to Regnier, "allow me to point out to you that the sacrifice was not great, and its value was much depreciated owing to the precautions taken by M. Fulcheron to get one of his tragedies played." "Wait a bit, though," resumed Regnier. "The suggestion made by M. Fulcheron was rejected. They made him see that the injustice which he did not wish done to himself would oppress a third party. If he renounced his turn, it would have to be a complete renunciation, and if M. Fulcheron fell out of rank, he must take his turn again at the end of the file. Now this was a serious matter. Suppose all the chances were favorable, it would mean 10 years at least. It must be confessed that M. Fulcheron took but little time to reflect, considering the gravity of the subject. Then he said, "Well, gentlemen, I know the tragedy of the Templiars. It is much better that it should be performed at once, and that Pizarre should not have its turn for 10 years. It was, thanks to this condescension, of which very few authors would be capable towards a colleague, that the tragedy of the Templiars was played, and as one knows, that tragedy was one of the literary triumphs of the Empire. Les Deux Genders and the Tyrant Domestique complete the dramatic trilogy of the period. Almost as much as 1800 years ago they rendered to C.S.R. the things which were C.S.R.'s. Why not render to M. Fulcheron the justice which is his due? Chateaubriand, I am not the person to refuse this," I said to Regnier, "and I am delighted to have the opportunity to make M. Fulcheron a public apology. M. Fulcheron did better than write a good tragedy. He did a good deed, whilst I, by sneering at him, did a bad action, without even the excuse of having written a good tragedy." Chapter 6. Chateaubriand ceases to be a peer of France. He leaves the country. Béranger's song thereupon, Chateaubriand as versifier, first night of Charles Roman 7. De Lafosse's Visor, Jacob and Frédéric Lemaitre, the Réunis d'Espagny, M. Henry de Latouche, his works, Talent and Character, Interlude of the Réunis d'Espagny, Preface of the play, Reports of the Pit, collected by the author. People were very full at this time of the resignation and exile of Chateaubriand, both of which were voluntary acts. The previous government had caused his dismissal from the French peerage by reason of its abolition of heredity in the peerage. The author of the Martyrs exiled himself because the uproar caused by his opposition became daily less evident and he feared that it would die away altogether. "Do you know, Madame, that Chateaubriand is growing deaf?" I said once to Madame O'Donnell, a witty woman, the sister and daughter of witty women. "Indeed," she replied, "then it is since people have stopped talking about him." It must be confessed that a terrible conspiracy, that of silence, was on foot against Chateaubriand, who had not the strength to bear it. He hoped that the echo of his great reputation, which once upon a time had nearly as much weight in the world as Napoleon's, would spread abroad. The newspapers made a great stir about this voluntary exile. Beranger made it the subject of one of his short poems, and he, Voltairian and liberal, addressed lines to the author of Atala, René and the Martyrs, a Catholic and royalist. This poem of Beranger's, it will be remembered, began with these 4 lines. Chateaubriand, pourquoi fuir la patrie? Fuir notre amour, notre enseignes et nos soins. En entends-tu, par la France qui est sacrée? Mon beau s'il pleut une étoile de moins. Chateaubriand had the good taste to reply in prose. The best verses are very far below Beranger's worst. It was one of the obsessions of Chateaubriand's life that he made such bad verses, and he persisted in making them. He shared this eccentricity with Nodia. These 2 geniuses of modern prose were haunted by the demon of rhyme. Happily, people will forget Moyes and the Contes en vers, just as one has forgotten that Raphael played the violin, while Beranger sang and Chateaubriand retired to Lucerne, where 8 or 10 months later I was to help him to feed his chickens. The day for the first performance of Charles Roman 7 arrived 20 October. I have already said what I thought of the merits of my play. As poetry, it was a great advance upon Christine. As a dramatic work, it was an imitation of Andromaque, the Cid, and the Camargo. Ample justice was done to it. It had a great success and did not bring in a sou. Let us here state, in passing, that when it was transferred to the Théâtre Français, it was performed 20 or 25 times and made 100 louis at each performance. The same thing happened later with regard to the Demoiselles de Saint-Cyr. That comedy, represented in 1842 or 1843, with creditable but not every remunerative success. Although it then had Firmin, Mademoiselle Plessy and Anais as its exponents, had, at its revival, 6 years later, twice the number of performances which it had had when it was a novelty, making an incredible amount of money during its odd St. Martin's summer. But let us return to Charles Roman 7. We have mentioned what success the work met with. A comic incident very nearly compromised it. De Lafosse, one of the most conscientious comedians I ever knew, played the part of Charles Roman 7. As I have said, Harold did not want to go to any expense over the play. This time, indeed, he acted like a wise man, to such a degree that I had been obliged, as is known, to borrow a 15th-century suit of armor from the Artillery Museum. This cuirass was, on a receipt from me, taken to the property room at the Odeon. There the theatrical armorer had occasion, not to clean it, for it shone like silver, but to oil the springs and joints in order to bring back the suppleness, which they had lost during a state of rigidity that had endured for 4 centuries. By degrees, the obliging cuirass was, indeed, made pliable, and de Lafosse, whose shell at the proper moment it was to become, was able, although in an iron sheath, to stretch out his legs and move his arms. The helmet alone declined all concessions. Its visor had probably not been raised since the coronation of Charles Roman 7, and having seen such a solemnity as this, it absolutely refused to be lowered. De Lafosse, a conscientious man, as I have already indicated, looked with pain upon the obstinacy of his visor, which, during the whole time of his long warlike speech, did him good service by remaining raised, but which, when the speech was ended, and he was going off the stage, would give him, when lowered, a formidable appearance, upon which he set great store. The armorer was called, and after many attempts, in which he used in turn both gentle and coercive measures, oil and lime, he got the wretched visor to consent to be lowered. But when this end was achieved, it was almost as difficult a task to raise it again as it had been to lower it. In lowering, it slipped over a spring, made in the head of a nail, which, after several attempts, found an opening, resumed its working, and fixed the visor in such a way that neither sword nor lance thrusts could raise it again. This spring had to be pressed with a squire's dagger before it could be pushed back again into its socket, and permit the visor to be raised. De Lafosse troubled little about this difficulty. He went out with lowered visor, and his squire had plenty of time to perform the operation in the green room. Had Henry Roman II but worn such a visor, he would not have died at the hand of Montgomery. Behold on what things the fate of empires depend. I might even say the same about the fate of plays. Henry Roman II was killed because his visor was raised. Charles Roman VII avoided this because his visor remained lowered. In the heat of delivery, De Lafosse made so violent a gesture that the visor fell of itself, yielding, doubtless, to the emotion that it felt. This may have been its manner of applauding. Whatever the cause, De Lafosse suddenly found himself completely prevented from continuing his discourse. The lines began in the clearest fashion imaginable. They were emphasized most plainly, but ended in a lugubrious and unintelligible bellowing. The audience naturally began to laugh. It is said that it is impossible for our closest friend to refrain from laughter when he sees us fall. It is no laughing matter, I can tell you, when a play fails, but my best friends began to laugh. Luckily, the squire of King Charles Roman VII, or rather De Lafosse's super, whichever you like, did not forget on the stage the part he played behind the scenes. He rushed forward, dagger in hand, on the unfortunate king. The public only saw in the accident that had just happened a trick of the stage, and in the action of the super, a fresh incident. The laughter ceased, and the audience remained expectant. The result of the pause was that in a few seconds the visor rose again, and showed Charles Roman VII, as red as a peony and very nearly stifled. The play concluded without any other accident. Frederick Lemaître was angry with me for a long time because I did not give him the part of Jacob, but he was certainly mistaken about the character of that personage, whom he took for an Othello. The sole resemblance between Othello and Jacob lies in the color of the face. The color of the soul, if one may be allowed to say so, is wholly different. I should have made Othello, and I should have been very proud of it if I had. Jealous, violent, carried away by his passions, a man of initiative and of willpower, leader of the Venetian galleys, an Othello with flattened nose, thick lips, prominent cheekbones, frizzy hair. An Othello, more Negro than Arab, should I have given to Frederick. But my Othello, or rather my Jacob, was more Arab than Negro, a child of the desert, swarthy complexioned rather than black, with straight nose, thin lips, and smooth and flat hair, a sort of lion, taken from his mother's breast and carried off from the red and burning sands of the Sahara to the cold and damp flagstones of a chateau in the west. In the darkness and cold, he becomes enervated, languid, poetical. It was the fine, aristocratic, and rather sickly nature of Locre which really suited the part. And according to my thinking, Locre played it admirably. The day after the first performance of Charles Roman VII, I received a good number of letters of congratulation. The play had just enough secondary merit not to frighten anybody, and brought me the compliments of people who, whether unable or unwilling to pay them any longer to Ancelot, felt absolutely obliged to pay them to somebody. Meanwhile, the Theatre Franchise was preparing a play which was to cause a much greater flutter than my poor Charles Roman VII. This was the Réunie d'Espagny by Henry de Latouche. De Latouche, to whom we shall soon have to devote our attention in connection with the appearance upon our literary horizon of Madame Sand, was a sort of hermit who lived at the Valley aux Loups. The name of the hermitage quite sufficiently describes the hermit. De Latouche was a man of genuine talent. He has published a translation of Hoffmann's Cardillac and a very remarkable Neapolitan novel. The translation, de Latouche obliterated the name on his stolen linen, was called Olivier Brusson. The Neapolitan novel was called Fragoletta. The novel is an obscure work, badly put together, but certain parts of it are dazzling in their color and truth. It is the reflection of the Neapolitan sun upon the rocks of Pausilip. The Parthenopean Revolution is described therein in all its horrors, with the bloodthirsty and unblushing nakedness of the peoples of the South. De Latouche had, besides, rediscovered, collected, and published the poetry of André Chenier. He easily made people believe that these poems were, if not quite all his own, at least in a great measure his. We will concede that Henry de Latouche concocted a hemistich here and there where it was wanting, and joined up a rhyme which the pen had forgotten to connect, but that the verses of André Chenier are by de Latouche we will not grant. We only knew de Latouche slightly. At the same time, we do not believe that there was so great a capacity for the renunciation of glory on his part as this, that he gave to André Chenier 25 years after the death of the young poet, that European reputation from which he was able to enrich himself. Yet M. de Latouche wrote very fine verse. Frederick Solé, who was then on friendly terms with him, told me at times that his poetry was of marvelous composition and supreme originality. In short, M. de Latouche, a solitary misanthrope, a harsh critic, a capricious friend, had just written a 5-act prose comedy upon the most immodest subject in France and Spain. Not content with shaking the bells of Camus, as said the members of the Caveau, he rang a full peal on the bells of the theatre of the Rue de Richelieu. This comedy took for its theme the impotence of King Charles Roman II, and for plot, the advantage accruing to Austria supposing the husband of Marie-Louise d'Orléans produced a child, and the advantage to France supposing his wife did not have one. As may be seen, it was a delicate subject. It must be admitted that M. de Latouche's redundant imagination had found a way of skating over the risks of danger which threatened ordinary authors. When one act is finished, it is usually the same with the author as with the sufferer put to the rack. He has a rest, but lives in expectation of fresh tortures to follow. But M. de Latouche would not allow himself any moments of repose. He substituted interludes between the acts. We will reproduce verbatim the interlude between the second and the third act. It is needless to explain the situation. The reader will easily guess that, thanks to the efforts of the king's physician, Austria is on the way to triumph over France. Interlude. The personages go out, and after a few minutes' interval, the footlights are lowered. Night descends. The chamberlain, preceded by torches, appears at the door of the queen's apartment and knocks upon it with his sword hilt. The head lady-in-waiting comes to the door. They whisper together. The chamberlain disappears. Then, upon a sign from the head lady-in-waiting, the queen's women arrive successively and ceremoniously group themselves around their chief. A young lady-in-waiting holds back the velvet curtain over the queen's bedroom. The king's cortege advances. 2 pages precede his majesty, holding upon rich cushions the king's sword and the king's breeches. His majesty is in his night attire of silk, embroidered with gold flowers, edged with ermine. 2 crowns are embroidered on the lapels. Charles Roman II wears, carried on a sash, the blue ribbon of France, in honor of the niece of Louis Roman XIV. While passing in front of the line of courtiers, he makes sundry gestures of recognition, pleasure, and satisfaction, and the recipients of these marks of favor express their delight. Charles Roman II stops a moment. According to etiquette, he has to hand the candlestick borne by one of the officers to one of the queen's ladies. His Majesty chooses at a glance the prettiest girl and indicates this favor by a gesture. 2 ladies receives the breeches and the sword from the hands of the pages. The others allow the king to pass and quickly close up their ranks. When the curtain has fallen behind his majesty, the nurse cries, "Vive le roi!" This cry is repeated by all those present. A symphony, which at first solemnly began with the air of the Folies d'Espagny, ends the concert with a serenade. The work was performed but once, and it has not yet been played in its entirety. From that very night, M. de Latouche withdrew his play. But although the public forgot his drama, M. de Latouche was of too irascible and too vindictive a nature to let the public forget it. He did pretty much what M. Arnault did. He appealed from the performance to the printed edition. Only, he did not dedicate the Réunie d'Espagny to the prompter. People had heard too much of what the actors had said, from the first word to the last. The play failed through a revolt of modesty and morality, and so the author contested the question of indecency and immorality. We will reproduce the preface of our fellow dramatist de Latouche. As analyst, we relate the fact. As keeper of archives, we find room for the memorandum in our archives. The protest he made was not enough. He followed it up by pointing out, in the printed play, every fluctuation of feeling shown in the pit and even in the boxes. Thus, one finds successively the following notes at the foot of his pages. Here they begin to cough. Whispers, the piece is attacked by persons as thoroughly informed beforehand as the author of the risks of this somewhat novel situation. As a matter of fact, the situation was so novel that the public would not allow it to grow old. Here the whispers redouble. The pit rises, divided between 2 opinions. This detail of manners, accurately historic, excites lively disapproval. See at page 56 of the play, The Detail of Manners. Uproar. A pretty general rising, caused by a chaste interpretation, suggested by the pit. Prolonged OOS. They laugh. They become indignant, a voice, it takes two to make a child. Interruption. Movement of disapprobation. The white hair of the old monk should, however, put aside all ideas of indecency in this interview. Deserved disapproval. The sentence is cut in two by an obscene interruption. See the sentence on page 115. Disapproval. After this scene, the seventh of the fourth act, the piece, scarcely listened to at all, was not criticized any further. This was the only attempt M. de Latouche made at the theatre, and from that time onwards, La Vallée-aux-Loups more than ever deserved its name. Chapter 7. Victor Escousse and Auguste Lebras. Meanwhile, the drama of Pierre Roman III, by the unfortunate Escousse, was played at the Théâtre Français. I did not see Pierre Roman III. I tried to get hold of it to read it, but it seems that the drama has not been printed. This is what Lesser said about it in his Annuaire for 1831. Théâtre Français, 28 December. First performance of Pierre Roman III, a drama in 5 acts, in verse, by M. Escousse. The failure of this work dealt a fatal blow to its author, carried away, as he probably was, with the success of Farrac Lamora. In Pierre Roman III, neither history, nor probability, nor reason was respected. It was a deplorable specimen of the fanatical and uncouth style of literature. These two epithets are my own, made fashionable by men possessed of too real a talent for their example not to cause many lamentable imitations. But who could suspect that the author's life was bound up in his work? Yet one more trial, one more failure, and the unhappy young man was to die. And indeed, Victor Escousse and Auguste Lebras in collaboration soon put on at the Gaîté the drama of Raymond, which also failed. Criticism must have been cruelly incensed against this drama, since we find, after the last words of the play, a postscript containing these few lines, signed by one of the authors. P.S. This work roused much criticism against us, and it must be admitted, few people have made allowances for two poor young fellows, the oldest of whom is scarcely 20, in the attempt which they made to create an interesting situation with 5 characters, rejecting all the accessories of melodrama. But I have no intention of seeking to defend ourselves. I simply wish to proclaim the gratitude that I owe to Victor Escousse, who, in order to open the way for my entry into theatrical circles, admitted me to collaboration with himself. I also wish to defend him, as far as it is in my power, against the calumnious statements which are openly made against his character as a man, imputing a ridiculous vanity to him which I have never noticed in him. I say it publicly, I have nothing but praise to give him in respect of his behavior towards me, not only as collaborator, but still more as a friend. May these few words, thus frankly written, soften the darts which hatred has been pleased to hurl against a young man whose talent, I hope, will some day stifle the words of those who attack him without knowing him. Auguste Lebras. Yet Escousse had so thoroughly understood the fact that with success would come struggle, and with the amelioration of material position would come a recrudescence in moral suffering, that after the success in Farrac Lamora, when he left his little workman's room to take rather more comfortable quarters as an honored author, he addressed to that room, the witness of his first emotions as poet and lover, the lines here given. A ma chamber. De mon indépendance. Adieu, premier séjour. O mon adolescence. Adieu, moins d'un jour. Bien que plus je regrette. Un pas déchirant. Portant pauvre chambrette. Je vous quitte en pleurant. Du sort avec courage. J'ai subi tous les coups. Et du moins mon partage. n'a pu faire un jaloux. La fame dans ma retraite. 1,000 accumulate en rentrant. Portant pauvre chambret. Je vous quitte en pleurant. Au sein de la détresse. Quand je suis mon late. Une tender maîtresse. Point ni me consolate. Solitaire couchette. 1,000 endormate superant. Portant pauvre chambret. Je vous quitte en pleurant. De ma muse si tender. Un dia capriccio. Ni venate point entendre. Le sons ambitio. Briller pour l'indiscrete. Est besoin devorant. Portant pauvre chambret. Je vous quitte en pleurant. Adieu la sorte m'appelle. Vers un monde nouveau. Dans couchette plus belle. J'oublierai mon berceau. Peu de très humble poets. Lion de vous sera grand. Portant pauvre chambret. Je vous quitte en pleurant. In fact, that set of apartments which Escaus had taken in place of his room, and where, it will be seen, he had not installed himself without pain, saw him enter on 18 February with his friend Auguste Lebras, followed by the daughter of the porter, who was carrying a bushel of charcoal. He had just bought this charcoal from the neighboring greengrocer. While the woman was measuring it out, he said to Lebras, "Do you think a bushel is enough?" "Oh, yes," replied the latter. They paid and asked that the charcoal might be sent at once. The porter's daughter left the bushel of charcoal in the anteroom at their request and went away, little supposing she had just shut in death with the two poor lads. 3 days before, Escaus had taken the second key of his room from the portress on purpose to prevent any hindrance to this prearranged plan. The two friends separated. The same night Escaus wrote to Lebras, "I expect you at 11:30. The curtain will be raised. Come, so that we may hurry on the denouement." Lebras came at the appointed hour. He had no thought of failing to keep the appointment. The fatal thought of suicide had been germinating for a long while in his brain. The charcoal was already lit. They stuffed up the doors and windows with newspapers. Then Escaus went to a table and wrote the following note. Escaus has killed himself because he does not feel he has any place in this life. Because his strength fails him at every step he takes forwards or backwards. Because fame does not satisfy his soul, if soul there be. I desire that the motto of my book may be, Adieu trop infecund terre. Flow humans solil glace. Comme un fantôme solitaire. Inapercu j'aurai passe. Adieu les palmes immortelles. Vrai songe d'une âme de feu. 50 manquate, ji firm mes ailes adieu. This, as we have said, took place at 11:30. At midnight, Madame Adolphe, who had just been acting at the theatre Porte Saint-Martin, returned home. She lodged on the same floor as Escaus, and the young man's suite of rooms was only separated from hers by a partition. A strange sound seemed to her to come from those rooms. She listened. She thought she heard a twofold noise as of raucous breathing. She called, she knocked on the partition, but she did not obtain any reply. Escaus's father also lived on the same floor, on which 4 doors opened. These 4 doors belonged to the rooms of Escaus, his father, Madame Adolphe, and Walter, an actor I used to know well at that time, but of whom I have since lost sight. Madame Adolphe ran to the father of Escaus, awakened him, for he was already asleep, made him get up and come with her to listen to the raucous breathing which had terrified her. It had decreased, but was still audible enough for them to hear the dismal sound of 2 breathings. The father listened for a few seconds. Then he laughingly said to Madame Adolphe, "You jealous woman," and he went off to bed, not wishing to listen to her observations any further. Madame Adolphe remained by herself. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, she heard this raucous sound to which she alone persisted in giving its true significance. Incredulous though Escaus's father had been, he was haunted by dismal presentiments all night long. About 8 o'clock next morning, he went and knocked at his son's door. No one answered. He listened. All was silent. Then the idea came to him that Escaus was at the Vauxhall Baths, to which the young man sometimes went. He went to Walter's rooms, told him what had passed during the night, and of his uneasiness in the morning. Walter offered to run to Vauxhall, and the offer was accepted. At Vauxhall, Escaus had not been seen by anyone. The father's uneasiness increased. It was nearly his office hour, but he could not go until he was reassured by having his son's door opened. A locksmith was called in, and the door was broken open with difficulty, for the key which had locked it from the inside was in the keyhole. The key being still in the lock frightened the poor father to such an extent that, when the door was open, he did not dare to cross the threshold. It was Walter who entered, whilst he remained leaning against the staircase banisters. The inner door was, as we have said, stuffed up, but not closed either with bolt or key. Walter pushed it violently, broke through the obstructing paper, and went in. The fumes of the charcoal were still so dense that he nearly fell back. Nevertheless, he penetrated into the room, seized the first object to hand, a water bottle, I believe, and hurled it at the window. A pane of glass was broken by the crash and gave ingress to the outer air. Walter could now breathe, and he went to the window and opened it. Then the terrible spectacle revealed itself to him in all its fearful nakedness. The two young men were lying dead, Lebras on the floor, upon a mattress which he had dragged from the bed, Escaus on the bed itself. Lebras, of weakly constitution and feeble health, had easily been overcome by death, but with his companion it had been otherwise. Strong and full of health, the struggle had been long and must have been cruel. At least, this was what was indicated by his legs drawn up under his body and his clenched hands, with the nails driven into the flesh. The father nearly went out of his mind. Walter often told me that he should always see the two poor youths, one on his mattress, the other on his bed. Madame Adolphe did not dare to keep her rooms. Whenever she woke in the night, she thought she could hear the death rattle, which the poor father had taken for the sighs of lovers. The excellent elegy which this suicide inspired Beranger to write is well known. We could wish our readers had forgotten that we had given them part of it when we were speaking of the famous songwriter. That would have allowed us to quote the whole of it here. But how can they have forgotten that we have already fastened that rich poetic embroidery onto our rags of prose? Chapter 8. First performance of Robert Le Diable, Véron, manager of the opera. His opinion concerning Meyerbeer's music, my opinion concerning Véron's intellect, my relations with him, his articles and memoirs, Rossini's judgment of Robert Le Diable Neuret, the preacher Meyerbeer, first performance of the Fuite de Law by M. Menechit, first performance of Richard Darlington, Frederick Lemaître, de Lafosse, Mademoiselle Noblet. Led away into reminiscences of Escaus and of Lebras, whom we followed from the failure of Pierre Roman III to the day of their death, from the evening of 28 December 1831, that is, to the night of 18 February 1832, we have passed over the first performances of Richard Darlington and even of Teresa. Let us go back a step and return to the night of 21 October, at 1 o'clock in the morning, to Neuret's dressing room, who had just had a fall from the first floor of the opera owing to an ill-fitting trapdoor. The first representation of Robert Le Diable had just been given. It would be a curious thing to write the history of that great opera, which nearly failed at the first representation, now reckons over 400 performances, and is the Diane of all operas now born, and probably yet to be born. At first, Véron, who had passed from the management of the Revue de Paris to that of the opera, had from the first hearing of Meyerbeer's work, in full rehearsal since its acceptance at the theatre of the Rue Lepelletier, declared that he thought the score detestable, and that he would only play it under compulsion or if provided with a sufficient indemnity. The government which had just made, with respect to that new management, one of the most scandalous contracts which have ever existed, the government which at that period gave a subsidy to the opera of 900,000 francs, thought Véron's demand quite natural and convinced with him that the music of Robert Le Diable was execrable, gave to its well-beloved manager 60 or 80,000 francs subsidy for playing a work which now provides at least a third of the 50 or 60,000 francs income which Véron enjoys. Does not this little anecdote prove that the tradition of putting a man at the opera who knows nothing about music goes back to an epoch anterior to the nomination of Nestor Roqueplin, who, in his letters to Jules Janin, boasts that he does not know the value of a semibreve or the signification of a natural. No, it proves that Veron is a speculator of infinite shrewdness, and that his refusal to play Meyerbeer's opera was a clever speculation. Now, does Veron prefer that we should say that he was not learned in music? Let him correct our statement. It is common knowledge with what respect we submit to correction. There is one point concerning which we will not admit correction, namely, what we have just said about Veron's intellect. What we here state, we have repeated a score of times, speaking to him in person, as a certain class of functionaries has it. Veron is a clever man, even a very clever man, and it would not be doubted if he had not the misfortune to be a millionaire. Veron and I were never on very friendly terms. He has never, I believe, had a high opinion of my talent. As editor of the Revue de Paris, he never asked me for a single article. As manager of the opera, he has never asked me for anything but a single poem for Meyerbeer, and that on condition I wrote the poem in collaboration with Scribe, which nearly landed me in a quarrel with Meyerbeer and wholly in one with Scribe. Finally, as manager of the Constitutional, he only made use of me when the success which I had obtained on the journal des Débats, the Siècle and the press had in some measure forced his hand. Our engagement lasted 3 years. During those 3 years, we had a lawsuit which lasted 3 months. Then finally, we amicably broke the contract, when I had still some 20 volumes to give him, and at the time of this rupture, I owed him 6,000 francs. It was agreed that I should give Veron 12,000 lines for these 6,000 francs. Some time after, Veron sold the Constitutional. For the first journal that Veron shall start, he can draw upon me for 12,000 lines, at 12 days' sight. On the 13th day the signature shall be honored. Our position with regard to Veron being thoroughly established, we repeat that it is Veron's millions which injure his reputation. How can it be admitted that a man can both possess money and intellect? The thing is impossible. But it will be urged, if Veron is a clever man who writes his articles, who composes his memoirs. Someone else will reply, he did not, they are written by Malatourne. I pay no regard to what may lie underneath. When the articles or the memoirs are signed Veron, both articles and memoirs are by Veron so far as I am concerned. What else can you do? It is Veron's weakness to imagine that he can write. Good gracious! If he did not write, his reputation as an intellectual man would be made in spite of his millions. But it happens that, thanks to these deuced articles and those blessed memoirs, people laugh in my face when I say that Veron has intellect. It is in vain for me to be vexed and angry and shout out and appeal to people who have supped with him, good judges in the matter of wit, to believe me. Everybody replies, even those who have not supped with him, that is all very well. You say this because you owe M. Veron 12,000 lines, as if because one owes a man 12,000 lines, it were a sufficient excuse for saying that he has intellect. Take, for example, the case of M. Tillot of the Siècle, who says that I owe him 24,000 lines. At that rate, I ought to say that he has twice as much intellect as Veron. But I do not say so. I will content myself with saying that I do not owe him those 24,000 lines, and that he, on the contrary, owes me something like 300,000 or 400,000 francs or more, certainly not less. But where on earth were we? Oh, I remember. We were talking about the first night of Robert le Diable. After the third act, I met Rossini in the green room. Come now, Rossini, I asked him, what do you think of that? That do I think, replied Rossini. Yes, what do you think of it? Weil I think that if my best friend was waiting for me at the corner of a wood with a pistol, and put that pistol to my throat, saying, Rossini, you art going to make the best opera, I should do it. And suppose you had no one friendly enough towards you to render you this service. Ah, in that case all would be at an end, and I assure you that I would never write one single note of music again. Alas, the friend was not forthcoming, and Rossini kept his oath. I meditated upon these words of the illustrious maestro during the 4th and 5th acts of Robert, and after the 5th act, I went to the stage to inquire of Nuret if he was not hurt. I felt a strong friendship towards Nuret, and he, on his side, was much attached to me. Nuret was not only an eminent actor, he was also a delightful man. He had but one fault. When you paid him a compliment on his acting or on his voice, he would listen to you in a melancholy fashion and reply with his hand on your shoulder. "Ah, my friend, I was not born to be a singer or a comedian." "Indeed, then why were you born?" "I was born to mount a pulpit, not a stage." "A pulpit?" "Yes." "And what the deuce would you do in a pulpit?" "I should guide humanity in the way of progress." "Oh, you misjudge me. You do not know my real character." Poor Nuret, he made a great mistake in wanting to have been or to appear other than he was. He was a delightful player, a dignified and noble and kindly-natured man. He had taken the revolution of 1830 very seriously, and for 3 months he appeared every other day on the stage of the opera as a National Guard, singing the Marseillaise, flag in hand. Unluckily, his patriotism was sturdier than his voice, and he broke his voice in that exercise. It was because his voice had already become weaker that Meyerbeer put so little singing in the part of Robert. Nuret was in despair, not because of his failure, but because of that of the piece. In common with everyone else, he thought the work had failed. Meyerbeer was himself quite melancholy enough. Nuret introduced us to one another. Our acquaintance dates from that night. Meyerbeer was a very clever man. From the first, he had had the sense to place a great fortune at the service of an immense reputation. Only, he did not make his fortune with his reputation. It might almost be said that he made his reputation with his fortune. Meyerbeer was never for one instant led aside from his object. Whether he was by himself or in society, in France or in Germany, at the table of the Hotel des Princes or at the casino at Spa, and that object was success. Most assuredly, Meyerbeer gave himself more trouble to achieve success than in writing his scores. We say this because it seems to us that there are 2 courses to take. Meyerbeer should leave his scores to make their own successes. We should gain 1 opera out of every 3. I admire the more this quality of tenacity of purpose in a man, since it is entirely lacking in myself. I have always let managers look after their interests and mine on first nights, and next day, upon my word, let people say what they like, whether good or ill. I have been working for the stage for 25 years now, and writing books for as long. I challenge a single newspaper editor to say he has seen me in his office to ask the favor of a single puff. Perhaps in this indifference lies my strength. In the 5 or 6 years that have just gone by, as soon as my plays have been put on the stage, with all the care and intelligence of which I am capable, it has often happened that I have not been present at my first performance, but have waited to hear any news about it that others, more curious than myself, who had been present, should bring me. But at the time of Richard Darlington, I had not yet attained to this high degree of philosophy. As soon as the play was finished, it had been read to Harrel, who had just left the management of the Odeon to take up that of the Porte Saint Martin, and, be it said, Harrel had accepted it at once. He had immediately put it in rehearsal, and after a month of rehearsals, all scrupulously attended by me, we had got to 10 December, the day fixed for the first performance. The Theatre Franchise was in competition with us, and played the same day La Fuite de Law by M. Menechit, ex-reader to King Charles X. In his capacity of ex-reader to King Charles X., Menechit was a royalist. I shall always recollect the sighs he heaved when he was compelled, as editor of Plutarch Franchise, to insert in it the biography of the Emperor Napoleon. Had he been in a position to consult his own personal feelings only, he would certainly have excluded from his publication the conqueror of Marengo, of Austerlitz, and of Jena, but he was not the complete master of it. Since Napoleon had taken Cairo, Berlin, Vienna, and Moscow, he had surely the right to monopolize 50 or 60 columns in the Plutarch Franchise. I know something about those sighs, for he came to ask me for that biography of Napoleon, and it was I who drew it up. In spite of the competition of the Theatre Franchise, there was a tremendous stir over Richard. It was known beforehand that the play had a political side to it of great significance, and the feverishness of men's minds at that period made a storm out of everything. People crushed at the doors to get tickets. At the rising of the curtain, the house seemed full to overflowing. Frederick was the pillar who supported the whole affair. He had supporting him Mademoiselle Noblet, de Lafosse, Doligny, and Madame Zélipol, but But so great was the power of this fine dramatic genius that he electrified everybody. Everyone in some degree was inspired by him, and by contact with him increased his own strength without decreasing that of the great player. Frederick was then in the full zenith of his talent. Unequal like Kean, whose personality he was to copy 2 or 3 years later, sublime like Kean, he had the same qualities he exhibits today, and though in a lesser degree, the same defects. He was just the same then in the relations of ordinary life, difficult, unsociable, capricious, as he is today. In other respects, he was a man of sound judgment, taking as much interest in the play as in his own part in the suggestions he proposed, and as much interest in the author as in himself. He had been excellent at the rehearsals. At the performance itself, he was magnificent. I do not know where he had studied that gambler on the grand scale, whom we style an ambitious man. Men of genius must study in their own hearts what they cannot know except in dreams. Next to Frederick, Doligny was capital in the part of Thompson. It was to the recollection I had of him in this role that the poor fellow owed, later, the sad privilege of being associated with me in my misfortunes. De Lafosse, who played Mowbray, had moments of genuine greatness. One instance of it was where he waits at the edge of a wood, in a fearful storm, for the passing of the postchaise in which Thompson is carrying off Jenny. An accident which might have made a hitch and upset the play at that juncture was warded off by his presence of mind. Mowbray has to kill Thompson by shooting him. For greater security, De Lafosse had taken 2 pistols, real stage pistols, hired from a gunsmith. They both missed fire. De Lafosse never lost his head. He made a pretense of drawing a dagger from his pocket and killed Thompson with a blow from his fist, as he had not been able to blow out his brains. Mademoiselle Noblet was fascinatingly tender and loving, a charming and poetic being. In the last scene she fell so completely under Frederick's influence as to utter cries of genuine, not feigned terror. The fable took on all the proportions of reality for her. The final scene was one of the most terrible I ever saw on the stage. When Jenny asked him, "What are you going to do?" and Richard replied, "I do not know, but pray to God." A tremendous shudder ran all over the house, and a murmur of fear, escaping from every breast, became an actual shriek of terror. At the conclusion of the second act, Harold had come up to my avant-scene. I had the chief avant-scene by right, and from it I could view the performance as though I were a stranger. Harold, I say, came up to entreat me to have my name mentioned with that of Dinox, the name, be it known, by which Galbox and Budin were known on the stage. I refused. During the third act he came up again, accompanied this time by my 2 collaborators, and furnished with 3 banknotes of 1,000 francs each. Galbox and Budin, good, excellent, brotherly-hearted fellows, came to ask me to have my name given alone. I had done the whole thing, they said, and my right to the success was incontestable. I had done the whole thing, except finding the subject, except providing the outlines of the development, except, finally, the execution of the chief scene between the king and Richard, the scene in which I had completely failed. I embraced them and refused. Harold offered me the 3,000 francs. He had come at an opportune moment, tears were in my eyes, and I held a hand of each of my 2 friends in mine. I refused him, but I did not embrace him. The curtain fell in the midst of frantic applause. They called Richard before the curtain, then Jenny, Thompson, Mowbray, the whole company. I took advantage of the spectators being still glued to their places to go out and make for the door of communication. I wanted to take the actors in my arms on their return to the wings. I came across Musset in the corridor. He was very pale and very much moved. "Well," I asked him, "what is the matter, my dear poet?" "I am suffocating," he replied. It was, I think, the finest praise he could have paid the work. The drama of Richard is, indeed, suffocating. I reached the wings in time to shake hands with everybody, and yet I did not feel the same emotion as on the night of Antony. The success had been as great, but the players were nothing like as dear to me. There is an abyss between my character and habits and those of Frederick which 3 triumphs in common have not enabled either of us to bridge. What a difference between my friendship with Bocage, between Mademoiselle Noblet and myself, pretty and fascinating as she was at that date, there existed none but purely artistic relations. She interested me as a young and beautiful person of promising future, and that was all. What a difference, to be sure, from the double and triple feelings with which Dorval inspired me, although today the most active of these sentiments has been extinguished these 20 years. though she herself has been dead for 4 or 5 years and forgotten by most people who should have remembered her, and who did not even see her taken to her last resting place. Her name falls constantly from my pen, just as her memory strikes ever a pang at my heart. Perhaps it will be said that my joy was not so great because my name remained unknown and my personality concealed. On that head, I have not even the shadow of a regret. I can answer for it that my 2 collaborators were more sadly troubled at being named alone than at not being named at all. Richard had an immense success, and it was just that it should. Richard, without question, is an excellent drama. I beg leave to be as frank concerning myself as I am with regard to others. 21 days after the performance of Richard Darlington, the year 1831 went to join its sisters in that unknown world to which villain relegates dead moons, and where he seeks, without finding them, the snows of yesteryear. Troubled though the year had been by political disturbances, it had been splendid for art. I had produced 3 pieces, 1 bad, Napoleon Bonaparte, 1 mediocre, Charles Roman 7, and 1 good, Richard Darlington. Hugo had put forth Marion Delorme, and had published Notre Dame de Paris, something more than a Roman, a book, and his volume The Feuilles d'Automne. Balzac had published The Peau de Chagrin, one of his most irritating productions. Once for all, my estimation of Balzac, both as a man and as an author, is not to be relied upon. As a man, I knew him but little, and what I did know did not rouse in me the least sympathy. As regards his talent, his manner of composition, of creation, of production, was so different from mine that I am a bad judge of him, and I condemn myself on this head, quite conscious that I can justly be called in question. But to continue, does my reader know, omitting mention of M. Comte's theatre and of that of the Funambules, what was played in Paris fro January 1809 to 31 December 1831? Well, there were play theatrical pieces, to which scribe contribute, Tholer 94, Brazier 93, Dartois 92, Millsville 80, Dupin 56, Antier 53, Dumasson 55, de Courcy 50. The whole world compared with this could not have provided a quarter of it, nor was painting far behind. Vernet had reached the zenith of his talent. Delacroix and Delaroche were ascending the upward path of theirs. Vernet had exhibited, but before speaking of their works, let us say a few words of the men themselves. Chapter 9. Horace Vernet. Vernet was then a man of 42. You are acquainted with Horace Vernet, are you not? I will not say as painter, who does not know, indeed, the artist of the Bataille de Montmirail, of the Prize de Constantine, of the Déroute de la Smala. No, I mean as man. You will have seen him pass a score of times, chasing the stag or the boar in shooting costume, or crossing the Place du Carrousel, or parading in the court of the Tuileries, in the brilliant uniform of a staff officer. He was a handsome cavalier, a dainty, lithe, tall figure, with sparkling eyes, high cheekbones, a mobile face, and mustaches a la Real Louis Roman XIII. Imagine him something like D'Artagnan, for Horace looked far more like a musketeer than a painter, or say like a painter of the type of Velázquez or Van Dyck, and like the cavalier Tempesta, with curled-up mustache, sword dangling against his heels, his horse snorting forth fire from its nostrils. The whole race of Vernets were of a similar type. Joseph Vernet, the grandfather, had himself bound to a ship's mast during a tempest. Karl Vernet, the father, would, I am certain, have given many things to have been carried off, like Mazeppa, across the steppes of Ukraine on a furious horse, reeking with foam and blood. For be it known, Horace Vernet brings up the rear of a quadruple series, the latest of 4 generations of painters. He is the son of Karl, the grandson of Joseph Vernet, the great-grandson of Antoine. Then, as though this were not enough, his maternal ancestor was the younger Moreau, that is to say, one of the foremost draftsmen and ablest engravers of the 18th century. Antoine Vernet painted flowers upon sedan chairs. There are 2 chairs painted and signed by him at Marseille. Joseph Vernet has adorned every museum in France with his sea pictures. He is to Havre, Brest, Lorient, Marseille, and Toulon what Canaletto is to Venice. Karl, who began by bearing off the Grand Prix of Rome with his composition of the Enfant Prodigue, became, in 1786, an enthusiastic painter of everything English. The Duc d'Orléans bought at fabulous prices the finest of English horses. Karl Vernet became mad on horses, drew them, painted them, made them his speciality, and so became famous. As for Horace, he was born in 1789, the year in which his grandfather Joseph died and his father Karl was made an academician. Born a painter, so to say, his first steps were taken in a studio. "Who is your master?" I once asked him. "I never had one." "But who taught you to draw and paint?" "I do not know. When I could only walk on all fours, I used to pick up pencils and paint brushes. When I found paper, I drew. When I found canvas, I painted. And one fine day, it was discovered that I was a painter." When 10 years old, Horace sold his first drawing to a merchant. It was a tulip commissioned by Madame de Perigord. This was the first money he had earned, 24 sous, and the merchant paid him these 24 sous in one of those white coins that were still to be seen about in 1816, but which we do not see now and shall probably not see again. This happened in 1799. From that moment, Horace Vernet found a market for drawings, rough sketches, and 6-inch canvases. In 1811, the King of Westphalia commissioned his first 2 pictures, the Prize du Camp Retranche de Galatz and the Prize de Breslau. I have seen them scores of times at King Jerome's palace. They are not your best work, my dear Horace, but they brought him in 16,000 francs. It was the first considerable sum of money he had received. It was the first out of which he could put something aside. Then came 1812, 1813, and the downfall of the whole Napoleonic edifice. The world shook to its foundations. Europe became a volcano. Society seemed about to dissolve. There was no thought of painting, or literature, or art. What do you suppose became of Vernet, who could not then obtain for his pictures 8,000 francs, or 4,000, or 1,000, or 500, or 100, or even 50? Vernet drew designs for the Journal des Modes, 3 for 100 francs, 33 francs 33 centimes each drawing. One day he showed me all these drawings, a collection of which he kept. I counted nearly 1,500 of them with feelings of profound emotion. The 33 francs 33 centimes brought to my mind my 166 francs 65 centimes, the highest figure my salary had ever reached. Vernet was a child of the Revolution, but as a young man he knew only the Empire. An ardent Bonapartist in 1815, more fervent still, perhaps, in 1816, he gave many sword strokes and sweeps of the paint brush in honor of Napoleon, both exercised as secretly as possible. In 1818, the Duc d'Orléans conceived the idea of ordering Vernet to paint pictures for him. The suggestion was transmitted to the painter on the prince's behalf. "Willingly," said the painter, "but on condition that they shall be military pictures." The prince accepted. "That the pictures," added the painter, "shall be of the time of the Republic and of the Empire." Again the prince acceded. "Finally," added the painter, "on condition that the soldiers of the Empire and of the Revolution shall wear tricolor cockades." "Tell M. Vernet," replied the prince to this, "that he can put the first cockade in my hat." And as a matter of fact, the Duc d'Orléans decided that the first picture which Vernet should execute for him should be of himself as Colonel of Dragoons, saving a poor refractory priest. A piece of good fortune which befell the prince in 1792, and which has been related by us at length in our Histoire de Louis Philippe. Horace Vernet painted the picture and had the pleasure of putting the first tricolor cockade ostentatiously on the helmet. About this time, the Duc de Berry urgently desired to visit the painter's studio, whose reputation grew with the rapidity of the giant Adamastor. But Vernet did not love the Bourbons, especially those of the older branch. With the Duc d'Orléans it was different. He had been a Jacobin. Horace refused admission to his studio to the son of Charles X. "Oh, good gracious," said the Duc de Berry, "if in order to be received by M. Vernet it is but a question of putting on a tricolor cockade, tell him that, although I do not wear M. Lafitte's colors at my heart, I will put them in my hat, if it must be so, the day I enter his house." The suggestion did not come to anything either, because the painter did not accede to it, or because, the painter having acceded to it, the prince declined to submit to such an exacting condition. In less than 18 months Vernet painted for the Duc d'Orléans, the condition concerning the tricolor cockades being always respected, the fine series of pictures which constitute his best work, Montmirail, in which he puts more than tricolor cockades, namely, the emperor himself riding away into the distance on his white horse, Hanno, Gemaps, and Valmy. But all these tricolor cockades, which blossomed on Horace's canvases like poppies, cornflowers, and marguerites in a meadow, and above all, that detestable white horse, although it was no bigger than a pin's head, frightened the government of Louis Roman XVIII. The exhibition of 1821 declined Horace Vernet's pictures. The artist held an exhibition at his own house and had a greater success by himself than the 2,000 painters had who exhibited at the Salon. This was the time of his great popularity. No one was allowed at that period, not even his enemies, to dispute his talent. Vernet was more than a celebrated painter. He belonged to the nation, representing in the world of art the spirit of opposition which was beginning to make the reputations of Béranger and of Casimir de Lavine in the world of poetry. He lived in the Rue de la Tour des Dames. All that quarter had just sprung into being. It was the artists' quarter. Talma, Mademoiselle Mars, Mademoiselle Duchesnois, Arnault lived there. It was called La Nouvelle Assignats. They all carried on the spirit of opposition in their own particular ways. Mademoiselle Mars with her violets, M. Arnault with his stories, Talma with his Scylla wig, Horace Vernet with his tricolor cockades, Mademoiselle Duchesnois with what she could. One consecration was still lacking in the matter of Horace Vernet's popularity. He obtained it, that is to say, he was appointed director of the École Francaise at Rome. Perhaps this was a means of getting him sent away from Paris. But the exile, if such it was, looked so much more like an honor that Vernet accepted it with joy. Criticism grumbled a little. It was the time of the raising of voices. Some complained in the hoarse notes, others in the screaming tones, which are the peculiar property of the envious, exclaiming that it was rather a risk to send to Rome the propagator of tricolor cockades, and rather a bold stroke to bring into juxtaposition Montmirail and the Transfiguration, Horace Vernet and Raphael. But these voices were drowned in the universal acclamation which hailed the honor done to our national painter. It was certainly not Vernet's enemies who should have indulged in recrimination, but rather his friends who should have felt afraid. In fact, when Horace Vernet found himself confronted with the masterpieces of the 16th century, even as Raphael, when led into the Sistine Chapel by Bramante, he was seized with a spasm of doubt. The whole of his education as a painter was called in question. He felt he had been self-deceived for 30 years of his life. At the age of 32, Horace had already been a painter for 30 years. He asked himself whether, instead of those worthy full-length soldiers, clad in military capot and shako, he was not destined to paint naked giants, the Iliad of Homer instead of the Iliad of Napoleon. The unhappy painter set himself to paint great pictures. The Roman school was in a flourishing state upon his arrival. Vernet succeeded to Guérin. Under Vernet it became splendid. The indefatigable artist, the never-ceasing creator, communicated a portion of his fecund spirit to all those young minds. Like a sun he lighted up and warmed throughout, and ripened everything with his rays. 1 year after his arrival in Rome, he must needs erect an exhibition hall in the garden of the École. Ferron, from whom the Institute asked an 18-inch sketch, gave a 20-feet picture, the Passage des Alpes. Debay gave the Mort de Lucrece, Bouchat a Bacchanale, Rivière a Peste apaisée par les prières du pape. Sculptors created groups of statuary, or at the least statues instead of statuettes. Dumont sent Bacchus aux bras de son Neurus, Duret the invention de la lyre. It was such an outpouring of productions that the Academy was frightened. It complained that the École de Rome produced too much. This was the only reproach they had to bring against Vernet during his ultramontane viceregency. He himself worked as hard as a student, 2 students, 10 students. He sent his Raphael et Michel-Ange, his Exaltation du Pape, his Arrestation du Prince de Condé, his, happily for Horace, I cannot recollect any more he sent in at that period. I repeat once more, the sight of the old masters had upset all his old ideas. In the slang of the studio, Horace splashed about. I say this because I am quite certain that it is his own opinion. If it is possible that Horace could turn out any bad painting, if he has ever done so, and he alone has the right to say this, is it not the fact, dear Horace, that the bad painting which many artists point out with glee and triumph was done in Rome? But this period of relative inferiority for Horace, which was only below his own average in painting in what is termed the grand style, was not without its profit to the artist. He drank the wine of life from its main source, the eternal spring. He returned to France, strengthened by a force invisible to all, unrealized by himself, and after 7 years spent in the Vatican and the Sistine Chapel and the Farnesina, he found himself more at ease among his barracks and battlefields, which many people said, and said wrongly, that he ought not to have quitted. Horace led a fine life, dashing through Europe on horseback, across Africa on a dromedary, over the Mediterranean in a ship. A glorious, noble, and loyal life at which criticism may scoff, but in respect of which no reproach can be uttered by France. Now during this year, nous revenons à nos moutons, as M. Berger puts it, Horace sent 2 pictures from Rome, namely, those we have mentioned already, the Exaltation du Pape, one of the best of his worst pictures, and the Arrestation du Prince de Condé, one of the best of his best pictures. Chapter 10. Paul Delaroche. Delaroche exhibited his 3 masterpieces at the Salon of 1831, the Enfants d'Edouard, Cinq-Mars et de thou remontant le Rhône et la remorque du Cardinal de Richelieu, and the Jew du Cardinal de Mazarin, a sunlit de mort. It is hardly necessary to say that of these 3 pictures, we prefer the Cinq-Mars et de thou remontant le Rhône. The biography of the eminent artist will not be long. His is not an eccentric character, nor one of those impetuous temperaments which seek adventures. He did not have his collarbone broken when he was 15, 3 ribs staved in at 30, and his head cut open at 45, as did Vernet. He does not expose his body in every political quarrel. His recreations are not those of fencing, horse riding, and shooting. He rests from work by dreaming, and not by some fresh, fatiguing occupation, for although his work is masterly, it is heavy, labored, and melancholy. Instead of saying before heaven openly, when showing his pictures to men and thanking God for having given him the power to paint them, "Behold, I am an artist, vivent Raphael and Michelangelo," he conceals them, he hides them, he withdraws them from sight, murmuring, "Ah, I was not made for brush, canvas, and colors. I was made for political and diplomatic career. Vivent M. de Talleyrand and M. de Metternich. Oh, how unhappy are those spirits, those restless souls, who do one thing and torment themselves with the everlasting anxiety that they were created to do something else." In 1831, Paul Delaroche was 34, and just about at the height of his strength and his talent. He was the second son of a pawnbroker. He early entered the studio of Gros, who was then in the zenith of his fame, and who, after his beautiful pictures of Jaffa, Aboukir, and Eylau, was about to undertake the gigantic dome of the Pantheon. He made genuine and rapid advance in harmony with the design and taste of the master. Nevertheless, Delaroche began with landscape. His brother painted historical subjects, and the father did not wish both his 2 sons to apply themselves to the same kind of painting. Claude Lorrain's and Ruysdael's were accordingly the studios preferred by Paul, a woman with whom he fell in love, and whose portrait he persisted in painting, changed his inclinations. This portrait finished, and found to be acceptable by en venue. As they say in studio language, Delaroche was won over to the grand school of painting. He made his first appearance in the Salon of 1822, when he was 25 years of age, with a Joas a rake du milieu des morts par Josabeth and a Christ descendu de la croix. In 1824, he exhibited Jeanne d'Arc interrogi dans son cachot par le Cardinal de Winchester, Saint Vincent de Paul prechant pour les enfants trouves, Saint Sébastien secouru par Irene, and Filippo Lippi charged de peindre une vierge pour une convent, et devenant amoureux de la religieuse qui lui sert de model. The Jeanne d'Arc made a great impression. Instead of being talked of as a painter of great promise, Delaroche was looked upon as a master who had realized these hopes. In 1826, he exhibited his Mort de Carrac, Le Pretendant Sauve par Miss MacDonald, the Nuit de la Saint Barthélemy, the Mort d'Elizabeth, and the full-length portrait of the Dauphin. The whole world stood to gaze at Elizabeth, pallid, dying, dead already from the waist down. I was riveted in front of the young Scotch girl, exquisitely sympathetic and admirably romantic in feeling. Cinq-Mars and Miss MacDonald were alone enough to make Delaroche a great painter. What delicious handling there is in the latter picture, sweet, tender, moving. What suppleness and morbidezza in those golden 15 years, born on the wings of youth, scarcely touching the earth. "Oh, Delaroche, you are a great painter, but if you had only painted 4 pictures equal to your Miss MacDonald, how you would have been adored." In 1827, he first produced a political picture, the Prize du Trocadero, then the Mort du President Duranty, a great and magnificent canvas, 3 figures of the first order, the president, his wife, and his child. The figure of the child in particular, who is holding up, or rather stretching up, its hands to heaven, and a ceiling for the Charles X Museum, of which I will not speak, as I do not remember it. Finally, in 1831, the period we have reached, Delaroche exhibited Les Enfants d'Edouard, Cinq-Mars et de Thou, the Jew de Mazarin, the portrait of Emile, Sontag, and a lecture. The painter's reputation, as we have said, had then reached its height. You remember those 2 children sitting on a bed, one sickly, the other full of health, the little barking dog, the ray of light that comes into the prison through the chink beneath the door. You remember the Richelieu, ill, coughing, attenuated, with no more strength to cause the death of others. The beautiful figure of Cinq-Mars, calm, in his exquisite costume of white satin, pink and white under his pearl-grey hat. The grave de Thou in his dark dress, looking at the scaffold in the distance, which was to assume for him so terrible an aspect on nearer view. Those guards, those rowers, the soldier eating, and the other who is spluttering in the water. The whole is exquisitely composed and executed, full of intellect and thought, and particularly full of skill, yes. For Delaroche par excellence is the dexterous painter. He possesses the expertness of Casimir de Lavine, with whom he has all kinds of points of resemblance, although, in our opinion, he strikes us as being stronger as a painter than Casimir de Lavine as a dramatic author. Every artist has his double in some kindred contemporary. Hugo and Delacroix have many points of contact. I pride myself upon my resemblance to Vernet. Delaroche's skill is, indeed, great. Not that we think it the fruit of studied calculation, such cleverness is intuitive, and perhaps not so much an acquired quality as a natural gift, a gift that is doubtless rather a negative one from the point of view of art. I prefer certain painters, poets, and players who are inclined to err on the side of being awkward rather than too skillful. But just as all the studying in the world will not change clumsiness into skillfulness, so you cannot cure a clever man of his defect. Therefore, although it is a singular statement to make, Delaroche has the defect of being too skillful. If a man is going to his execution, Delaroche will not choose the shuddering moment when the guards open the doors of the prison, nor the terror-stricken instant when the victim catches sight of the scaffold. No, the resigned victim will pass before the window of the Bishop of London. As he descends a staircase, will kneel with downcast eyes and receive the benediction bestowed on him by 2 white aristocratic trembling hands thrust through the bars of that window. If he paints the assassination of the Duc de Guise, he does not choose the moment of struggle, the supreme instant when the features contract in spasms of anger, in convulsions of agony, when the hands dig into the flesh and tear out hair, when hearts drink vengeance and daggers drink blood. No, it is the moment when all is over, when the Duc de Guise is laid dead at the foot of the bed, when daggers and swords are wiped clean and cloaks have hidden the rending of the doublet, when the murderers open the door to the assassin and Henry Roman III enters, pale and trembling, and recoils as he comes in murmuring. Why, he must have been 10 feet high. He looks taller lying down than standing, dead than alive. Again, if he paints the children of Edward, he does not choose the moment when the executioners of Richard Roman III rush upon the poor innocent boys and stifle their cries and their lives with bedding and pillows. No, he chooses the time when the 2 lads, seated on the bed which is to become their grave, are terrified and trembling by reason of a presentiment of the footsteps of death, as yet unrecognized by them, but noted by their dog. Death is approaching, as yet hidden behind the prison door, but his pale and cadaverous light is already creeping in through the chinks. It is evident that this is one side of art, one aspect of genius, which can be energetically attacked and conscientiously defended. It does not satisfy the artist supremely, but it gives the middle classes considerable pleasure. That is why Delaroche had, for a time, the most universal reputation, and the one that was least disputed among all his colleagues. It also explains why, after having been too indulgent towards him, and from the very fact of being overindulgent, criticism has become too severe. And this is why we are putting the artist and his works in their true place and light. We say, then, Delaroche must not be so much blamed for his skill as felicitated for it. It is an organic part not merely of his talent, but still more of his temperament and character. He does not look all round his subject to find out from which side he can see it the best. He sees his subject immediately in just that particular pose, and it would be impossible for the painter to realize it in any other way. Along with this, Delaroche puts all the consciousness of which he is capable into his work. Here is yet another point of resemblance between him and Casimir Delavigne, only he does not pour his whole self out as does Delavigne. He does not need, as does Delavigne, friends to encourage him and give him strength. He is more prolific. Casimir is cunning, Delaroche is merely freakish. Then Casimir shortens, contracts, and is niggardly. He treats the same subject as does Delaroche, but why does he treat it? Not by any means because the subject is a magnificent one, or because it moves the heart of the masses and stirs up the past of a people, or because Shakespeare has created a sublime drama from it, but because Delaroche has made a fine picture out of it. Thus the 15 more or less lengthy acts of Shakespeare become, under the pen of Casimir Delavigne, 3 short acts. There is no mention whatever of the King's procession, the scene between Richard Roman III and Queen Anne, the apparition of the victims between the 2 armies, the fight between Richard Roman III and Richmond. Delavigne's 3 acts have no other aim than to make a tableau vivant framed in the harlequin hangings of the Théâtre Français, representing with scrupulous exactitude, and in the manner of a deceptive painting of still life, the canvas of Delaroche. It happens, therefore, that the drama finds itself great, even as is the Academy, not by any means because of what it possesses, but by what it lacks. Then, although in the case of both, their convictions, or if you prefer it, their prejudices exceed the bounds of obstinacy and amount to infatuation, Delaroche, being the stronger of the 2, rarely giving in, although he does occasionally, while Casimir never does so. To give one instance, I have said that each great artist has his counterpart in a kindred contemporary art, and I have said that Delaroche resembled Casimir Delavigne. This I maintain. This is so true that Victor Hugo and Delacroix, the 2 least academic talents imaginable, both had the ambition to be of the Academy. Both competed for it, Hugo 5 times and Delacroix 10, 12, 15, I cannot count how many times. Very well, you remember what I said before, or rather, lest you should not remember it, I will repeat it. During one of the vacancies in the Academy, I took it upon myself to call on some academicians, who were my friends, on Hugo's behalf. One of these calls was in the direction of Menus Plaisirs, where Casimir Delavigne had rooms. I have previously mentioned how fond I was of Casimir Delavigne, and that this feeling was reciprocated. Perhaps it will be a matter for surprise that, being so fond of him and boasting of his affection for myself, I speak ill of him. In the first place, I do not speak ill of his talent, I merely state the truth about it. That does not prevent me from liking the man Casimir personally. I speak well of the talent of M. Delaroche, but does that prove that I like him? No, I do not like M. Delaroche, but my friendship for the one and my want of sympathy with the other does not influence my opinion of their talent. It is not for me either to blame or to praise their talent, and I may be permitted both to praise and to blame individuals. I put all these trifles on one side, and I judge their works. With this explanation, I return to Casimir Delavigne, who liked me somewhat, and whom I liked much. I had decided to make use of this friendship on behalf of Hugo, whom I loved, and whom I still love with quite a different affection, because admiration makes up at least 2 kinds of my friendship for Hugo, whilst I have no admiration for Casimir Delavigne at all. So I went to find Casimir Delavigne. I employed all the coaxing which friendship could inspire, all the arguments reason could prompt to persuade him to give his vote to Hugo. He refused obstinately, cruelly, and, worse still, tactlessly. It would have been a stroke of genius for Casimir Delavigne to have voted for Hugo, but he would not vote for him. Cleverness, in the case of Casimir Delavigne, was an acquired quality, not a natural gift. Casimir gave his vote to I know not whom, to M. Dupety, or M. Flowerens, or M. Vatout. Well, listen to this. The same situation occurred when Delacroix paid his visits as when Hugo was trying to get himself placed among applicants for the Academy. Once, twice, Delaroche refused his vote to Delacroix. Robert Fleury, you know that excellent painter of sorrowful situations and supreme anguish, an apparently ideal person to be an impartial appreciator of Delacroix and of Delaroche. Well, Robert Fleury sought out Delaroche and did what I had done in the case of Casimir de Lavine. He begged, implored Delaroche to give his vote to Delacroix. Delaroche at first refused with shudders of horror and cries of indignation, and he showed Robert Fleury to the door. But when he was by himself, his conscience began to speak to him, softly at first, then louder and still louder. He tried to struggle against it, but it grew bigger and bigger, like the shadow of Messina's fiancée. He sent for Fleury. "You can tell Delacroix he has my vote," he burst out. "All things considered, he is a great painter." And he fled to his bedchamber as a vanquished lion retires into his cave, as the sulky Achilles withdrew into his tent. Now, in exchange for that concession made to his conscience when it said to him, "You are wrong," let us show Delaroche's stubbornness when conscience said, "You are right." Delaroche was not only a great painter, but, as you will see, he was still more a very fine and a very great character. In 1835, Delaroche, who was commissioned to paint 6 pictures for the dome of the Madeleine, learnt that M. Ingres, who also had been commissioned to paint the dome, had drawn back from the immense task and retired. He ran off to M. Thiers, then Minister of the Interior. "Monsieur le Minister," he said to him, "M. Ingres is withdrawing. My work is bound up with his. I am at one with him concerning it. He discussed his plans with me, and I showed him my sketches. His task and mine were made to harmonize together. It may not be thus with his successor. May I ask who his successor is, in order that I may know whether we can work together as M. Ingres and I have worked together? In case you should not have any person in view, and should wish me to undertake the whole, I will do the dome for nothing. That is to say, you shall pay me the sum agreed upon for my 6 pictures, and I will give you the dome into the bargain." M. Thiers got up and assumed the attitude of Orosmane, and said as said Orosmane, "Crescen T serais too flat. 500 effacer Orosmane en generosite." The result of the conversation was that the minister, after having said that there might not perhaps be any dome to paint, and that it was possible they might content themselves with a sculptured frieze, passed his word of honor to Delaroche, the word of honor which you knew, which I knew, which Rome and Spain knew, that if the dome of the Madeleine had to be painted, he, Delaroche, should paint it. Upon that assurance Delaroche departed joyously for Rome, carrying with him the hope of his life. That work was to be his life's work, his Sistine Chapel. He reached Rome. He shut himself up, as did Poussin in a camel-jewel monastery, copied monks' heads, made prodigious studies and admirable sketches. And the sketches of Delaroche are often worth more than his pictures, painted by day, designed by night, and returned with huge quantities of material. On his return, he learned that the dome was given to Ziegler. Even as after the interdiction of Antony, he took a cab, forced his way to the presence of M. Thiers, found him in his private room, and stopped in front of his desk. "Monsieur le Minister, I do not come to claim the work you had promised me. I come to return you the 25,000 francs you advanced me." And flinging down the banknotes for that sum upon the minister's desk, he bowed and went out. This was dignified, noble, and grand, but it was dismal. The unhappiness of Delaroche, let us rather say, his misanthropy, dates from that day. Chapter 11. Eugène Delacroix. Eugène Delacroix had exhibited in the Salon of 1831 his Tigrés, his Libert, his Mort de l'Évêque de Liege. Notice how well the grave and misanthrope face of Delaroche is framed between Horace Vernet, who is life and movement, and Delacroix, who is feeling, imagination, and fantasy. Here is a painter in the full sense of the term, à la bonne heure, full of faults impossible to defend, full of qualities impossible to dispute, for which friends and enemies, admirers and detractors can cut one another's throats in all conscience. And all will have right on their side, those who love him and those who hate him, those who admire, those who run him down. To battle then, for Delacroix is equally a fate de guerre and a caste de guerre. We will try to draw this great and strange artistic figure, which is like nothing that has been and probably like nothing that ever will be. We will try to give, by the analysis of his temperament, an idea of the productions of this great painter, who bore a likeness to both Michelangelo and Rubens, not so good at drawing as the first, nor as good at composition as the second, but more original in his fancies than either. Temperament is the tree, works are but its flowers and fruit. Eugene Delacroix was born at Charenton near Paris, at Charenton-les-Fous. Nobody, perhaps, has painted such fools as did he. Witness the stupid fool, the timid fool, and the angry fool of the prison du Tasse. He was born in 1798, in the full tide of the Directory. His father was first a minister during the Revolution, then prefect at Bordeaux, and was later to become prefect at Marseille. Eugene was the last of his family, the culotte, the nestling, as bird nest robbers say. His brother was 25 years old when he was born, and his sister was married before he was born. It would be difficult to find a childhood fuller of events than that of Delacroix. At 3, he had been hung, burned, drowned, poisoned, and strangled. He must have been made very tough by fate to escape all this alive. One day his father, who was a soldier, took him up in his arms and raised him to the level of his mouth. Meantime, the child amused itself by twisting the cord of the cavalryman's forage cap round his neck. The soldier, instead of putting him down on the ground, let him fall, and behold, there was Delacroix hung. Happily, they loosened the cord of the cap in time, and Delacroix was saved. One night his nurse left the candle too near his mosquito net. The wind set the net waving, and it caught fire. The fire spread to the bedding, sheets, and child's nightshirt, and behold, Delacroix was on fire. Happily he cries, and at his cries people come in, and Delacroix is extinguished. It was high time. The man's back is to this day marked all over with the burns which scarred the child's skin. His father passed from the prefecture of Bordeaux to that of Marseille, and they gave an inaugural fete to the new prefect in the harbor. While passing from one boat to another, the serving lad who carried the child made a false step, dropped him, and there was Delacroix drowning. Luckily, a sailor jumped into the sea and fished him out just when the serving lad, thinking of his own salvation, was about to drop him. A little later, in his father's study, he found some vert de gris which was used to clean geographical maps. The color pleased his fancy. Delacroix has always been a colorist. He swallowed the vert de gris, and there he was poisoned. Happily, his father came back, found the bowl empty, suspected what had happened, and called in a doctor. The doctor ordered an emetic and freed the child from the poison. Once, when he had been very good, his mother gave him a bunch of dried grapes. Delacroix was greedy. Instead of eating his grapes one by one, he swallowed the whole bunch. It stuck in his throat, and he was being suffocated in exactly the same way as was Paul Hewitt with the fish bone. Fortunately, his mother stuffed her hand into his mouth up to the wrist, caught hold of the bunch by its stalk, managed to draw it up, and Delacroix, who was choking, breathed again. These various events no doubt caused one of his biographers to say that he had an unhappy childhood. As we see, it should rather have been said exciting. Delacroix was adored by his father and mother, and it is not an unhappy childhood to grow up and develop surrounded by the love of father and mother. They sent him to school at 8, to the Lycée Impérial. There he stayed till he was 17, making good progress with his studies, spending his holidays sometimes with his father and sometimes with his uncle Rissener, the portrait painter. At his uncle's house, he met Guérin. The craze to be a painter had always stuck to him. At 6 years old, in 1804, when in the camp at Boulogne, he had made a drawing with white chalk on a black plank, representing the descent des Franchises en Angleterre. Only France figured as a mountain, and England as a valley, and a company of soldiers was descending the mountain into the valley. This was the descent into England. Of the sea itself, there was no question. We see that, at 6 years of age, Delacroix's geographical ideas were not very clearly defined. It was agreed upon between Rissener and the composer of Clytemnestra and Pyrrhus that when Delacroix left college, he should enter the studio of the latter. There were indeed some difficulties raised by the family, the father inclining to law, the mother to the diplomatic service. But at 18, Delacroix lost his fortune and his father. He had only 40,000 francs left and liberty to make himself a painter. He then went to Guérin as soon as it could be arranged, and working like a Negro, dreamed, composed, and executed his picture of Dante. This picture, not the worst of those he has painted, strong men sometimes put as much or even more into their first work as into any afterwards, came under the notice of Géricault. The gaze of the young master when in process of painting his naufrage de la Méduse was like the rays of a hot sun. Géricault often came to see the work of Delacroix, the rapidity and original fancy of the brush of his young rival, or rather of his young disciple, amused him. He looked over his shoulder. Delacroix is of short and Géricault of tall stature, or he looked on seated astride a chair. Géricault was so fond of horses that he always sat astride something. When the last stroke of the brush was put to the dark crossing of hell, it was shown to M. Guérin. M. Guérin bit his lips, frowned, and uttered a little growl of disapprobation, accompanied by a negative shake of the head. And that was all Delacroix could extract from him. The picture was exhibited. Gerard saw it as he was passing by, stopped short, looked at it a long time, and that night, when dining with Thiers, who was making his first campaign in literature, as was Delacroix in painting, he said to the future minister, "We have a new painter. What is his name? Eugene Delacroix. What has he done? A Dante passant elateran avec Virgil. Go and see his picture." Next day Thiers goes to the Louvre, seeks for the picture, finds it, gazes at it, and goes out entranced. Intellectually, Thiers possessed genuine artistic feeling, even if it did not spring from the heart. He did what he could for art, and when he displeased, wounded, and discouraged an artist, the fault has lain with his environment, his family, or some salon coterie, and even when causing pain to an artist, and in failing to keep his promises, he did his utmost to spare the artist any pain he may have had to cause him, at the cost of pain to himself. He was lucky, also, in his dealings, if not always just. It was his idea to send Sigalen to Rome. True, Sigalen died there of cholera, but not till after he had sent from Rome his beautiful copy of the Jugement dernier. So Thiers went back delighted with Delacroix's picture. He was then working on the staff of the Constitutional, and he wrote a splendid article on the new painter. In short, the Dante did not raise too much envy. It was not suspected what a family of reprobates the exile from Florence dragged in his wake. The government bought the picture for 2,000 francs upon the recommendation of Gerard and Gros, and had it taken to the Luxembourg, where it still is. You can see it there, one of the finest pictures in the palace. 2 years flew by. At that time exhibitions were only held every 2 or 3 years. The Salon of 1824 then opened. All eyes were turned towards Greece. The memories of our young days formed a kind of propaganda, recruiting under its banner men, money, poems, painting, and concerts. People sang, painted, made verses, begged for the Greeks. Whoever pronounced himself a Turcophile ran the risk of being stoned like St. Stephen. Delacroix exhibited his famous Massacre de Scio. Good heavens, have you who belonged to that time forgotten the clamor that picture roused, with its rough and violent style of composition, yet full of poetry and grace? Do you remember the young girl tied to the tail of a horse? How frail and fragile she looked. How easily one could see that her whole body would shed its fragments like the petals of a rose and be scattered like flakes of snow when it came in contact with pebbles and boulders and bramble thorns. Now this time the Rubicon was passed, the lance thrown down, and war declared. The young painter had just broken with the whole of the imperial school. When clearing the precipice which divided the past from the future, his foot had pushed the plank into the abyss below, and had he wished to retrace his steps, it was henceforth an impossibility. From that moment, a rare thing at 26 years of age, Delacroix was proclaimed a master, started a school of his own, and had not only pupils but disciples, admirers, and fanatical worshippers. They hunted out someone to stand in opposition to him. They exhumed the man who was least like him in all points, and rallied round him. They discovered Ingres, exalted him, proclaimed him, and crowned him in their hatred of Delacroix. As in the age of the invasion of the Huns, the Burgundians, and the Visigoths, they called upon the savages to help them. They invoked St. Genevieve, they adjured the king, they implored the Pope. Ingres, certainly, did not owe his revived reputation to the love and admiration which his grey monochromes inspired, but to the fear and hatred which were inspired by the flashing brush of Delacroix. All men above the age of 50 were for Ingres. All young people below the age of 30 were for Delacroix. We will study and examine and appreciate Ingres in his turn, never fear. His name, flung down in passing, shall not remain in obscurity, although we warn our readers beforehand, and let them now take note, and only regard our judgment for what it is worth. that we are not in sympathy with either the man or his talents. Thiers did not fail the painter of the Massacre de Scio any more than he had failed the creator of Dante. Quite as eulogistic an article as the first, and a surprising one to find in the columns of the classic Constitutional, came to the aid of Delacroix in the battle where, as in the times of the Iliad, the gods of art were not above fighting like ordinary mortals. The government had its hands forced, in some measure, by Gerard, Gros and M. de Forbin. The latter bought the Massacre de Scio in the name of the king for 6,000 francs for the Luxembourg Museum. Géricault died just when Delacroix received his 6,000 francs. 6,000 francs, it was a fortune. The fortune was spent in buying sketches at the sale of the famous dead painter's works and in making a journey to England. England is the land of fine private collections, the immense fortunes of certain gentlemen permitting them, either because it is the fashion or from true love of art, to satisfy their taste for painting. Delacroix bethought himself once more of the old Museum Napoleon, the museum which the conquest had overthrown in 1818. It abounded in Flemish and Italian art. That old museum was a wonderful place, with its collection of masterpieces from all over Europe, and in the midst of which the English cooked their raw meat after Waterloo. It was during this period of prosperity. Public talk about art always signifies prosperity. If it does not lead to fortune, it gratifies pride, and gratified pride assuredly brings keener joy than the acquiring of a fortune. It was during this period of prosperity, we repeat, that Delacroix painted his first Hamlet, his Giaour, his Tasse dans la prison des Fous, his Grise sur les ruines de Missolonghi, and Marino Faliero. I bought the first 3 pictures. They are even now the most beautiful Delacroix painted. The Grise was bought by a provincial museum. Marino Faliero had a singular fate. Criticism was furious against this picture. Delacroix would have sold it at the time for 15 or 1,800 francs, but nobody wanted it. Lawrence saw it, appreciated it, wished to have it, and was about to purchase it when he died. The picture remained in Delacroix's studio. In 1836, I was with the Prince Royal when he was going to send Victor Hugo a snuff-box or a diamond ring or something or other, I forget what, in thanks for a volume of poetry addressed by the great poet to Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans. He showed me the object in question and told me of its destination, letting me understand that I was threatened with a similar present. "Oh, Monseigneur, for pity's sake," I said to him, "do not send Hugo either a ring or snuff-box." "Why not?" "Because that is what every prince does, and Monseigneur le Duc d'Orléans, my own particular Duc d'Orléans, is not like other princes. He is himself a man of intellect, a sincere man and an artist." "What would you have me send him, then?" "Take down some picture from your gallery, no matter how unimportant a one, provided it has belonged to your Highness. Put underneath it, given by the Prince Royal to Victor Hugo, and send him that." "Very well, I will. Better still, hunt out for me among your artist friends a picture which will please Hugo. Buy it, have it sent to me, I will give it him. Then 2 people will be pleased instead of 1, the painter from whom I buy it and the poet to whom I give it." "I will do what you wish, Monseigneur," I said to the prince. I took my hat and ran out. I thought of Delacroix's Marino Faliero. I crossed bridges. I climbed the 117 steps to Delacroix's studio, who then lived on the Quai Voltaire, and I fell into his studio utterly breathless. "Hullo," he said to me, "why the deuce do you come upstairs so fast? I have good news to give you." "Good," exclaimed Delacroix, "what is it?" "I have come to buy your Marino Faliero." "Ah," he said, sounding more vexed than pleased. "What, are you not delighted? Do you want to buy it for yourself?" "If it were for myself, what would the price be?" "Whatever you like to give me, 2,000 francs, 1,500 francs, 1,000 francs." "No, it is not for myself, it is for the Duc d'Orléans. How much for him?" 4, 5, 6,000 francs, according to the gallery in which he will place it." "It is not for himself." "For whom?" "It is for a present." "To whom?" "I am not authorized to tell you. I am only authorized to offer you 6,000 francs. My merino faliro is not for sale. Why is it not for sale? Just now you would have given it me for 1,000 francs. To you, yes. To the prince for 4,000. To the prince, yes, but only to the prince or you. Why this choice? To you, because you are my friend. To the prince, because it is an honor to have a place in the gallery of a royal artist as intelligent as he is, but to anyone else save you too, no. Oh, what an extraordinary notion. As you like, it is my own. But really, you must have a better reason. Very likely. Would you sell any other picture for which you could get the same price? Any other, but not that one. And why not this one? Because I have been told so often that it is bad that I have taken an affection for it, as a mother loves her poor, weakly, sickly, deformed child. In my studio, poor pariah that it is, it stands for me to look it in the face when people look askance at it, to comfort it when people humiliate it, to defend it when it is attacked. With you it would have at all events a guardian, if not a father, for if you were to buy it, it would be because you love it, as you are not a rich man. In the case of the prince, in place of sincere praise, there would be that of courtiers. The painting is good because Monseigneur has bought it. Monseigneur is too much of an artist and a connoisseur to make a mistake. Criticism must be at fault, the old witch, detestable old Sibyl, but in the hands of a stranger, an indifferent person, whom it cost nothing and who had no reason for taking its part. No, no, no. My poor merino faliro, do not be anxious, thou shalt not go. And it was in vain that I begged and prayed and urged him. Delacroix stuck to his word. Certain that the Duc d'Orléans should not think my action wrong, I went as far as 8,000 francs. Delacroix obstinately refused. The picture is still in his studio. That was just like the man, or rather, the artist. At the Salon of 1826, which lasted 6 months and was 3 times replenished, Delacroix exhibited a Justinian and Christ au Jardin des Oliviers, wonderful for their pain and sadness. They can now be seen in the Rue Saint-Antoine and the Church of St. Paul on the right as you enter. I never miss going into the church when I pass that way, to make my oblation as a Christian and an artist should before the picture. All these subjects were wisely chosen, and as they were beautiful and not bizarre, they did not raise a stir. People indeed said that Justinian looked like a bird and the Christ like something or other, but they were harking back more to the past than the present. But suddenly, at the final replenishing arrived, what, guess, do you not remember? No, the Sardanapale. Ah, so it did. This time there was a general hue and cry. The king of Assyria, his head wrapped round with a turban, clad in royal robes, sitting surrounded with silver vases and golden water jugs, pearl collars and diamond bracelets, bronze tripods with his favorite, the beautiful Myrrha, upon a pile of faggots, which seemed like slipping down and falling on the public. All round the pile, the wives of the Oriental monarch were killing themselves, whilst the slaves were leading away and killing his horses. The attack was so violent, criticism had so many things to find fault with in that enormous canvas, one of the largest if not the largest in the Salon, that the attack drowned defense. His fanatical admirers tried, indeed, to rally in square of battle about their chief, but the Academy itself, the old guard of classicism, charged determinedly. The unlucky partisans of Sardanapale were routed, scattered, and cut to pieces. They disappeared like a waterspout, vanished like smoke, and like Augustus, Delacroix called in vain for his legions. Thiers had hidden himself, nobody knew where. The creator of Sardanapale, it goes without saying that Delacroix was no longer remembered as the painter of Dante, of the Massacre de Scio, or of Greece sur les ruines de Missolonghi, or of Christ au Jardin des Oliviers. No, he was the creator of Sardanapale and of no other work whatever. Was for 5 years without an order. Finally, in 1831, as we have already said, he exhibited his Togreys, his Libert, and his Assassinat de l'Évêque de Liege, and round these 3 most remarkable works, those who had survived the last defeat began to rally. The Duc d'Orléans bought the Assassinat de l'Évêque de Liege, and the government, the Libert. The Togreys remained with its creator. Chapter 12. 3 portraits in 1 frame. Now, judging by myself at least, next to the appreciation of the work of great men, that which rouses the most curiosity is their method of working. There are museums where one can study all the phases of human gestation, conservatories where one can almost by the aid of the naked eye alone follow the development of plants and flowers. Tell me, is it not just as curious to watch the varying phenomena of the working of the intellect? Do you not think that it is as interesting to see what is passing in the brain of man, especially if that man be an artist like Vernet, or de Laroche or Delacroix, a scientist like Arago, Humboldt or Berzelius, a poet like Goethe, Hugo or Lamartine, as it is to look through a glass shade and see what is happening inside a beehive? One day I remarked to one of my misanthropic friends that, amongst animals, the brain of the ant most resembled that of man. "Your statement is not very complimentary to the ant," replied the misanthrope. "I am not entirely of my friend's way of thinking. I believe, on the contrary, that the brain of man is, of all brains, the most interesting to examine. Now, as it is the brain, so far at least, as our present knowledge permits us to dogmatize, which creates thought, thought which controls action, and action which produces deeds, we can boldly say that to study character, to examine the execution of works which are the productions of temperament, is to study the brain." We have described Horace Vernet's physical appearance: small, thin, slight, pleasant to look at, good to listen to, with his unusual hair, his thick eyebrows, his blue eyes, his long nose, his smiling mouth beneath its long mustache, and his beard cut to a point. He is, we added, all life and movement. Vernet, at the end of his career, will indeed be one who has lived a full life, and when he stops, he will have gone farthest. Thanks to the post, to horses, camels, steamboats, and the railroad, he has certainly, by now, and he is 65, traveled farther than the wandering Jew. True, the wandering Jew goes on foot, his 5 sous not permitting him rapid ways of locomotion, and his pride declining gratuitous locomotion. Vernet, we say, had already traveled farther than the wandering Jew had done in 1,000 years. His work itself is a sort of journey. We saw him paint the Smala with a scaffold mounting as high as the ceiling and terraces extending the whole length of the room. It was curious to see him going, coming, climbing up, descending, only stopping at each station for 5 minutes, as one stops at Asnières for 5 minutes, at Creil for 10 minutes, and at Valenciennes for half an hour. And in the midst of all this, gossiping, smoking, fencing, riding on horseback, on mules, on camels, in tilburys, in droshkis, in palanquins, relating his travels, planning fresh ones, impalpable, becoming apparently almost invisible. He is flame, water, smoke, a Proteus. Then there was another odd thing about Vernet. He would start for Rome as he would set out for Saint Germain, for China as if for Rome. I have been at his house 6 or 7 times. The first time he was there, the oddness of the thing fascinated me. The second time he was in Cairo. The third in St. Petersburg. The fourth in Constantinople. The fifth in Warsaw. And the 6th in Algiers. The 7th time, namely, the day before yesterday, I found him at the Institute, where he had come after following the hunt at Fontainebleau, and was giving himself a day's rest by varnishing a little 18-inch picture representing an Arab astride an ass with a still bleeding lion skin for saddle cloth, which had just been taken from the body of the animal, doing it in as sure and easy a manner as though he were but 30. The ass is crossing a stream, unconscious of the terrible burden it bears, and one can almost hear the stream prattling over the pebbles. The man, with his head in the air, looks absently at the blue sky which appears through the leaves, the flowers with their glowing colors twining up the tree trunks and falling down like trumpets of mother-of-pearl or purple rosettes. This Arab Vernet had actually come across, sitting calm and indifferent upon his ass, fresh from killing and skinning the lion. This is how it had happened. The Arab was working in a little field near a wood. A wood is always a bad neighbor in Algeria. A slave woman was sitting 20 paces from him with his child. Suddenly, the woman uttered a cry. A lion was by her side. The Arab flew for his gun, but the woman shouted out to him, "Let me alone." I am mistaken, it was not a slave woman, but the mother who called out thus. He let her alone. She took her child, put it between her knees, and turning to the lion, she said to it, shaking her fist at the animal, "Are you coward, to attack a defenseless woman and child? You think to terrify me, but I know you. Go and attack my husband instead, who is down there with a gun. Go, I tell you, you dare not, you wretch. It is you who are afraid. Go, you jackal, off with you, you wolf, you hyena. You have a lion's skin on your back, but you are no lion. The lion withdrew, but unfortunately it met the Arab's mother, who was bringing him his dinner. It leapt on the old woman and began to eat her. At the cries of his mother, the Arab ran up with his gun, and whilst the lion was quietly cracking the bones and flesh with its teeth, he put the muzzle of his gun into the animal's ear and killed it outright. In conclusion, the Arab did not seem to be any the sadder for being an orphan, or in better spirits for having killed a lion. Vernet told me this whilst putting the finishing touches to his picture, which ought to be completed by now. Delaroche worked in a very different way. He led no such adventurous life. He had not too much time for his work. With Delaroche, work is a constant study and not a game. He was not a born painter like Vernet. He did not play with brushes and pencils as a child. He learnt to draw and to paint, whilst Vernet never learnt anything of the kind. Delaroche is a man of 56, with smooth hair, once black and now turning grey, a broad bare forehead, dark eyes fuller of intelligence than of vivacity, and no beard or whiskers. He is of middle height, well set up, even to gracefulness. His movements are slow, his speech is cold. Words and actions one clearly feels are subjected to reflection, and instead of being spontaneous like Vernet's only come, so to speak, as the result of thought. Just as Vernet's life is turbulent, emotional, and like a leaf, carried unresistingly by the wind that blows, so the life of Delaroche of his own free will was tranquil and sedentary. Every time Delaroche went a journey, and he went very few, I believe, it was necessity which compelled him to leave his studio. It was some real, serious, artistic business which called him away. Wherever he goes, he stays, plants himself down and takes root, and it costs him as much pain to go back as it did to come. No one could less resemble Vernet in his method of working than Delaroche. Vernet knows all his sitters through and through, from the aigrette on the shako to the gaiter buttons. He has so often lived under a tent that its cords and piquets are familiar objects to him. He has seen and ridden and drawn so many horses that he knows every kind of harness, from the rough sheepskin of the Basquiat to the embroidered and jewel-bespangled saddle cloths of the Pacha. He has, therefore, hardly any need of preparatory studies, no matter what his subject may be. He scarcely sketches them out beforehand. Constantine cost him an hour's work, the smaller a day. Furthermore, what he does not know he guesses. It is quite the reverse with Delaroche. He hunts a long time, hesitates a great deal, composes slowly. Vernet only studies one thing, the locality. This is why, having painted nearly all the battlefields of Europe and of Africa, he is always riding over hill and dale, and traveling by rail and by boat. Delaroche, on the contrary, studies everything: draperies, clothing, flesh, atmosphere, light, half-tones. All the effects of Delaroche are labored, calculated, prepared. Vernet's are done on the spur of the moment. When Delaroche is pondering on a picture, everything is laid under contribution by him. The library for engravings, museums for pictures, old clothes shops for draperies. He tires himself out with making rough sketches, exhausts himself in first attempts, and often puts his finest talent into a sketch. A certain feeling of laboriousness in the picture is the result of this preparatory fatigue, which, however, is a virtue and not a fault in the eyes of industrious people. Like all men of transition periods, Delaroche was bound to have great successes, and he has had them. During the exhibitions of 1826, 1831, and everyone, before venturing to go to the salon, asked, "Has M. Delaroche exhibited?" But from the period, the intermediate year, in which he united the classical school of painting with the romantic, the past with the future, David with Delacroix, people were unjust to him, as they are towards all who live in a state of transition. Besides, Delaroche does not exhibit any longer. He scarcely even works now. He has done one composition of foremost excellence, his hemicycle of the Palais des Beaux-Arts, and that composition, which, in 1831, was run after by the whole of Paris and annoyed most artists. Why has Delaroche's talent become feebler since the time when people stood in rows before his pictures and fought in front of his paintings? No, on the contrary, he has improved. He has become more elevated and masterly. But what would you expect? I have compared Paul Delaroche with Casimir Delavigne, and the same thing happened to the poet as to the painter, only with this difference that the genius of the poet had decreased, whilst that of the painter not only did not remain stationary, but went on progressing constantly. At the present time, one needs to be among the most intimate of the friends of Delaroche to have the right to enter his studio. Besides, he is not even any longer in Paris. He is at Nice. He is said to be ill. Hot sun, beautiful starlit nights, an atmosphere sparkling with fireflies will cure the soul, and then the body will soon be cured. There is no sort of physical resemblance between Delacroix and his two rivals. He is like Vernet in figure, almost as slender as he, very neat and fashionable and dandified. He is 55 years old. His hair, whiskers, and mustache are as dark as when he was 30. His hair waves naturally, his beard is scanty, and his mustache, a little bristly, looks like 2 wisps of tobacco. His forehead is broad and prominent, with 2 thick eyebrows below over small eyes, which flash like fire between the long black eyelashes. His skin is brown, swarthy, mobile, and wrinkled like that of a lion. His lips are thick and sensual, and he smiles often, showing teeth as white as pearls. All his movements are quick, rapid, emphatic. His words are pictures, his gestures speaking. His mind is subtle, argumentative, quick at repartee. He loves a discussion and is ever ready with some fresh, sparkling, telling, and brilliant hit. Although of an adventurous, fanciful, erratic talent, at the same time he is wise, temperate in his use of paradox, even classical. One might say that nature, which tends to equilibrium, has posed him as a clever coachman, reins well in hand, to restrain those 2 fiery steeds called imagination and fancy. His mind at times overflows its bounds. Speech becomes inadequate. His hand drops the brush, incapable of expressing the theory it wishes to uphold, and seizes the pen. Then those whose business it is to make phrases and style and appreciate the value of words are amazed at the artist's facility in constructing sentences, in handling style, in bringing out his points. They forget the Dante, the Massacre de Scio, the Hamlet, the Tasso, the Giaour, the Yves de Liege, the Femmes d'Alger. Frescoes of the Chamber of Deputies, the ceiling of the Louvre. They regret that this man, who writes so well and so easily and so correctly, is not an author. Then, immediately, one remembers that many can write like Delacroix, but none can paint as he does, and one is ready to snatch the pen from his hand in a movement of terror. Delacroix holds the middle course between Vernet and Delaroche as regards rapidity of working. He works up his sketches more carefully than the former, less so than the latter. He is incontestably superior to both as a colorist, but strikingly inferior in form. He sees the color of flesh as violet, and in the matter of form, he sees rather the ugly than the beautiful, but his ugliness is always made poetical by deep feeling. Entirely different from Delaroche, he is attracted by extremes. His struggles are terrible, his battles furious. All the suppleness and strength and extraordinary movements of the body are drawn on his canvas, and he even adds thereto, like a strange varnish which heightens the vivid qualities of his picture, a certain automatic impossibility which does not in the least disconcert him. His fighters seem actually to be fighting, strangling, biting, tearing, hacking, cleaving one another in two, and pounding one another about. His swords are broken in two, his axes bloody, his heaps of bodies damp with crushed brains. Look at the Battle de Taillebourg, and you will have an idea of the strength of his genius. You can hear the neighing of the horses, the shouts of men, the clashing of steel. You will find it in the Great Gallery of Versailles. And although Louis-Philippe curtailed the canvas by 6 inches all round, because the measurement had been incorrectly given, mutilated as it is, dishonored by being forced into M. Fontaine's Procrustes bed, it still remains one of the most beautiful, perhaps the most beautiful, of all the pictures in the whole gallery. At this moment, Delacroix is doing a ceiling at the Hôtel de Ville. He leaves his home at daybreak and only returns to it at night. Delacroix belongs to that rugged family of workers which has produced Raphael and Rubens. When he gets home, he takes a pen and makes sketches. Formerly, Delacroix used to go out into society a great deal, where he was a great favorite. A disease of the larynx has compelled him to retire into private life. Yesterday, I went to see him at midnight. He was in a dressing gown, his neck wrapped in a woolen cravat, at work close to a big fire, which made the temperature of the Rue de Grise. I asked to see his studio by lamplight. We passed through a corridor crowded with dahlias, agapanthus lilies, and chrysanthemums. Then we entered the studio. The absence of the master, who had been working at the other end of Paris for 6 months, had made itself felt, yet there were 4 splendid canvases, 2 representing flowers, and 2 fruit. I thought from a distance that these were pictures borrowed by Delacroix from dyers. That was why there were so many flowers in the anteroom. Then after the flowers, which to me were quite fresh, I saw a crowd of old friends hanging on the walls. Chevox anglais qui si mordant dans une prairie, a Greece qui traverse unchamped de batil au galop, the famous Marino Faliero, faithful companion of the painter's sad moods when he has such moods. And last, by itself, in a little room at the side of the great studio, a scene from Goetz von Berlichingen. We parted at 2 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 13. Collaboration, a whim of Bocage, Anicet Bourgeois Teresa, drama at the Opéra Comique, La Ferrière and the eruption of Vesuvius, Melling fancy dress ball at the Tuileries, the Place de Grève and the Barrière Saint-Jacques, the death penalty. During the interval, which had elapsed between the construction of Richard Darlington, its first performance, I had blocked out another play entitled Teresa. I have said what I thought of Charles Roman 7. I hope that my collaborator Anicet will allow me to say the same in the case of Teresa. I have no wish to defer expressing my opinion upon this drama. It is one of my very worst, as Angel, also done in collaboration with Anicet, is one of my best. The evil of a first collaboration is that it leads to a second. The man who has once collaborated is comparable to one who lets his finger end be entrapped in a rolling press. After the finger the hand goes, then the arm, and finally his whole body. Everything is drawn in, one goes in a man, and one comes out a bit of iron wire. One day Bocage came to see me with a singular idea in his head. As he had just played a man of 30, in the character of Antony, he had got it into his head that he would do well to play an old man of 60. It mattered little to him what manner of man it might be. The old man in Hernani and in Marion Delorme rose up before him during his sleep and haunted him in his waking hours. He wanted to play an old man, were it Don Digue in the Cid, Jode in Athley, or Lusignan in Zaire. He had found his old man out at nurse with Anicet Bourgeois. He came to fetch me to be foster father. I did not know Anicet. We became acquainted on this matter, and at this time, Anicet had written the plan of Teresa. I began by laying aside the written sketch and begging him to relate me the play. There is something more living and lifelike about a told story. To me, a written plot is like a corpse, not a living thing. One may galvanize it but not give it life. Most of the play as it stands today was in Anicet's original plan. I was at once conscious of 2 things, the second of which caused me to overlook the first, namely, that I could never make Teresa anything more than a mediocre play, but that I should do Bocage a good turn. And this is how I did Bocage that service. Harrel, as we have said, had gone from the management of the Odeon to that of the Porte Saint-Martin. He had Frederick, Lacre, Lygia. Bocage was no use to him, so he had broken with him, and in consequence of this rupture, Bocage found himself without an engagement. Liberty, in the case of an actor, is not always a gift of the gods. Bocage was anxious to put an end to this as soon as possible, and thanks to my drama, he hoped soon to lose his liberty. That is why he treated Teresa so enthusiastically as a chef d'oeuvre. I have ever been less able to resist unspoken arguments than spoken ones. I understood the situation. I had had need of Bocage. He had played Antony admirably, and by so doing had rendered me eminent service. I could now do him a good turn, and I therefore undertook to write Teresa. Not that Teresa was entirely without merit as a work. Besides the 3 artificial characters of Teresa, Arthur, and Paolo, there were 2 excellent parts, those of Amélie and Delaunay. Amélie is a flower from the same garden as Miranda in The Tempest, Thekla in Wallenstein, and Claire in Comte d'Egmont. She is young, chaste, and beautiful, and at the same time, natural and poetic. She passes through the play with her bouquet of orange blossom at her side, her betrothal veil on her head, in the midst of the ignoble incestuous passion of Arthur and Teresa, without guessing or suspecting or understanding anything of it. She is like a crystal statue which cannot see through others, but lets others see through it. Delaunay is a fine type, a little too much copied from Danville in the École de Villars, and from Duresnel in the Mere et la Fille. However, one must be just to everyone, even to oneself. There are 2 scenes in his part which reach to the greatest heights of beauty to be met with on the stage. The first is where he insults Arthur, when the secret of the adultery is revealed to him. The second is where, learning that his daughter is enchantée, and not desiring to make the mother a widow and the child an orphan, he makes excuses to his son-in-law. The drama was begun and almost finished in 3 weeks or a month, but I made the same condition with Anisit which I have always made when working in collaboration, namely, that I alone should write the play. When the drama was completed, Bocage took it, and we did not trouble our heads further about it. For 3 weeks or a month, I did not see Bocage again. At the end of that time, he came to me. "Our business is settled," he said. "Good, and how?" "Your play is received in advance. You are to have a premium of 1,000 francs upon its reading, and it is to be played immediately." "Where?" "At the Opera Comique." I thought I must have misunderstood. "What?" I said. "At the Opera Comique," repeated Bocage. "Oh, that's a fine tale. Who made that up?" "They are engaging the actors." "Who are they?" "Myself, in the first place." "You do not play the drama all alone." "Then there is La Ferrière." "You too will not play it by yourselves." "Then a talented young girl who is at Montmartre." "What is her name?" "Oh, you will not even know her name. She is called Ida. She is just beginning." "And then?" "Then a young man recommended to me by your son." "What, by my son? At 6½ years of age, my son make recommendations of that sort?" "It is his tutor." "I see he wants to get rid of him, but if that one leaves, he will have another. Such is the simplicity of childhood. And what is the name of my son's tutor?" "Guyon. He is a tall fellow of 5'6", with dark hair and eyes, and a magnificent head. He will make us a superb Paolo." "So much for Paolo. Next?" "Next we shall have the Opera Comique company, from which we can help ourselves freely. They sing." "They sing, you are pleased to say, but can they speak?" "That is your affair." "So is it settled like that?" "If you approve, are you agreeable?" "Perfectly." "Then we are to read it to the actors tomorrow." "Let us do so." Next day I read it to the actors. 2 days later the play was put in rehearsal. I knew La Ferrière only slightly, but he had already at that period, when less used to the stage, the elements of talent to which he owed his reputation later as the first actor in love scenes to be found between the Porte Saint-Denis and the Colonne de Juillet. Mademoiselle Ida had a delicate, graceful, artless style, quite unaffected by any theatrical convention. Bocage was the man we know endowed with youth, that excellent and precious fault, which is never injurious even in playing the parts of old men. So we were in the full tide of rehearsal, when the year 1832 began, and the newspapers of January announced a fearful eruption of Vesuvius. I was considerably surprised to receive a visit from La Ferrière with a newspaper in his hand, on the 7th or 8th. He was as much out of breath as I was the day I went to Delacroix to buy his Merino Faliero. "Hullo," I said to him, "is the Opera Comique burnt down?" "No, but Torre del Greco is burning." "It ought to be used to it by now, for, if I mistake not, it has been rebuilt 11 times. It must be a magnificent sight." "Do you happen to want to start for Naples?" "No, but you might derive profit from it." "How?" "Read." He handed me his newspaper, which contained a description of the latest eruption of Vesuvius. "Well," I said to him when I had read it. "Well, do you not think that superb?" "Magnificent." "Put that in my part then, run your show with Vesuvius, the play would gain by it." "And your role likewise?" "Of course." "You infernal mountebank, what an idea." La Ferrière began to laugh. There are 2 men who possess a great advantage for authors in 2 very different functions, with 2 very different types of talent. La Ferrière is the one, and Melling the other. From the very hour when they have first listened to the reading of a work, to the moment when the curtain goes up, they have but one thought: to collect, weld together and work in anything that might be useful to the work. Their searching eyes are not distracted for one instant, not for a second do their minds wander from the point. They think of their parts while they are walking, eating, and drinking. They dream of them while they sleep. I shall return to Melling more than once in reference to this quality, one of the most precious a great actor can possess. Laferriere has plenty of pertinacity. Well, I said to him, it is a good idea and I will adopt it. Will you really? Yes. You promise me. I promise you. Very well then. What? It is all the same to you. Say on. You will do it. Immediately. Yes. Now at once. I beseech you. I have not time. O mon petit Dumas, do me my Vesuvius, I promise you, if you will do it today, I will know it by tomorrow. Once more I tell you, I haven't time. How long would it take you to do it? How long? 10 minutes, come, that is all, I entreat you. Go to the deuce with you. Mon petit Dumas. All right, we will see. You are kind. Give me a pen, ink, and paper. Here they are. No, do not get up. I will bring the table up to you. Come, is it comfortable like that? Splendid. Now, go away and come back in a quarter of an hour. Oh, what will you be up to when I am gone? I cannot work when anybody is with me. Even my dog disturbs me. I will not stir, mon petit Dumas. I will not utter one word. I will keep perfectly still. Then go and sit before the glass, button up your coat, put on a gloomy look, and pass your hand through your hair. Certainly. And I will do my part of the work. A quarter of an hour later, Vesuvius was making an eruption in Laferriere's part, and he took himself off in great glee and pride. All things considered, the race of players are a good sort, a trifle ungrateful at times, but has not our friend Roqueplin proclaimed the principle that ingratitude is the independence of the heart? At this time, people were tremendously taken up with a forthcoming event, as they were with everything of an artistic nature. King Louis-Philippe was giving a fancy dress ball. Duponchel had been ordered to design the historic costumes, and people begged, prayed, and implored for invitations. It was a splendid ball. All the political celebrities were present, but as always happens, all the artistic and literary celebrities were absent. Will you do something which shall surpass the Tuileries ball? Said Bocage to me. What is that? Give one yourself. I who would come to it. First of all, those who did not go to King Louis-Philippe's, then those who do not belong to the Academy. It seems to me that the guests I offer you are quite distinguished enough. Thanks, Bocage, I will think about it. I thought about it to some purpose, and the result of my reflections will be seen in one of our forthcoming chapters. On the 23rd of the month of January, the next day but one after the anniversary of the death of King Louis Roman XVI, the usual place for executions was changed from the Place de Grève to the Barrière Saint-Jacques. This was one step in advance in civilization. Let us put it down here by quoting the edict of M. de Bondy. We, a peer of France, Préfet de la Seine, etc., in view of the letter addressed to us by M. le Procureur General at the Royal Court of Paris. Whereas the Place de Grève can no longer be used as a place of execution, since the blood of devoted citizens was gloriously spilled there in the national cause. Whereas it is important to choose, if possible, a place farther removed from the center of Paris, yet which shall be easily accessible. Whereas, for different reasons, the place situated at the extremity of the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Jacques seems to suit the requisite conditions. We have decided that criminals under capital punishment shall in future be executed on the ground at the end of the Faubourg Saint-Jacques. Comte de Bondy. This is what we wrote on the subject on 26 November 1849, in an epilogue to Count Hermann, one of our best dramas, an epilogue not written to be spoken, but to be read after the fashion of German plays. The death penalty, as applied today, has already undergone a great modification, not with respect to its final issue, but with regard to the details which precede the last moments of the condemned. 20 years ago, executions still took place in the center of Paris, at the most stirring hour of the day and before the greatest possible number of spectators. Thus, an external means of support was provided for the doomed man against his own weakness. It did not make the sufferer into a repentant criminal, but a species of cynical victor, who, instead of confessing God upon the scaffold, bore testimony against the inadequacy of human justice, which could, indeed, kill the criminal, but was powerless to extinguish the crime. Now it is quite otherwise. A step has been taken towards the abolition of capital punishment by transporting the instrument of execution almost outside the precincts of the town, choosing the hour when the majority of the inhabitants of Paris are still asleep, only allowing the criminal, during his last moments, the rare witnesses that chance or excessive curiosity may attract to the scaffold. Nowadays, it is left to the priests who devote themselves to the salvation of the souls of the doomed to tell us if they find as much hardness of heart in the journey between Bicêtre and the Barrière Saint-Jacques as they used to find in the journey from the conciergerie to the place de Grève, and whether there are more tears shed at the foot of the crucifix now at 4 o'clock in the morning than formerly at 4 in the afternoon. We firmly believe so. Yes, there are more repentances in the silence and solitude than there ever were in the tumult of the crowd. Now let us consider that the act of execution, supported by the eager looks of the people, does not correct them or instruct them, but only hardens their hearts. Let us suppose that the execution takes place in the prison, with priest and executioner as sole witnesses, that instead of the guillotine, which, according to Dr. Guillotin, only occasions a feeling of a slight chill on the neck, but which, according to Dr. Sue, causes terrible suffering, the sole means of execution used is electricity, which kills like lightning, or even one of those stupefying poisons which act like sleep. Will it not happen that the hearts of the doomed will soften still more in the night, and silence and solitude, than in the open air, were it even at 4 o'clock in the morning, and in the presence of the few witnesses who are present at the execution, but who, few though they be, will none the less say to the criminal's companions, to his prison friends, un tel est bien mort. That is to say, I such a one died without repenting, pushing the crucifix away from him. Since that time, the guillotine has come still nearer to the condemned man. Now, they execute in front of the gates of the prison de la Roquette. It is but a few steps from that to executing inside the prison itself, and to descend from the prison courtyard into the dungeon itself is but a single step. Chapter 14. The Peregrinations of Casimir de Lavine, Jean Vaubernier, Rougemont, his translation of Cambron's mot first representation of Teresa, long and short pieces, Cordelier de Lanno, and his Matthew Luke, closing of the Tate-Bout Hall and arrest of the leaders of the Saint-Simonian cult. Whilst the Opera Comique was rehearsing Teresa, the Théâtre Francais was preparing for a great occasion. Casimir de Lavine, the dramatic Coriolanus, after having been rejected by the Volscians of the boulevards, with Marino Faliero in his hand, instead of falling beneath the dagger of M. de Montgenet, had been received back triumphantly into the Théâtre Francais. The flight, after all, had been but a passing coolness after the immense success of the École des Vieillards. Casimir had had a sort of decline. Mademoiselle Mars had not been able to uphold the Princess Aurélie, a kind of Neapolitan imbroglio which everybody has forgotten today, happily for the memory of its author. Then the presence of Victor Hugo and myself at the Théâtre Francais annoyed Casimir de Lavine. He well understood that his popularity was only a political one. He possessed neither the lofty poetry of Victor nor the movement and life of my ignorant and incorrect prose. In a word, he was ill at ease when close to us. He gave vent to a phrase concerning me which well summed up his thought. The work that Alexandre Dumas does is bad, but it prevents people from seeing the goodness of mine. So he had migrated to the Porte Saint-Martin, because we were at the Théâtre Francais, and now he returned to the Théâtre Francais because we were at the Porte Saint-Martin. He returned to it with one of his mixed works, half classical and half romantic, which do not belong to any sort of school, literary hermaphrodites, which bear the same relation to intellectual productions as in natural history do mules, i.e. animals which cannot reproduce themselves, to the ordinary productions of nature. They make a species, but not a race. The work that Casimir de Lavine brought back to the Théâtre Français was Louise. According to our opinion, one of his most mediocre dramas, the least studied as history, and one which, engineered by a clever artifice which we will shortly relate, through the frail sickly period of its youth to its maturity, only owes its patent of longevity to the rather egotistic favor accorded by a player who was crazy to play this role because it was an unusual type which suited him. Do not be deceived, it is not Louise that lives today, but Lygia. We will refer again to Casimir de Lavine's drama on the occasion of its first performance. The first performance of Teresa was announced for the 5th or 6th of February. Meanwhile, the Odeon gave Jean Vaubernier. It was thus that certain authors conceived the idea of reviving the name of the Comtesse du Barry, that poor woman who was neither worthy of her high prosperity nor her deep misfortune, and who, according to Lamartine's fine expression, dishonored both the throne and the scaffold. De Rougemont, Laffitte, and Lagrange were the authors of Jean Vaubernier. Rougemont was a clever man who, towards the close of his life, had a strange fate. The Duchesse de la Vaubernier brought him a septuagenarian reputation. It was Rougemont who translated the military substantive flung by Cambronne in the face of the English, on the terrible night of Waterloo, into the pompous, redundant, and pretentious phrase which has become of European and worldwide fame. The guard dies and does not return. As far as I can remember, the drama of Jean Vaubernier, such as it was, with 6 tableaux, its Zamor, the ungrateful traitor, its prison and its executioner, was a very poor concern. I have not seen it, and will not therefore discuss it any further. But from the ghost of this drama, from the fallen statue, from the least broken fragments which could be made to do duty, the authors composed a little comedy in which Madame d'Orval's wit was charmingly light. Dear d'Orval, I can see her as she was that successful night, a night which, thanks to her, was saved from being a failure. She was enchanted, never suspecting that the comedy of Jean Vaubernier would be a chain she would have to wear for 18 months at the Porte Saint-Martin, from 6 to 8 o'clock in the evening, before the benches which did not fill up until the beginning of the great drama. To George's, especially after her reconciliation with d'Orval, it was to be a matter of keen remorse, this punishment which she inflicted on her rival in expiation of her triumphs, and which compelled her to leave the Porte Saint-Martin Theatre to go and bury herself in the Théâtre Français. The day of the first performance of Teresa arrived. The confusion of styles, the beginning of drama at the Opéra Comique, had piqued the curiosity of the public, and people clamored to get in. I have already said that the thing was not worth the trouble. Laferrière had given me a good idea with his story of Vesuvius. The exhibition was highly applauded. I recollect that when I entered the wings after the first act, that excellent fellow Nuret, who had just been praising the description of the town wherein he was to die, threw himself upon my neck in his enthusiasm. The piece unfolded itself slowly and with a certain majestic dignity before a select audience. The character of Amélie, which was very well carried out, made a great hit, and did not fail in any of its appearances. Madame Moreau-Sainty was ravishingly beautiful and as sympathetic as a bad part allowed. Laferrière came and went, warming up the parts taken by others by his own enthusiastic warmth. Bocage was superb. A misfortune happened to the actor recommended by my son. Unfamiliarity with stagecraft had obliged Guyon to give up the part of Paolo to go more deeply into dramatic studies. Feriol had taken his place. They had added some barcarolle or other for him to sing whilst he was acting, and he played the rest of his role singing. Alexander found himself with 2 tutors instead of 1. The curtain went up for the 4th act. From that moment the piece was saved. In it are the letter scene between the father and the daughter, and that of the quarrel between the father-in-law and son-in-law. These 2 scenes are very fine, and produced a great sensation. This 4th act had an amazing triumph. Usually, if the 4th act is a success, it carries the 5th one with it. The first half of the fifth act of Teresa is, moreover, remarkable in itself. It is the scene of the excuses between the old man and the young one. It does not become really bad till Teresa asks Paolo for poison. All this intriguing between the adulterous woman and the amorous lackey is vulgar and has not the merit of being really terrible. But the impression of the fourth act and of the first half of the fifth was so vivid that it extended its influence over the imperfections of the denouement. In short, it was a success great enough to satisfy a more proper, but not to satisfy the claims of art. Bocage was really grand at times. I here pay him my very sincere compliments for what he then performed. He had improved as a comedian, and was then, I think, at the height of his dramatic career. I think so. Now I have somewhat outgrown my youthful illusions. I will therefore tell him, in all frankness, at what moment, according to my opinion, he took the wrong road and adopted the fatal system of nervous excitement under the dominion of which he now is. When the first rage for Teresa had passed, they made me a proposal to change the play into one of 3 acts so that it might become a stock piece. I refused to do it. I did not wish to make a mutilated play out of a defective one. Anisit, who had a half share in the work, urged me so pressingly that I suggested he should perform the operation himself. He set to work bravely, pruned, cut, curtailed, and one day I was invited by some player or other, whose name I forget, who was coming out in the role of Arthur, to go and see the piece reduced to 3 acts. I went, and I found it to be more detestable and, strange to say, longer than at first. Lengthiness does not exist on the stage, practically speaking. There are neither long plays nor short, only amusing plays and wearisome ones. The Marriage de Figaro, which lasts 5 hours, is not so long as the Épreuve Nouvelle, which lasts 1 hour. The developments of Teresa taken away, the play had lost its artistic interest, and having become more boresome, seemed longer. One day Cordelia Delano came to me looking depressed. "What is the matter?" I asked him. "I have just been reading to the Theatre Franchise." "What?" "A 3-act drama in verse, entitled Matthew Luke. And they have refused it." "No, they have accepted it, subject to correction." "Did they point out what corrections they wanted?" "Yes, the piece is too long." "And they demand curtailment." "Exactly, and I have come to read it to you, so that I may point them out to you." "Yes." "Read it then." Delano began to read his 3 acts. I followed the play with the greatest attention. I found, whilst he was in the act of reading, a pivot of interest on which the play could advantageously turn, and which he had passed over unnoticed. "Well," said he when he had finished, "they were right, it is too long by a third." "Then it must be cut down." "No, on the contrary." "What do you mean by that?" "You must turn the play into 5 acts. But when they already think it too long by a third." "That is neither here nor there. Listen." And I told him how I understood the play. Delano reconstructed his scenario under my direction, wrote out his play afresh, read it in 5 acts to the committee, which had thought it too long in 3, and it was received with unanimity. The piece was played in 5 acts, not at the Theatre Franchise, but consequent on some revival or other, at the Theatre de Odeon, and it succeeded honorably without obtaining a great success. Some days before the performance of Teresa, an event had happened which engrossed the attention of Paris. We will take the recital of it from the Globe, which was in a perfect position for telling the truth in this instance. Today, 22 January, at noon, Infantin and Alexandre Rodriguez, leaders of the Saint Simonian religion, laid their plans to go to the Tapestry Hall, where they were to preside over the preaching, when a commissary of police, escorted by a municipal guard, put in an appearance at number 6 Rue Monsigny, where they lived, to forbid them to go out, and prevented all communication between the house and the outside world, in virtue of the orders which they declared they possessed. Meantime M. Desmortiers, Procureur du Roi, and M. Zangiacomi, examining magistrate, assisted by 2 commissaries of police and escorted by municipal guards and troops of the line, went to the Tapestry Hall. M. Desmortiers signified to M. Barrault, who was in the hall, that the preaching could not take place, and that he had come to enjoin the meeting to break up. The procureur du roi immediately appeared in the hall with M. Baralt and there said, "In the name of the law and of Article 292 of the Penal Code, I have come to close this hall and to seal up all the doors." The assembly was immediately broken up, and seals were put to the doors of the Tatebout Hall. M. Zangiacomi and M. Desmortiers then repaired to No. 56 Rue Monsigny, where they found Infantin and Rodriguez. They declared that they were the bearers of two search warrants, one against M. Infantin and the other against M. Rodriguez, and that they had come to search the house. They seized M. Infantin's correspondence, all the account books and the bills due books. Free today from the prosecution of M. Zangiacomi and Desmortiers, the Saint-Simonians are not at all rid of us, and we shall hunt them out again in their retreat at Menilmontant. Chapter 15. Mélijanon's Louise. 3 days after Teresa, the Louise of Casimir de Lavine was played. I have spoken of Mélijanon's drama entitled Louise, which had deeply impressed Soli and me in 1827. It had, no doubt, also impressed Casimir de Lavine, who was most sensitive to such impressions. Casimir seemed to have been created and brought into this world to prove that the system of innate ideas is the falsest of philosophical systems. We are about to devote a few lines to the study of the Louise of 1827 and that of 1832, Mélijanon's drama, and that of Casimir de Lavine. We do not wish to say that these two men were of the same substance, but having Walter Scott ostensibly as ally, the journalist found himself, one fine night, a match for the dramatic author. We say ostensibly, because Casimir de Lavine did not himself totally scorn alliance with the Scottish bard. Only, as Walter Scott was still unpopular in France with many people, because of his history of Napoleon, Casimir, in his capacity of national poet, it was upon that nationality the fragile pyramid of his talent was specially founded, did not want openly to confess that alliance. Let us begin with Mélijanon. At the rising of the curtain one sees a landscape representing the chateau of Plessis-les-Tours, a hostelry and a smiling countryside after the fashion of the time. Wherever anything is not copied from Walter Scott, we find, as in that smiling countryside, a specimen of the style of the empire. Isabelle, the rich heiress of Croy, is on the stage with her maid of honor, her attendant, her confidential friend. A theatrical device invented to enable one of the principal characters to confide in another a secret which the teller has known for 10 years and with which the general public now becomes acquainted. In ancient tragedy, when this functionary is a man, he is called Euphorbus, Arcas, or Chorismin. When a woman, she is called Julia, Onan, or Fatima, and bears the innocent title of confidante. Well, Isabelle confides to the woman who accompanies her in her flight that she has come from the court of Burgundy to the court of France, because Duke Charles, fearing to see her dispose of her immense wealth, wished to force her to marry either the Comte de Crevecoeur or the Comte de la Marque, nicknamed the Boar of the Ardennes. She informs her, this same Eleanor, who has not left her side for one moment, that she has found protection, safe, although not particularly entertaining, in King Louis. The sole anxiety she feels is to know if he, whom she has not had time to forewarn of her flight, will have the perseverance to follow her and the skill to find her again. This is a point upon which Eleanor, well informed as she is, cannot instruct her. But as Eleanor has learnt nearly all she knows, and the public all it needs to know, one sees advancing from the distance 2 men dressed like decent citizens, who come forward in their turn and gossip quite naturally of their affairs in the very place in all France least suitable for the conversation to be held. Isabelle turns round, sees them, and says, "I see the king coming this way. He is accompanied by his crony Martigny. The simplicity of his costume shows that he wishes to keep his incognito. Here he is, let us withdraw." And Isabelle de Croy and her confidant withdraw to the garden side, having seen Louis and his confidant, whom they must see in order that the public may know that Louis and his confidant are about to take part in the scene, whilst Louis and his confidant, who do not need to see Isabelle and her confidant, and who indeed ought not to see them, do not see them. You may tell me this is not a very accurate reproduction of the habits of Louis, who, after the nature of cats, foxes, and wolves, can see in the night on all sides of him and behind, too, and is represented as not able to see things that are in front of him. But I can only reply that this was how the thing was done on the French stage in the year of grace 1827, even amongst poets who had the reputation of being innovators. It will be seen that things had not changed much in 1832. The hatred which was entertained against us can easily be imagined, since we had undertaken to change customs as convenient as these. It was enough to add in parentheses, and in another style of typography, when speaking of those who come on, as Mélijanin does, for instance, when speaking of the king and his crony Martigny. They come on from the back of the stage, and cannot perceive the Comtesse and Eleanor hidden by the trees. The matter was no more difficult than that. Do not forget, if I do, to remind me of the story of the monologue of Tasso. Louis is also with his confidant, only his confidant is called Le Compère Martigny. They come forward, chatting and disputing, but do not be anxious, they have kept the most important part of their conversation, that which it is urgent the public should know, until their entrance upon the stage. So, after a few unimportant words, exchanged between Louis and his crony, the king says to Martigny, "Let us return to the business we have in hand. What news have the secret emissaries you sent to the court of Burgundy brought you? Does Charles know that the Comtesse de Croix has withdrawn into my states? Does he know that I have given her shelter?" You see that the old fox Louis wants the emissaries of the crony Martigny to have informed their master, in order that it may be repeated to himself, that the Duc de Bourgogne knows that the Comtesse de Croix has withdrawn to his states, and that he has given her shelter. As if Louis had need of the emissaries of others. As if he hadn't his own secret spies, who, at all hours, made their way, under all sorts of disguises, noiseless, into his private cabinet, where they were accustomed to talk of his affairs. You must clearly understand that the two interlocutors would not have come there if the secret emissaries of the crony Martigny had not arrived. As a matter of fact, they have returned, and this is the news they have brought. Charles the Bold knows all. He flew into a violent passion when he learnt it. He sent the Comte de Crevecoeur immediately to fetch back Isabelle. They have learnt, besides, that a young Scotsman, by name Quentin Durward, has joined the two suitors who aspire to the hand of Isabelle, the Comte de Crevecoeur and the Boar of Ardennes, and has the advantage over them by being loved in return. But where, then, has he seen the Countess? Wait, here is a clever raise, which prepares us for the denouement. That is what I cannot find out, replies Martigny. It is certain, however, that he has paid her frequent visits at Herbert's Tower. At Herbert's Tower, sayest thou? Yes, you know that the Countess, before surrendering herself to the protection of your court, had already made an attempt to escape. The Duke, under the first impulse of anger, had her shut up in Herbert's Tower. There she was strictly guarded, and yet they say that, by some secret passage, Quentin Durward found means to get to her. Louis does not know this, and, as he is no doubt ashamed of not knowing it, instead of replying to Martigny's question, he says, "But hast thou not tried to attract this young man to my court?" He had left that of the Duc de Bourgogne some time after the Countess. He will, no doubt, follow in her track. As you see, Louis is really much more subtle than he appears. He continues, "Martigny, we must watch for his arrival. If he comes, my favor awaits him, but what art thou looking at?" You, I presume, who are not Louis, have no doubt what crony Martigny is looking at. Why, he is looking towards the young man for whom the king's favors are waiting. This is called ad eventum festinare, moving towards the denouement. It is recommended in the first place by Horace, and in the second by Boileau. Thanks to his disguise, and to a breakfast which he offers to the traveler, Louis learns that he who has just come is, indeed, the man he is looking for, that his name is Quentin Durward, that he is a Scot, that is to say, as nobly born as a king, as poor as a Gascon, and proud, upon my faith, as proud as himself. The old king, indeed, gets some wild cat scratches from time to time, but he is used to that. These are the perquisites of an incognito. Here is an instance. Martigny has gone to order the breakfast. Tell me, Maître Pierre, asks Quentin Durward of the king, what is that chateau which I see in the distance? It is the royal residence. The royal residence. Why then those battlements, those high walls, those large moats? Why so many sentinels posted at regular distances? Do you know, Maître Pierre, that it has rather the air of a fortress or of a prison than of the palace of a king? You think so? Why such great precautions? Tell me, Maître Pierre, if you were king, would you take so much trouble to defend your dwelling? But it is as well to be on one's guard. One has seen places taken by surprise and princes carried away just when they least expected such a thing. It seems to me, besides, that the king's safety demands. Do you know a surer rampart for a king than the love of his subjects? No, of course, yet. If my lot had placed me on the throne, I would rather be loved than feared. I would like the humblest of my subjects to have free access to my person. I should rule with so much wisdom that none would have approached me with evil intention. That is not recommended either by Horace or by Boileau, but by the leader of the claque. The fashion of giving advice to a king is always creditable to an author. It is called doing the work of the opposition, and such claptrap methods appeal to the gallery. In spite of the advice given by Mélijanin to Charles X, which the latter should have followed as coming from a friend, he appointed the Polignac ministry. We know the consequences of that nomination. Martigny returns. The meal is ready. They sit down to the table. The wine loosens their tongues, especially the small white wine which is drunk on the banks of the Loire. Quentin Durward then informs the king that he is not engaged in the service of any prince, that he is seeking his fortune, and that he has some inclination to enlist in the Scots Guards, where he has an uncle who is an officer. Here you see the drama begins to run on all fours with the romance. But what a difference between the handling of the romance writer and that of the dramatist, between the man called Walter Scott and the man called Mélijanin. Now, as the conversation begins to become interesting, the king rises and goes away without giving any other reason for his departure than that which I myself give you, and which I am obliged to guess at. If you question it, here is his bit. Adieu, Seigneur Quentin, we shall see each other again. Rely upon the friendliness of Maître Pierre. Aside to Martigny, be sure to tell him that which concerns him, I leave thee free to do what thou deemest fitting. Be at ease, sire. Left alone with Quentin Durward, Martigny at once informs him that the Comtesse de Croix has taken refuge at the court of King Louis and lives in the ancient chateau which he points out to him. Then Quentin Durward implores Martigny to go into the castle and give a letter to Isabelle. "Ah, Sir Durward, what are you thinking about?" exclaimed Martigny, who in his capacity as a citizen of Tours does not know that the title of Sir is only used before a baptismal name. "You must, it is absolutely imperative," insists Quentin. "I beg you to believe that if the thing were possible, aside, I am more anxious to get in than he. Aloud, listen, I foresee a way. You do not guess the way. It is, indeed, a strange one for a man who does not dare to put a love letter behind walls, doors, curtains, tapestries, and portrays. You shall know the method employed before long." Quentin Durward, left alone, informs the audience that the Comte de Crevecoeur, who comes to claim Isabelle, shall only have her at the expense of his own life. In short, he talks long enough to give Martigny time to enter the chateau, to see Isabelle, and to put the method in question into practice. "Well," asks Quentin, "I have spoken to her." "What did she say?" "Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all, but she blushed, went pale, and fainted." "She fainted? What happiness!" "When she regained consciousness, she talked of taking the air. Look, look, turn your eyes in that quarter. My God, it is she. To Martigny, go away, I implore you." Martigny hides behind a mass of trees. The method employed by the man who did not dare to get a note conveyed into a closed room guarded by a confidant was to make Isabelle come out into the open air, in full view of the Château de Plessis-les-Tours. Not bad, was it? Isabelle is in a tremble, and with good reason. She knows that Martigny is the king's confidant, and she has her doubts about Martigny being at a safe distance. Martigny, a gallant naturally full of cunning, since he has better emissaries than those of the king, and tells Louise things he does not know. So she only comes on to say to Quentin, "Be off with you." Only, she says it in nobler terms and in language more befitting a princess. "Go away, I entreat you. One single word. I am spied upon, they might surprise us. But at least reassure my heart. What, go without seeing me? Ah, cruel one, you do not know how much absence. I must be cautious for both of us, Seigneur Darwood. They will explain everything to you. Go away, let it be enough for the present to know that you are loved more than ever. Go." But this silence says more than any words. "Adieu, then." He kisses the Countess's hand. "Come, depart," says Eleanor. Quentin goes out at one side and the Countess at the other. "And we will go and inform the king of all that has happened," says Martigny, coming out from behind his thicket of trees. End of Act I. We clearly perceived that rascal Martigny hiding himself behind that thicket. Well, look what took place, notwithstanding. Isabelle and Quentin Durward, who had greater interest in knowing it than we, had no suspicion. Who says now that youth is not confident? But now let us pass on to the first act of Louise by Casimir de Lavine, and let us see if the national poet is much stronger and more realistic than the royalist poet. Chapter 16. Casimir de Lavine's Louise. Here is very little incident in the drama we have just been analyzing. Very well, there is less still in the tragedy which we are about to examine. Mélijanin's mise en scène is quite improbable enough, is it not? Well, Casimir de Lavine's is more improbable still. In the first place, the landscape is the same. Here is the description of it. A countryside, the chateau of Plessis-les-Tours in the background, a few scattered cottages at the side. It is night. You must know that if I underline the last three words, it is not without a motive. As the curtain rises, Tristan, who is on sentry duty, stops and compels a poor peasant named Richard to go back into his cottage, instead of letting him go to Saint Martin-des-Bois, to obtain the consolations of religion for a dying man. The scene has no other importance than to show in what manner the police of Louise act in the neighborhood of Plessis-les-Tours. The peasant re-enters his cottage, Tristan goes back into the fortress and leaves the place to Comines, who arrives on the scene holding a roll of parchment and seats himself at the foot of an oak tree. It is still night. Guess why Comines comes there, in that particular place, where the police guard so strictly that they do not even allow peasants to go out to obtain the viaticum for the dying, and where they can be seen from every loophole in the chateau. Comines comes there to read his memoirs, which deal with the history of Louise. But you will say, he cannot read because it is dark. Wait, the dawn is coming. But if dawn comes, Comines will be seen. He will hide behind a tree. Would it not be much simpler, especially at such an hour, i.e. 4 o'clock in the morning, for him to reread his memoirs in his own home, in his study, with pen and ink at hand, in case he has anything to add, with his penknife and eraser close by, if he has something to delete? Yes, certainly, it would be much simpler, but don't you see that the author needs Comines to do this particular business out of doors, so poor Comines must, of course, do what the author wishes. Comines himself knows very well that he would be better elsewhere, and he has not come there of his own will. He does not hide from himself the danger he is incurring if they see him working at such a task, and if his manuscripts were to fall under the king's notice. But listen to him rather than to me. Memoirs de Comines, si les mains du roi. Déroullant C.T. écrit, qui doit vivre après moi. Au chacun de ces jours, recueillis par l'histoire. Les un tribut, durable et de honte et de gloire. Tremblant on le verrait, par le titre rite. Pâlir devant son, regner ses yeux present. I ask you, what would have become of the historian who could have made Louis' turn pale. But no doubt Carmines, who knew the rebels of the War of the Bayenne public, the jailer of Cardinal La Balue, and especially the murderer of Nemours, since he calculated on marrying his daughter to the son of the victim, absorbed in I know not what spirit of preoccupation, reading his memoirs in so dangerous a place as this, will keep one eye open whilst he reads his memoirs with the other. Not a bit of it. You can judge whether or not this is what is meant by the stage direction. Dr. Coitier passes at the back of the stage, looks at Carmines, and goes into Richard's cottage. Thus, just as Louisa did not see Isabelle, though it was to his interest to see her, so Carmines, who is anxious not to be seen, is seen and does not himself see. You tell me such absent-mindedness cannot last long on the part of such a man as Carmines. Second mistake. Instead of waking out of his reveries, he remains absorbed in his reading. With this result, that Coitier comes out of the peasant's cottage and says, "Rentres, prenez courage. Des fleurs, que prescris, composes son breuvage. Par vos mains exprimes, lures sous adoucissants. Rafraquiront sa playa, et commeront ses sens." Take particular note that these lines are said at the back of the stage, that Carmines is between the audience and the person who utters them, and that Carmines, extraordinary to relate, does not hear them, whilst the public, which is at a double, triple, quadruple distance from the doctor, hears them perfectly. Never mind. Without perceiving Coitier, our historian continues. Effray du portrait, je la vois en silence. Chercher un châtiment, portant de ressemblance. It seems to me that knowing so well to what he is exposing himself, this was the moment or never for Carmines to look round him. There is no danger. He acts as children do who are sent to bed before their mother, and who are so afraid in their beds that they shut their eyes in order not to see anything. Only there is this difference, that with children the danger is fictitious, whilst in the case of Carmines it is real. Children are children, and Carmines is a man, a historian, a courtier, and a minister. Now I perfectly understand the terror of children, but I do not understand Carmines's imprudence. And Coitier sees him, comes up to him, and actually claps him on the shoulder, before Carmines has either seen or heard Coitier. Coitier clapping Carmines on the shoulder. "Ah, Seigneur d'Argenton, salut. Carmines tressaillant. Qui Emma parle. Vous, pardon je revise. You might even, my dear Carmines, say that you were sleeping, and that your sleep was heavy and imprudent." Now why does Coitier in his turn bring Carmines out of his dreams? Why does he loiter outside Plessis les Tours, whilst the king is waiting for him impatiently? Carmines points this out to him, for poor Carmines, who takes little care of his own safety, looks to the well-being of others, which ought to be Coitier's own affair, who is a doctor rather than his, who is a minister. Carmines. Mais vous, maître Coitier, don't les docs secrets. Out des mox, de si roy relenti les pragas. Cette heure, a sun lever, chaque jour vous rappelle. Qui put d'un tel, devoir détourner votre zèle. Coitier might well reply to him, et vous, for it is more surprising to see a historian under an oak at 4 o'clock in the morning than a doctor upon the high road. But he prefers rather to reply. Leroy, Taugers Leroy, quill attend. You tell me that it is in order to reveal the character of the person, that Coitier does not love the king whom he attends, and that this morning, in particular, he is angry with him for a crime which he had failed to commit the previous day. It would have been more logical for Coitier to be angry with Louisa for the crimes he has committed than for those which he has failed to commit, all the more since, with regard to the former, he would have had plenty to choose from. However, here is the crime. Coitier. Hiera sur ces remparts. Un pater queji quitta tira ses regards. Des archers du plessis et l'adresse meurtrière. Failit en si joint, lui ravir la lumière. Which is equivalent to saying that the poor devil for whom Coitier, the night before, had ordered a draught of the soothing syrup which would cool his wound, had received an arrow from a crossbow either in the arm or in the leg, it matters not where. But how can a draught cool a wound unless the remedy be so efficacious that it can both be administered as a drink and applied as a poultice. Now we will return to the question we proposed a little while ago. Why, instead of going to attend the king, who is impatient for him, does Courtier rouse Comines out of his dreams? Bless me, what a question. Why, to develop the tragedy. Now this is what one learns in the development, that Comines, who, in conjunction with Courtier, has saved Nemours, takes with both hands all that Louise gives him in order to give it all back again, in the future, to his future son-in-law. Courtier complains bitterly, on his side, of the life led by the doctor to a king, and in such round terms that, if the king heard, he would certainly change his doctor. The conversation is interrupted by Comines' daughter Marie, who arrives on foot, quite alone, at 4:30 in the morning. Where from, do you think? From looking for St. Francis de Paul. Where has she been to look for him? History does not say, no more than it does where Marie slept. It is, however, a question natural enough for a father to address to his daughter. But Marie relates such beautiful stories of the saint, who only needs canonization to make him a complete saint, that Comines thinks of nothing else but of listening to her. Marie. Le saint en empruntate par sa douce majeste. Au sceptre pastoral, dont la magnificence. Des princes du conclave, alest la puissance. Pauvre et, pour crosse d'or, un rameau dans les mains. Pour robe, un lin grossier, traînant sur les chemins. 100 est Louis, plus humble encore qu'un fond de sa retraite. Courtier. Et que de cette tout, has cet humble anacorite. Envoyant la litière, au la faste des cœurs. Prodiguit sans malice, au via prélat de Tours. Et si cheval de prix, dont l'amble du et say. Pour Monseigneur de Vienne, abregiat le voyage. Marie. Tous les dieux descendus, marchant à ses côtes. Attention, for I am going to put a question to which I challenge you to give an answer. Tous les dieux descendus, marchant à ses côtes. Who is it who walks beside the humble anchorite? Was it the litter? Was it the old prelate? Was it Monseigneur from Vienna? Was it the horse? If we take the sense absolutely given by the construction of the sentence, it was not the prelate of Tours and the Monseigneur of Vienna who stepped down, the one from his litter, the other from his horse, but the horse and the litter, on the contrary, who stepped down, the one from the old prelate of Tours, the other from the Monseigneur of Vienna. The difficulty of understanding this riddle, no doubt, decides Courtier to return to the king, leaving Marie alone with her father. Then, Marie tells the latter a second piece of news, much more interesting than the first, namely, that the Comte de Rethel has arrived. Marie. Birth don't G latines, elle a su du damoiselle. Qui portait la bannière, au vassal de la France. Sous la fleur de nos rois, le lion d'or excellence. Which means, if I am not deceived, that the Comte de Rethel bears the arms of gules either of azure on a golden lion, with a fleur-de-lis au chef. One thing makes Marie especially happy, that the Comte de Rethel is going to give her news of Nemours, whom he left at Nancy. In fact, Nemours, whose father has been executed, cannot return to France without exposing himself to capital punishment. Chanting is heard at this juncture. It is the procession of St. Francis de Paul, which is coming. Entendez-vous ces chants, dans la forte voisine? Says Marie. Le cortège s'avance et descend la colline. No doubt, in his capacity as historian, Comines will be curious to see so extraordinary a man as St. Francis de Paul. You are wrong. Come in, says Comines dryly, and he and his daughter leave the stage, just as the head of the cortège appears in sight. But why on earth do they leave the stage? Is there any reason for it? Yes, indeed, there is a reason. Among the people in the procession is Nemours, for the supposed Comte de Rethel is no other than Nemours, and neither Comines nor Marie must know that he is there. Now what is Nemours doing under the title of the Comte de Rethel? He has come to assassinate the king, but before risking the stroke, he desires to receive absolution from St. Francis de Paul. Now we know where the saint comes from. We have learnt it in the interval. He comes from Fronde, 500 or 600 leagues away. Very well, will you believe that during the whole of that long journey, with the saint in front of him, Nemours could not find a more convenient place in which to ask absolution for the crime he wants to commit than the threshold of the chateau of the man he intends to assassinate. We can now sum up the improbabilities of the first act thus. Carmines is out of doors at 4 o'clock in the morning. First improbability. He comes, before break of day, to read his memoirs 20 yards from the chateau of Plessis-les-Tours. Second improbability. He does not look around him as he reads them. Third improbability. Courtier, in order to chat with him about matters they both know perfectly well, keeps the king waiting for him. Fourth improbability. Marie arrives alone at 4 in the morning. Fifth improbability. Her father never asks where she has slept. Sixth improbability. Nemours, after waiting for 15 years, returns to France in disguise to avenge the death of his father by assassinating a king who is dying, and who, in fact, will die the following day. Eighth improbability. Finally, he wishes to receive absolution from Saint Francis de Paul, and instead of making his confession in a room, in a church, in a confessional, which would be the easiest thing to do, he comes to confess at the gates of the chateau. Ninth improbability, which alone is worth all the 8 other improbabilities. Shall I go any further, and shall I pass on from the first to the second act? Bless me, no, it is too poor a job. Let us stop here. I only wanted to prove that, when the audience grumbled, nearly hissed, and even hissed outright at the first performance, it was not in error, and that when it did not come to see Louise during the 8 or 10 times it was played, it was in the right. But is it true that the public did not go to it? The takings of the first 4 nights will show this. Finally, why this failure during the first 4 representations, and why such great success at the 20th, 30th, and 40th, I am going to tell you. M. Jocelyn de La Salle was manager for nearly 6 months, and after he took up the management, not a play was a failure. He created successes. When he saw that, at the 4th performance, Louise brought in 1,800 francs, he ordered those few persons who came to hire boxes to be told that the whole of the theatre was booked up to the 10th performance. The report of this impossibility to get seats spread over Paris. Everybody wanted to have them. Everybody had them. It was a clever trick. Now let someone else than I take the trouble to undertake, in respect of the last 4 acts, the work which I have just done in respect of the first, and they will see that, in spite of Ligier's predilection for this drama, it is one of the most indifferent of Casimir de Lavigne's works. End of Volume V.